continuity of his dynamic team, and the thousands of lives that he's touched with bold decisions made with quiet conviction. Now let's be clear. Under Professor Oramah's leadership, Afreximbank didn't just finance trade. Afreximbank defined trade. Now, over the past decade, I've been lucky enough to work with Afreximbank, traveling all over the world. Prof, I think we've been to Moscow, we've been to Cairo here, we've been to Lagos, we've been to Luanda, we've been to Uganda, we've been to Algeria, we've been to Nigeria, we've been all over the globe together. For 10 years, I've been the traffic warden at these events. But possibly the one that I'm most proud of emceeing is this one. I feel almost like Professor Oramah's cousin from the village, you know. I turn up into the city to come visit him, and every time I see him, his house is bigger. It's incredible what he's been doing. And I think maybe, Prof, you've chosen me because I'm a Nigerian who looks like an Egyptian. So therefore, I'm like the equivalent of Panafricanism. So anyway, along the way, I've met countless people who rave about Afreximbank's rise under Professor Oramah. But the most memorable perspective came from someone who could outplay almost any of us at squash or five-a-side football. His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. He's Nigeria's former president, who we affectionately called Baba or OBJ. Now, I'm going to please ask you, because I'm fighting against a lot of people speaking there in the corner, and I don't think it's really fair to those people who are already seated and actually are listening. So if I could really ask my friends and family here to please, at this point, please take your seats, because it's getting hard to actually compete with a lot of the hum in the corners there. Thank you. So all these gentlemen at the front, if I could ask, I'm going to start calling out names now. Yes, I'm going to come to the front and ask people at the front. I'm going to ask you to please take a seat. Can you tap her on the shoulder, him on the shoulder? Thank you very much. And the members of the press, if you could please move and take your seats. I'm going to succeed at this. I'm going to get people seated. Yes. So if I could ask the people here to please move. Okay. As I was saying, so yeah, I've asked many people. So what I did was I did my own personal canvassing, asking people what they felt about Professor Benedict Oramah. And of course, the accolades and tributes were so numerous. But the one that really sticks with me is the one from former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo. Years ago, when I asked him why he is such a dedicated and tireless supporter of Afreximbank, and he has been for many, many years, his answer was so refreshingly simple. He said, to lift up Africa, Afreximbank, under Professor Oramah, sees what should be done and says it can be done. And that positive can-doism starts at the top. Remember when Barack Obama was running for office? Can you remember that? When Barack Obama, does anybody remember his slogan? He had one simple slogan. Yes, we can, exactly. Yes, we can, he said. Yes, we can. Obama has famously said that. Oramah, he simply said yes. With rigorous attention to detail and a team that weighed the merits of billions of dollars worth of deals and investments, if they were right for Africa, Oramah and Afreximbank said yes when others said no. He said yes to financing through COVID. He said yes to the creative solutions revolution with Canex. And he said yes to transformation through PAPS and through Digital Africa Trade Gateway, linking payment systems, people, and dreams in real time. And because of those yeses, Africa stands more connected. It stands more confident. It stands more in command of its own narrative. Now, today's theme, Decades of Impact as Building Blocks for a Prosperous Future, captures that spirit perfectly. Because in 10 years, the blueprint is so visible. This is an institution that is stronger, a continent more integrated, and a belief system that has been shifted from the negative to the positive. So, dear friends, welcome to the farewell conference of Professor Benedict Oramah, the man who said yes loud enough for continents to believe again. I think that deserves a round of applause from everybody in the audience. And now let's begin the celebration, one of impact, of legacy, and of Africa's radiant future. Now, Professor Benedict Oramah once gave a rallying cry. He said, "We need you," that's you, and you, in the battle to restore Africa's dignity. And for 32 years of his career here at Afreximbank, he's worked tirelessly to champion pride, to champion progress, and to champion Pan-African unity. The following film is called Reflections on the 32-year journey of Professor Benedict Oramah, and it celebrates a legacy that has inspired a continent to believe, to build, to boldly reshape its destiny. Enjoy.
To embed an intra-African trade strategy and a dedicated division to execute it. Industrialization and financial resilience were elevated to core mandates. The 2020 renewal of his mandate mid-pandemic signaled confidence in the foundation laid. The focus sharpened, deal with short-term shocks while building long-term capacity, so the next storm would find the continent stronger, not exposed. That thinking crystallized in systems that changed how the continent trades. They were designed to accelerate trade and become engines for economic development. The Intra-African Trade Fair, driving access to trade and market information across the continent. PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, turning fragmented payment rails into a shared pathway. A collaborative transit guarantee scheme, smoothing border crossings under the AFCFTA and the African Quality Assurance Center. helping African products meet global standards at home, not after export. Industrialization became non-negotiable. With partners like Arise Integrated Industrial Platforms, Afreximbank supports industrial parks that keep value addition on the continent. The goal? To shift the narrative from exporting raw materials to exporting finished ambition. And care for people always sits alongside care for industry. After receiving life-saving treatment at King's College Hospital in London, Oramah championed the African Medical Center of Excellence in Abuja. It's designed to anchor world-class care at home, reduce medical travel, and retain talent. The vision extended beyond geography. Through the Africa-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum and the Global Africa Gateway in New York, the bank built bridges to the diaspora, aligning capital, skills, and solidarity, and uniting over 2 billion Africans worldwide under a single practical idea: Global Africa. By the numbers, this decade tells its own story. Roughly $155 billion were dispersed into African economies. Profits rose from about 100 million to nearly 1 billion. Callable capital scaling more than tenfold from 450 million to 4.5 billion. From vulnerability to resilience. From isolation to integration. From commodity dependence to industrial capability. That, in essence, is the arc. Professor Oramah has achieved so much, but as always, not alone. There's his family, his beloved wife and 3 daughters, and a bank family of colleagues who share the work, the belief, and the commitment to the continent. The foundation is here to stay, built with intent and tested under pressure. Our job is both straightforward and significant: to build on it. With profound gratitude to Professor Benedict Oramah, here's to the vision, the work, and the road ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly a special moment as we welcome the next chapter in Afreximbank's incredible legacy. When other institutions talk about succession planning, right? Afreximbank has turned this into an Olympic sport. They know that it's more than just a bank handing over the keys and making sure that the Wi-Fi works, password works. It's a bank that does succession with real style and real purpose. Afreximbank's leaders don't simply retire. They become legends. The 2 past presidents are some of the secret sauce behind Professor Oramah and his team's success. They're always at the front row, always smiling, always proud, never missing a session, never missing a beat. I'm sure they're here somewhere. They're always here. I've been told they are here. Wherever you are, past presidents, right over here. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause, please. Now, tomorrow, the mantle passes on to a new president, a man who's climbed every rung at Afreximbank. He's restructured governance, he's shepherded legal affairs, and he's helped mobilize billions of dollars for Africa's development. And you can bet that Professor Oramah will be there for you too, Dr. Elombi, beaming up from the crowd right there behind you. So, Professor, by the way, any real retirement plans you have, please consider them officially cancelled. No. You'll get your time. I saw your wife there go, absolutely not. Now, please, this is where I want you to really, give an African rousing round of applause to the incoming leader of Afreximbank, a deep thinker, a visionary, and a powerful force for Africa's transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, our brother, the president-designate of Afreximbank, Dr. George Elombi.
Mark, I think I'm going to need your very exhaustive protocol list.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about it?
It's a very generic one.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you. Please be seated. Take your seats. Thank you for reminding us that once Afreximbank, always Afreximbank. So we have Mr. Edodu over there. We wish we had Dr. Njai, who he created it on paper and handed to Mr. Edodu, and we have Mr. Ikra over there. We have a large list of our board members here, those who started the organization, the founding fathers, and those who are still serving you on the board. But first, let's thank the Mansa Musa performers. It's a very great story. They have kept this house warm for us. Warm also in the theme. Many of the themes you saw in there would be the subject of most of the discussions you'll have here. But I should also thank our leaders who are here seated. Former President Yusufu, who is right here, Muhammadu Yusufu. He has been a champion of Afreximbank. He was a champion. He championed our causes while in office. He continues to do so after office. That's another proof of once struck by the virus of Afreximbank, always Afreximbank. And that's the same for former President Macky Sall, who is also right here in the room. We want to thank them. We want to thank them for making the sacrifice of coming here today. We must also thank former Vice President Sambo, who just came in and who was crowned recently by his own people. And also present here is the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, the African Diplomatic Corps in Egypt, Ambassador Muhammadu Labaran, who has dragged a large number of his African ambassadors down here. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, former ministers, you came today in large numbers, in extremely large numbers, as we can see, to be heard and to listen, to be heard in your own words and to listen to others as they too narrate their respective experiences of the impact of Professor Oramah, of his impact on Africa's trade finance. These sessions will be about vision and the actions of an individual who has contributed enormously to our continent, which will be a storytelling. Mansa Musa was about storytelling, and we would have more of that today. In June this year, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria described Professor Oramah as one of the few in the world, the 0.8% who combine vision and execution. For according to Governor Yemi Cardoso, some have vision but lack execution. Others can execute but have little in vision. Oramah, we were lucky, has both, and everyone who spoke in Abuja in June thought so. In 1996, I joined the Afreximbank, so Mark, you're right. It's almost 30 years. Oramah was already here and somewhat marginally older than me. We do have that discussions every now and again to see who is older, but I did have to concede at some point. But his energy, his courage, his tenacity were very evident. He did everything. He was a hustler of a kind, a credit officer, a legal officer. So Mr. Oramah conferred him the title of, he gave him the degree of an inter-LLB. Oramah was also the officer responsible for planning, for the strategic plans, for strategy as a whole. He was the president's personal assistant, but also, interestingly, the president's chief advisor. He excelled at every task, and President Oramah just let us flourish. He left us alone. So Oramah, not the cautious type, believed everything was possible. And every now and again, once in a while in a credit committee meeting, President Oramah, President Udoldo would say, Oramah, this is a very bold initiative. Are you sure we would get there? And all of us, we know we would not get there. Oramah alone would believe we would. And mark you, at the end, we get there. His rise to the top was therefore inevitable as the rising sun in the African tropics or in the Sahara Desert. Like me, he had the opportunity of learning from Mr. Udoldo and Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra. By the time Oramah assumed office in 2015, his vision was clear. Building upon the foundations established by his predecessors, he sought to accelerate Africa's trade, to grow it in leaps and bounds, to grow it in scale and depth, by expanding some of the interventions and executing some of the very ideas I and others considered overambitious. This approach helped to tackle the many interconnected challenges that afflict Africa's trade and development. This would come to be known as a portfolio approach. That's how we described it. The combined approach, which did not focus on trade alone, on just the branches of the tree. Oramah thought we had to address the trade infrastructure itself, the roots and the stem. Under his leadership, brick by brick, Afreximbank and its willing partners build a solid foundation for enhancing intra-African trade. Instruments were created in very quick succession to dismantle the obstacles that have hindered Africa's progress for nearly 7 decades. We could not always keep pace. He confronted the challenges of Africa's industrial underdevelopment head-on, building on the work of those who came before us. From a relatively small institution with only $6 billion in assets in 2015, a few years earlier, it was just 105 million, not billion, 105 million. Afreximbank rapidly grew to over 40 billion. We're slightly above 40 billion today, and established itself This growth led to the emergence of strategically important vehicles, offshoots of Afreximbank, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, an investment fund, Afreximshore for insurance, the project preparation facility. We thought that was a very issue. It's probably the only issue I fought hard with Oramah, and I had my way because he wasn't always bent on that, but he did have to concede to me at some point. A concessionary finance window and a highly specialized quaternary healthcare initiative, the African Medical Center of Excellence, so that very soon we begin to reduce in a significant way the levels of medical evacuations. Afreximbank is now one of the key multilateral financial institutions leading Africa's development efforts. It is the financial institution implementing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and transforming the continent's industrial landscape. Oramah has turned the bank into Africa's development supermarket, an institution with a suite of solutions for our challenges to development. He has also turned decades and centuries-old political wishes into tangible gains for all Africans. The Africans in the diaspora can now confidently trace a route back to their ancestral home in Africa and take part in the growing economic opportunities. Those in the continent can also now join our sisters and brothers on the other side of the Atlantic. A few days ago, I told Oramah that each day we discover a new facet, a new face of him. We assume we have fully understood him, but like the Sphinx, he renews himself frequently, quite frequently, sometimes into something else completely. He's therefore a man of numerous facets. Today, you will hear these numerous descriptions of Oramah from the speakers. It is his day, so I wouldn't be too long, for there is much you would wish to hear, Oramah, not from old friends like me, but from those you served. You would hear such phrases as Oramah the generous, Oramah the energetic, the man who enters the 15th meeting of the day at midnight with the same energy as the first meeting we started at 9 a.m. The president who reads documents, all memos, policy documents, intervention documents, and leaves markups everywhere. Those tiny little, very, very insightful comments. Oramah, the man who is everybody's personal example of grace, of humility, of a good father of a family. Even my children know that. They have experienced Oramah as a father of a family. Oramah the compassionate. Oramah the provider of COVID vaccines. The man who gave reality to the dream of the Africans in the diaspora to reunite with their homeland. Oramah, who told us that $5 billion in Dangote was really very little. We had to do it. Didn't look so obvious. But the same Oramah who drinks red wine all night while preparing his statement for the following morning, or the form of a specific country program, some country intervention we had to do somewhere. Any attempt to describe him, to describe Oramah in a few words, will fail, as you will all find out today. I did a long time ago, but for those who haven't, you probably would find out today. Every time you think of Oramah in one form, perhaps 50 speakers would have exhausted you, all with 50 different stories of Oramah. Then 50 new speakers would say 50 new glorious things of him. There will be about 40 testimonies today, so I will hasten to give space to those testimonies. Each would discuss Oramah, an aspect of this proverbial elephant. Everyone sees him in his own way. Some touch and feel and see on the side and say he is like a wall. And those who grab him on another side say he is like the umbrella who protects Afreximbank and shades us. And those who touch by some other perspective of Oramah, as you would see today, would describe him on the legs. He would be described like a wall, a pillar, the pillar that has guarded Afreximbank over the last few years. Like the story of Mansa Musa, or Musa Kieta, the story we just had this morning, he will touch the numerous themes. Oramah's story today will touch the numerous themes affecting our development. The lost but now rediscovered trail, gold trail, the gold trail we saw in the story, the question of trade, of courage, of power, of how to confront the modern world, of the travel of Africans to Mecca and to the Caribbeans. the risks and perils in that travel, but of their return to homeland, of the story of how Mandingo music from Niani, the capital of ancient Mali, now in today's Guinea, northeastern Guinea, how the music of the Mandingo people of that great empire became reggae in Kingston, Jamaica. And Oramah is in love with reggae. That's another side of it, but perhaps someone would give you that story of it, of Bob Marley. I'm sure that many expect me, as one of his closest colleagues of over 30 years, I'm sure many of you in here expect me to help summarize Oramah for you. I long since abandoned that idea. It is a trap. It is perhaps even a foolish man's idea. It might mean that we stay here for not only one day, 1 week, or 1 month. It might mean that we stay here for much longer. And I know the business guys don't want to stay here for too long. I will therefore not fall into that trap. But the organizers of this day, our colleagues who set up this whole show and to whom I should be extremely grateful, they believe that the exercise might well be possible. That is why we gather here today, to tell the story as we just watched and listened to in the Mansa Kieta Musa show. Such was his greatness that the Russians were the first to recognize it all. Perhaps because of their sophisticated satellites. Perhaps because it's always out there that they invest much in knowing who we are. And so His Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, awarded Oramah. He was the very first to award Oramah an honor, the great honor of the friendship of Russia. Then followed the Cameroonians with the Knight of the National Order of Valor. Then the Congolese of Brazzaville made him a high officer of their National Order of Merit. The Republic of Chad made him a commander. And in June this year, Nigeria, his own homeland, crowned it all with the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. Couldn't get higher, but not before Gabon and Guinea-Bissau had, like Chad, also made him a commander. Accolades you have accumulated, Oramah, my brother, but in Afreximbank, that by which we refer to you the most is one conferred by a distinguished group of men and women. They are often described in Nigeria as men and women of timber and caliber. This was around a place called Onitsha. The title he was awarded there in Onitsha is described as Dikora, and that means the great man of the people. But anyone who read Things Fall Apart or Arrow of God or one of those other books of our great writers would know that the traditions around Onitsha, in the traditions around Onitsha, the great man is a pseudonym for a great masquerade. No one can pretend to know the masquerade, let alone fully apprehend his ways. The great masquerade may not even know itself and its own story in full. So Dikora Oramah, like the great masquerade, you have told and embodied the story of the clan, of our clan for long, of our African clan for 32 years. sit quietly today and listen to how your own story is told sometimes from perspectives you may well only discover today. So, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, Oramah, you are truly the great man of the people, the great masquerade. Your colleagues at Afreximbank and the 2 billion people in global Africa, those across in the continent and outside the continent, they cannot all thank you enough for the selflessness with which you executed your mandate. Like the great masquerade, boldly, fearlessly, having the interest of your continent only in mind, the interest of your African clan, upholding the dignity of the African, of global Africans. You have instilled in us a can-do spirit, the courage to continue challenging the status quo, to challenge the orthodoxy that preaches that nothing good can come out of Africa. As you have always emphasized, it is only through constructive disruption, that Africa can secure a footing on the world stage as we embark on a new chapter for the bank. We aim to build on that strong foundation you have laid and be guided by the values that Dordu, President Ekra, and yourself have instilled. So, my own brother, Dikora, the masquerade of development work, the staff of Afreximbank, very good friends at Afreximbank, have asked that I convey to you the following. Do not be late to the office on Monday morning at 10 a.m. For once Afreximbank, always Afreximbank. They created a catalog of your decade-long journey at the head of the bank. They call it a coffee table book. You and I may not be able to read it because we're now old, but this book symbolizes the unforgettable memory of the transformation you brought to the bank, a gentle reminder to us all of what we can achieve over the next decade. And they say that book must be presented to you. That's the only business I have to do now so that I can free the stage for others to tell your story from their perspective, from their own very special perspective. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to seek to tell you something about Professor Oramah.
Jadu, we're inviting President Oramah to come and receive this book. A historic moment, and of course his dear wife Chinelo is here as well. We wouldn't be complete without you. There you go. I said Afreximbank does succession like an Olympic sport. I wasn't kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also going to invite the past president and the first president of Afreximbank to please join us on the stage. President Adordu and President Ekre, please, you're supposed to be here. Give them a round of applause, please, because now you have all four corners of Afreximbank presidency taking to the stage here, showing the legacy of a great institution. A hearty congratulations. An incredible moment. We're going to take a family photo now. So I'm going to arrange all of you back in sequence. If I could ask you to stand, here. And then if you just come over here, ladies in the middle, I think that's nice. And if you could just pull together there, let's look, ladies and gentlemen, the presidents of Afreximbank. Of course, Madame, how can I forget? Please, this would not be complete. In fact, this is a wonderful spot for you to stand, right there. Behind every great man is a great woman. Behind every great woman is a great man. Could I ask now all the spouses to please join us for this photo? All the spouses to join us for the photo. Of course, you know the secret to Afreximbank is the real power is actually the spouses. This has truly been a decade of togetherness, of courage, of conviction, and of continental pride, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you all. Now, as I ask you to please exit the stage very carefully over here. Okay, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as you all know, Professor Benedict Oramah is a man that proudly hails from the eastern part of Nigeria, from the vibrant Igbo community. So it feels fitting to share an Igbo proverb that captures his spirit as to start off the next part of the program. I've been practicing this in front of the mirror. I speak Yoruba and Pidgin, but I don't speak Igbo, so I'm going to give it a shot. Otu onye anahi ero ogu. Is that correct? It means basically one person alone does not win a war. Because today is not only about the man at the helm and the man who will take over from the man at the helm. It's about the collection of believers alongside him. We've carefully curated a fantastic lineup of speakers for you. The very people who have walked shoulder to shoulder with Professor Oramah on this 10-year journey, and actually, should I say 32-year journey. They're innovators, they're builders, they are the devoted staff who turned ambition into infrastructure, ambition into investment, vision into velocity, and plans into progress. They've helped transform Afreximbank from a financial institution into a continental force, from trade to tech, from culture to creative capital. And today, they join us not just to say goodbye and farewell, but to say thank you for all those yeses that you gave, Mr. President. Now, we'll begin with a short, and these will be rapid-fire presentations, a short presentation on strengthening Afreximbank's capital and liquidity by the bank's Managing Director and Group Treasurer. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Chandi Mwenebungu.
Allow me to stand here with established protocols. It's a good strategy to start with firepower. As a student of Chairman Mao, with my red book, let me start with a saying, one of the sayings of Chairman Mao. The people, I quote, the people and the people alone are the motive of force in the making of world history. Without a people's army, the people have nothing. I've been told that I need to set a tone. Time is of essence, and we'll try our best. I will talk about the balance sheet of the bank, how it has evolved over time, but also more importantly, I will speak about one of the iconic funding instruments that is the brains of Professor Benedict Oramah, the central bank deposit program, how it has evolved, a success. And I'll move on and speak about funding elements, the funding activities that we do, and then I'll close with the credit rating process that have been tasked to me to look after for the bank. Here is the remote control. There we are. I first met Professor Benedict Oramah on the 19th of May 2012 in Canary Wharf at the Hilton. I was introduced to the bank by a company called Careers in Africa. We spent the whole hour, it was myself, Professor, and Stephen Kauma, speaking about derivatives and creating funding instruments. And then he asked me, would you come to Egypt and do interviews, which I gladly did. I started at Afreximbank in October, on the 7th of October, 2013. And unfortunately, at that time, he was on sick leave. He comes in November. It was on a Thursday, if I can recall. I can't recall the real date. But it was in November 2013, and I get a call from Nancy saying, you have an induction at 6:30 p.m. today. So we met, I greeted him, and then he goes, and you can see on the screen, the first word he said to me was, that which has been ordained cannot be unordained. Of course, there's a background to that. The background is that when I got to the interviews, I didn't get the job. But subsequently, Mr. Denya got in touch with me and said, are you still interested? I said, oh yeah, I am. I am interested. And again, I caught Chairman Mao as a student of Chairman Mao. And I quote here, whoever wants to know a thing has no way of doing so except by coming to contact with it. That is, by living in its environment. If you want knowledge, you must take part in the practice of changing reality. If you want to know the taste of a pear, you must change the pear by eating yourself. If you want to know the theory and methods of revolution, you must take part in the revolution. All genuine knowledge originates in direct experience. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. So you can see, and I'll run through very quickly, how the army that you have, Professor, in the bank has helped grow this bank. I remember when we met, you told me and said, look, we want to grow this bank to a bank of $20 billion. And I'm glad total assets as at the close of last year in 2024 stands at just under $36 billion. If you fast forward that today, we are $40 billion. Well done for your vision. In terms of liabilities, and I'm going to speak about one of the funding instruments that it's actually his creation, the central bank deposit program, where he says passionately that Africa must rally its resources to fund its development. Again, we started the program in 2014, only raised $75 million. Today, we have cumulatively raised the tune of $45.6 billion in the space of just 11 years. We raise money through syndications, and we've seen the growth in people that participate in giving financing to the bank. Syndications today, we've moved from 11 participants, this is back before 2014, but now you have up to 29 participants rallying serious loot to come and fund the bank. In terms of bond issuances, we've actually grown the bond program. When I joined the bank, it was $1.5 billion, but we've done that up to now it's a $5 billion program. We've also gone beyond the West, we've turned east. Last year, we raised money in Japan, raised the tune of, in dollar terms, about $530 million. It has never happened for a multilateral in the world raising money in Japan for the first time of $500 million. Let me quickly, I'm seeing that I'm running out of time, talk about credit rating agent. In terms of credit rating, you've seen upgrades. In 2018, Moody's upgraded us from Baa1 to from Baa2 to Baa1. And we have GCR, we are rated A2, credible performance. And I'm also going to talk about the recent downgrades that we've had. And I'm going to quote Chairman Mao as well. History shows that wars are divided into two kinds, just and unjust. All wars that are progressive are just, and all wars that impede progress are unjust. We, the Chinese people, oppose all unjust wars that impede progress, but we do not oppose progressive just wars. Not only do we, Chinese people, not oppose just wars, we actively participate in them. As for the just wars, World War I is an instance in which both sides fought for imperialist interests. Therefore, the Chinese people of the whole world firmly oppose that war. The way to oppose a war of this kind is to do everything possible to prevent it before it breaks out. And once it breaks out, to oppose war with war, to oppose unjust war with just war, whenever possible. I will yield there, Professor. All I can say is congratulations for the work well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chandi. Now, next we'll experience a show and tell that clearly demonstrates how Afreximbank enhances the quality of its capital base through first-of-its-kind innovative solutions. We have 3 presentations in very quick succession, and the first is on credit-enhancing callable capital, and it is going to be done by the former head of guarantees and specialized finance, and now a director and advisor at African Development Bank, Samuel Mugoya.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm very, very honored to be here speaking on the legacy of my former boss. I call him my former boss, but when we meet, I call him boss. So I guess he's my boss forever. Just a bit of a background before I go into the capital stories. I joined Afreximbank in 2007, December, when Dr. Oramah was the director of planning. I can't remember what the department was called, but it was planning and something. And he became senior director, and became vice president, and then president. I was honored to work with him through all that time, from 2007 to 2017, when I moved on. Now, to get into the subject of the day, I don't know, yes. We, as a bank at the time, that was 2014 or thereabouts, there was a concerted, proactive effort from the senior management to boost the capital of the bank. If I remember what President Jean-Louis Ekra and Dr. Oramah were saying at the time, and I'm going to use the exact words, we were scratching at the surface. We were not relevant. So how do you become relevant if you don't have capital? So my colleagues are going to talk about the other capital initiatives, but I'm talking about the callable capital, which is a major part of the bank's capital structure, and I'll explain a bit as I go along. I won't take too much time. And how could we enhance it to make the bank more robust and stop scratching the surface? So that is the gist of this presentation. A bit on callable capital. As I said earlier, in 2015, we initiated this callable capital credit enhancement program, but I'll tell you a bit about callable capital, just a bit, for those people who may find this subject a bit boring. It's a form of guarantee from the shareholders, the banks, that should you need capital for any eventuality, we are there to provide it. So if you look at the current capital structure of the bank under the charter, 2 capital calls have been made, which makes up 40% of the bank's paid-in capital. The 60%, which are 3 installments, are looked at as callable should the need arise. And you can see from what Chandi showed earlier, the bank's assets have grown to 24 billion. I was actually quite shocked because I remember when we had our first strategic retreat in 2009 at this mine, it was in Nairobi, Windsor Hotel. And the theme of that strategic retreat was to make Afreximbank a 1 billion bank, 1 billion asset bank. Believe it or not. I'm talking 2009. At the time, the asset base was less than $1 billion, about $500 million. To see that Chandi was talking about 24 billion, I sort of lost track at some point. I didn't know it had grown to 24 billion. The point I'm making is that with the paid-in capital and enhanced callable capital and all the other innovative structures that have been put in by the bank, they've been able to grow the assets of the bank to 24 billion. And really, that's what we are talking about. So the instrument that was, I'm going to talk about is insurance of the callable capital. Because if you look at the shareholders of the bank, the average shareholding of the bank, they are not investment grade rated. And the way the credit rating agencies evaluate callable capital is really on the credit quality of the shareholders. Should a call be made, they are able to make the call and make the payments. So we know, we, Afreximbank, we Africans, we know that these shareholders of ours won't let us down. But there is no way to prove to the credit rating agencies that that won't happen. So the structure was put in place to convince the credit rating agencies that our capital was solid. So what was decided was to put in place a 5-year midterm mitigation instrument where the callable capital of the bank from the Class A, which are governments, and Class B, which are private shareholders, many of them African shareholders, many of them 100% owned by governments. A big portion of that to be insured and get the required uplift from the credit rating agencies to give our capital the boost. And it's interesting because I don't want to go too much into the chronology, but it's important to highlight some of the issues. Of course, the initial concept was decided in 2014, and we were working at that time with an insurance broker called JLT Specialty, which has now been incorporated as part of the MASH group. I just want to highlight one major milestone. If you look at the screen, November 2015, because this was something that had never been done before. We're working with the Lloyd's market. The Lloyd's market regulator had to vet this structure. It's not something, and I think the Lloyd's market is hundreds of years old. They had never done something like this. So one of the major milestones on that slide is that general dispensation letter that was issued by the Lloyd's market to enable the insurers to cover the bank's callable capital. And all that was done with various partners that I will share with you. So it was a major milestone that I thought would be important to share. Of course, the credit ratings uplift was attained. These are direct quotes from the credit rating reports from Fitch and Moody's. The impact was immediate. So it was just not, as some people say, bungee jumping innovation. It was real innovation, yeah? A bit of numbers. It's very interesting. If you look at the nominal subscribed capital in 2017, when this structure was put in place, it was $1 billion. Today it's about $8 billion, if you can see, as at end of December. And of that, the first issuance of that callable capital insurance was $476 million. End of 2024, this was $1.8 billion, representing about 54% of the subscribed capital. So real impact. I would like to close by acknowledging and thanking the partners that we worked with on this structure. The transaction insurance broker I've already mentioned, JLT Specialty, the regulator, Lloyd's Corporation, and various insurance underwriters. We had 15 top Lloyd's insurers and European insurers covering the first issuance. Of course, we had various people from, I would like to just highlight one, a posthumous gratitude to one Nick Killams, who was very instrumental in pushing the Lloyd's regulator to accept the structure. Unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago, but I thought it was important to recognize him. May his soul rest in peace. And lastly, the transaction advisor, legal advisor, Hogan Lovells. I've seen a couple of Hogan Lovells senior counsels here. We really greatly appreciate them, and I would just like to say one thing. The legal opinion that was issued by Hogan Lovells was very critical in getting this deal closed. I'll close with this slide. Be creative, be innovative, be bold. I had the most bold boss that I'd ever worked with. Professor Oramah would come and call us, Mugoya, come, we are going to do this, we are going to do this, we are going to do this. Then I would go back with my colleague Kofi, who's coming next, and I'll tell him, boss, how are we going to get this done? This is beyond, this is unimaginable. Everything looked impossible till we started working on it. So the message for me in this legacy conference is to be bold, not to be reckless, but to be bold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Thank you for that. Be bold. Now, Carproof is Afreximbank's capital risk protection facility. And here to describe the journey to make it a reality, we have the Director of Guarantees and Specialized Finance at Afreximbank. Please welcome Mr. Kofi Asumadu Ado.
Thank you. To follow my colleagues, Sam, all protocols observed. To give some few testimony on Afreximbank journey to the insurance market, which Professor Oramah led. Very bold action by Professor Oramah. It was a courageous vision. In a world where shadows of doubt takes hold, visions rise, the visionaries rise, with hearts brave and bold. They glimpse a future where others find fear, charting a course through the fog, crystal clear. Amidst pessimism and vast uncertainties, they forge the path of hope, unyielding and fast. Prof. Oramah exemplifies such visionaries. The beacon of light, a dreamer, a doer, and excelling beyond conventional expectations. I'm saying this because optimizing the use of bank's capital to drive growth while mitigating risks amidst all pessimism and multiple uncertainties was indeed a bold and courageous vision and action. Beginning a new chapter, in 2024, Prof. Oramah took a bold step to engage with the insurance market. He recognized that to propel the bank's growth objective, he needed to explore new avenues to optimize capital, new avenue to distribute risk, new avenue to enhance the bank's credit rating, and of course, to safeguard the bank's balance sheet. He envisioned a future where the insurance market will become a powerful channel for the bank to fulfill its strategic objectives. Embracing the possibilities offered by the bank charter, he also saw the potential to establish an insurance entity that would deliver best-in-class solutions for clients while cultivating in-house insurance expertise. He set in motion actions and initiatives designed to maximize the bank's gains from the insurance market. To support this vision, he engaged the legal firm, Organ Lovers, to work with our brokers, JLT, now MASH, and a select group of internal team members in crafting the bank's own Basel-compliant insurance policy wording, allowing it to obtain capital relief and mitigate risks while upholding the bank's prudential limits. In terms of achievement, the level of capacity from the very first day we went to the market, I remember the transaction in the Conde, Nigeria, back in May 2014 to date. The bank has leveraged insurance capacity in excess of over 15 billion from insurance market to support the business of the bank. As we are speaking today, we have 5 billion of insurance capacity running to support the bank's business. We started with 4 underwriters, but today the bank only has a panel of 59 underwriters, including almost all the major global insurance firms supporting the business of the bank. I will not talk of the callable capital enhancement because my colleagues, Sam Mogoya, spent time on that. The market supported us when we needed them most and when the continent also needed us. During the counter-cyclical problem that happened, commodity supercycle, when Afreximbank did the counter-cyclical lending, we were able to disburse over 10 billion because we got the market to support us. My colleague Gwen and others will mention that one, so I will not spend time on that. Through the market, we use our investment guarantees to de-risk transactions and attract investors to our continent. Our repack solution, through this innovative blended finance structure, working with the insurance market, we've been able to attract institutional investors to work with Afreximbank to support the business of the bank. Afreximbank. The establishment of the bank's own insurance entity, licensed as an insurance manager to provide variety of specialty insurance solutions, retaining premium on the continent for investment, providing best-class policies for the bank's borrowers, and of course, retaining part of the income. Afreximbank started business 3 years ago, and they've been able to insure over 14 billion transactions, attracting a premium of over 30 million and a commission of about 5 million. Other achievement of Dr. Oramah, CARPROOF, Capital Protection, Capital Risk Protection Facility. President Oramah saw that given the multiple crises we keep seeing around the world, we need to immunize ourselves as a bank against any possible exceptional, unexpected events in any one or more of our operating countries that could have devastating effect on the bank's business. In addition, we need to address the perceived risks in our operating environment and create a solution that will serve as a capital buffer, contingent capital in the events of exceptional or unexpected losses. Mr. President, through your vision and action, Afreximbank is immune against operating environment risks and have created a capital cushion to back the bank in the event of exceptional or unexpected losses. Looking into the future, we will consolidate and extend the frontiers and the path you have created, Mr. President. The exercise you commissioned us to review and align the bank's long-term objectives with the insurance market engagement is ongoing. The outcome will be embedded in the bank's operations and strategy. Prof, you have sown the seed, and it has flourished beautifully. You have inspired countless others with your commitment and courage, creating a lasting legacy. We know that you are departing from Afreximbank, but we know that you are departing with the consciousness that you have done your part. We wish you all the best in the future endeavors. Your journey continues. The world eagerly awaits your next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Now, depository receipts listings is sort of an indirect listing of shares. Now, to demystify it further in 7 minutes, please welcome our Director of Afreximbank's Board Secretariat. A warm round of applause for Gerald Chihota.
Thank you very much, Mark. I hope I'll live to the expectation of demystifying depository receipts. Allow me to stand on existing protocols and get straight into my presentation. This is the last in the presentations which talk about the engineering of capital under the presidency of President Oramah. So I'll give a bit of background which will set the context for my presentation. And the first part of that background is the mandate of the bank, which simply is to spearhead Africa's development through the promotion of trade. Then it's also the partnership on which the bank was founded, which is a unique public-private partnership which consists of African governments, who are the public sector, and the private sector, both on the continent and outside of the continent. And one of the terms of that partnership was that the expectation was that 65% of the capital would come from the private sector. Now, with that background in mind, we'll move to the challenge which was sought to be addressed through this depository listing. So the first is the trade finance gap on the continent, which some estimate to be between 80 to 120 billion annually. And if you go back to the mandate of the bank, which I mentioned, it is obviously Afreximbank, which is expected to be at the forefront of closing this gap. Then the transaction pipeline, of course, to make inroads into closing this gap, the bank needs a very robust transaction pipeline. And as in 2017, when the listing was carried out, it was at about 40 billion. And of course, you need financing to fund this pipeline, and you also need adequate capital so that the bank can remain within its prudential capital limits. Then there was also a need to bring in new investors so that you create an opportunity for Africans to participate in the prosperity of the bank and also to widen the capital base. Then I made mention of the expectation at the creation of the bank that only 35% of the capital was expected to come from the public sector. But for historic reasons, in 2017, at the time of the listing, 62% was in the hands of the public sector. So there was a need to also rebalance that skewed position. Now, what is the solution that Professor Oramah came up with for this challenge? It was as bold as it was innovative. So it was going to be a listing of depository receipts on an African stock exchange. Now, why depository receipts? Depository receipts allow for an issuance of the shares, but with an opportunity to issue as fractions of that underlying share. So for instance, in the case of Afreximbank, for every one share, we issued 10,000 depository receipts. What that allowed us to do was that because the price of a share at the time was 43,000, we're able to issue the depository receipts at a unit price of $4.30. So that made them more liquid and more attractive. And then the other advantage as well was that because we are not having so many new shareholders coming in at once, because it's an indirect way of holding the shares, it also helps you manage the risk as well as the administrative burden that can come with that. So that was why DRs were opted for. Then why a public listing? I made mention of the trade finance gap, which is on the continent, and the need for capital for us to be able to close this gap. So there was a need to ensure that you have a permanent source of capital, because capital was always going to be a perennial need for the bank. And that's what the public listing did. Because with the public listing, each time you want to raise more money, you just issue new instruments, and then you can get more capital that way. Then why an African stock exchange? Now on this one, the instructions from Professor Oramah were very clear. We could have any exchange that we wanted as long as it was African. And this was because of his strongly held beliefs that we must have faith in our own institutions. So we could have opted for any of the other developed stock exchanges, London Stock Exchange, New York Stock Exchange, but insisted that it had to be an African stock exchange, and hence the listing was on the Stock Exchange of Mauritius. Now, how well did we do with this, on this initiative? We were able to successfully raise $300 million, which was the target, and that money was then channeled towards the pipeline that I made reference to, and also obviously helped to strengthen the capital base of the bank. Then almost 800 new investors were brought into the bank through the depository receipts. These included some that may not have been able to participate previously, such as pension funds, because they need liquid instruments, which we didn't have at the time. So we actually had a number of pension funds being able to invest because we now had an instrument which gave them an exit mechanism. Then lastly, we were also able to launch our Class D shares, and this enabled us to increase the private sector participation in capital by 5%. So that helped to address that skewed position which I made reference to earlier. Now, one of the epithets that you often hear being used with reference to Dr. Oramah is that he is history-making. And true to form, this listing also did make history in a number of key ways. The main one is that we became the first publicly listed supranational in the world. Not in Africa, but in the world. So we set the pace, we wrote the blueprint of how a supranational can be listed on a stock exchange, and I believe we still hold that record as things stand. Then we also enabled the Stock Exchange of Mauritius to make history because this was also their first depository listing. They'd always had the rules for listing of depository receipts, but no one had ever used them. So we also helped the Stock Exchange of Mauritius to achieve that. Now, what is the lasting legacy that we get from this? I mean, there's so much one can talk about in terms of the legacy that Dr. Oramah has left for us, but I'll just pick three. The first one for me is that when challenges, when confronted with ingenuity, can be turned into opportunities. We had a capital challenge. We listed on the stock exchange. We now have a permanent source of capital. That challenge was transformed into an opportunity. The second one is that we should have confidence in ourselves as Africans. People always talk of international best practice, but it's as if international best practice refers to anything outside of the continent, and as if Africa is not part of the international community. But we now establish the international best practice for how a multilateral can be listed. So we wrote the blueprint for that. Then lastly, that we should have confidence in our own institutions as Africans. Some talk of looking west. Some say, no, we should look east. Some even say we should look forward. But I think Dr. Oramah believes that we should look Africa before we look at all those other directions. So this is the legacy that you have left for us. A legacy of your visionary leadership, and which resonates very much with your mantra, which, as you are aware, has now also become the mantra of the bank, which is that if it is possible, it will be done. If it's impossible, it can be done. So thank you very much, President Oramah, and thank you very much, everybody, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerald. There. Before we go on to the next presentation, I'm reminded, actually, President, I'm in the media business, and speaking to one of my media friends just last night about you, I won't mention his name, he's actually here in the room. He told me an interesting story. He said, during COVID, it was very difficult for the media. If you were selling magazines or so, it was a very hard time for the businesses. Many went under. He said his business was struggling. And he said he got a call one day from someone. Yeah? And they said, you must be struggling. How can I help you? Now, this was a high-level individual, and he knew many. None of them called him. Can you guess who called him? Exactly, President Oramah. The projects, whatever, it's all about the people. Walk with kings, but never lose the common touch. And that's why we love you. Now, No one can deny that these are challenging times for banks to raise and deploy capital effectively. There are so many intersecting crises, and it's all about innovation, or as someone once called it, finnovation, financial innovation. That's the watchword. Now, our next two speakers will talk about lending safely in difficult environments. First, we welcome a former executive vice president at Afreximbank and now non-executive chairman at Arab International Bank. Please welcome Mr. Amra Kamel.
Thank you, Mark, for the introductions. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'll stand on all protocols so that because I have a long one. Mine is not a presentation. It's, so there's no fancy PowerPoint things. It's more of the story, since we're telling stories today. And it's basically about the inner workings of Afreximbank and the impact it has done over the years. But before I start, I'd like to firstly say a number of thank yous. I'd like to thank Afreximbank for the invitation to attend this emotional event. I say emotional because it's part of the activities commemorating leadership transition, while also reflecting on the bank's achievements to date. As for me, it's always emotional to be part of any event involving Afreximbank because of how dear to my heart this institution is. Secondly, thank you for allowing me to contribute to narrating part of the history and the impact this great institution has made over the years on the African continent, and to highlight the legacy of a great African giant who was a major contributor to what this institution has achieved today. Finally, I want to say thank you for allowing me to witness this important leadership transition and the swearing in of a close friend of mine and fellow pioneer staff of Afreximbank, whom I always refer to as my African conscience. There is no doubt that Afreximbank, in pursuit of its mandate, is arguably one of the most impactful institutions on the African continent when it comes to addressing the challenges facing the African economies. This has been adequately demonstrated over the bank's 32-year journey by the number of innovative and often bespoke products it has developed in diverse fields. I think we've seen some of them today, all designed to arrest one or more of the myriad of problems facing the continent, while at the same time ensuring that the bank does not get exposed to undue risk as it rolls out those products, using the technique of structured trade finance in doing so. For those of you who may not be familiar with the term structured trade finance, it is the art of transferring risk from parties less able to bear them to parties more equipped to do so in a manner that ensures automatic repayment of advances from the underlying transaction. While the bank's interventions, its products, and impact on the continent are too many to enumerate in this presentation or even this conference, a glaring example of the impact it has made can be demonstrated by its support to Zimbabwe. Afreximbank opened its branch office in Harare, Zimbabwe in 1996. At the time, Zimbabwe was the darling of the IMF. It was awash with development and international offshore financial support. The staff of the Harare office at the time were complaining that it was very difficult to do business there, as clients were not accepting the structured type facilities that Afreximbank was offering. I recall having conversations with clients, trying to explain to them that the bank uses these structures because it's here to stay in good and bad times. But that fell on deaf ears. Unfortunately for this lovely country, it wasn't long after that when in early 2000, things changed drastically as the country started facing politically motivated economic challenges induced by sanctions. This in turn resulted in numerous development and international finance providers, both within and outside Africa, withdrawing their support and bringing the economy to a near standstill. This is when Afreximbank, following its ethos that it's time to go in and help member states when everyone else is going out, started designing products that deal with the country's most pressing challenges, while providing minimum risk for the bank. In discussions with Zimbabwe authorities, it became clear that importation of oil and grain were the most critical requirements for the country, and hence, the first two artillery instruments used from the bank's arsenal were the oil and grain relay facilities. Using the principles mentioned above, that is maximum impact with minimum risk, the design of these facilities relied on the mandatory FX surrender by exporters of certain products, to the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe as collateral for confirmation of LCs issued by RBZ and the local banks to import those essential products for the country. The structure made use of the fact that the bank was providing pre-export finance to many of the exporters that were mandated to make that surrender, hence ensuring a stronger grip on the structure. Afreximbank trade debt-backed securities facility dubbed AfTrades is another good example of a product designed to address a peculiar challenge facing the country after Zimbabwe abolished its local currency in 2009 and introduced a multiple currency regime. This led to recurring short-term liquidity gaps facing the economy at a time of persistent hyperinflation, underpinned by excessive dollarization of the economy and loss of business and investor confidence. This was exacerbated by clients exiting Tier 2 local banks in favor of Tier 1 subsidiaries of international banks, as they felt that the latter had better access to FX resources, hence gravely impacting the interbank market, a trend that was threatening a systemic collapse of the financial system and placing tremendous pressure on RBZ and the country at large. I don't want to go into too much details about AfTrades because I've just learned that the next speaker is going to go into more detail about that. But suffices to say that these structures were a resounding success, and the seeds of many more innovative products like the infamous tobacco relays facility, the gold-backed syndicated facility, and many more, as some of them are mentioned here, all designed to tackle specific problems facing the country. These highly innovative products took long hours to design and required much research and sleepless nights to craft, document, and roll out, since they involved initial design, preparation of a concept note, preparation of a credit study, refining and retuning the structure, preparing the operational guidelines, drafting and agreeing legal documentation, and finally rolling out the product. I had actually asked two of my old clients to do some testimonials because I didn't want to be perceived as somebody who is biased to his organization, but I don't want to, I'm running out of time, so I'll not read them to you. But I got testimonials from two of our old clients basically testifying to the impact that Afreximbank has had on their organizations. I honestly think that what distinguishes Afreximbank from other typical development finance institutions is that it does not see itself simply as a lender and stop at that. When designing its interventions with a view to support the continent's development and structural transformation through trade promotion, the bank tries to address the whole ecosystem surrounding the problems such that it eradicates it in totality. This is evident with products like PAPS and MANSA and many more, all aimed at facilitating the trade, not just financing it. But as I mentioned in many of my previous presentations, what do you expect from an institution whose only focus and ecosystem is designed to serve Africa with Africans from African resources? An institution that was fortunate to have been led by the indefatigable Africans, starting with the pioneer president, Mr. Christopher Dordo, followed by Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra, through to Professor Benedict Oramah, and which I'm sure will continue with the leadership now going into the hands of my African conscience, Dr. George Lombi. While the ingenuity, effort, and sheer zeal in designing these products and rolling them out was and remains the joint effort of the staff of the bank, there is no doubt that the mastermind and main driver behind them is our African giant and unparalleled visionary, Professor Benedict Oramah. I actually was quoting the mantra that Gerald just said about if it's possible, it will be done. If it is impossible, it can be done. But I'll add to that also that in his investiture speech, he said that there is no obstacle too great for a person of will to overcome. His fingerprints are all over the numerous innovative and hugely impactful products developed by the bank over the years. Prime amongst them are the pandemic trade impact facility, PATINFA, which we'll also hear about, which helped basically bring in the scarce yet essential vaccines during the corona pandemic. The Contour, Cotralf, and Sendep, many of those transactions, I think some of them you'll hear about. Apart from his many achievements in growing the bank exponentially, as we saw during his term, I think his legacy will stand out most in the visibility and relevance he brought to this institution, both within and outside the continent. I would never try to emulate him because he's just in a league of his own. But for me personally, Professor has been an inspiration that I'll always look up to. You would agree with me that Prof is a one-man army who fought viciously over the span of his career to eradicate Africa's poverty using trade as his lethal weapon. I hope that even after you leave your post, Prof, you will continue your selfless contribution to the bank you helped build and the continent you gave your life to. As to our new president, Dr. George Olombi, my friend, I am sure you will continue the path of your predecessors and take the bank to new highs. I wish you the best of luck in your new role. Thank you all for listening, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amra. Now, the next presentation has probably the most exciting title, Moving In When Others Flee. And it tells the story of Zimbabwe, Afreximbank's great support for this nation. So please welcome Jethro Chitereka, who is the former senior manager at Afreximbank and now the head of credit risk at Crown Agents Bank.
Many thanks, and like my predecessors, all protocols observed. It has been said that great men bring out greatness in others, that by their vision, they turn obstacles into opportunities and challenges into triumphs. And in the end, they leave behind in others a conviction and a passion for success. Today, we celebrate a great man, and we're celebrating decades of impact. We're celebrating how Professor Oramah and his team's collective efforts have built a foundation for a prosperous future, not just for Africa, but beyond. So this conference looks at how President Oramah transformed the African financing landscape. I had the privilege of working with Dr. Oramah for 7 years, and in those 7 years, there are so many initiatives that I was involved in. But today, I'll focus on one particular interventionist program, which was the Afreximbank trade-backed securities, or AfTrades, and how it addressed systemic financial challenges that impacted Zimbabwe in the early 2010s. Importantly, I also speak on the crucial role that Professor Oramah played. So I'll start with the context. So the year is 2013, 2014. As many of us will remember, Zimbabwe faced a severe liquidity crisis. International banks were not willing to participate in the interbank market. You all understand, those who are familiar with financial institutions, banks lent to each other overnight to show up liquidity. But the international banks who were solvent were reluctant, and this was because of the perceived credit issues, credit risk and counterparty risk issues that the other banks, the local banks faced, mostly the indigenous banks. And the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe was not in a position to be a lender of last resort as in normal functioning economies. So AfTrades emerged as a lifeline, restoring trusts, unlocking liquidity, and reviving the interbank market. So how did we conceive AfTrades? So this was conceived as an interventionist program, particularly targeted at alleviating the liquidity crisis. So it was conceived under the leadership of Professor Oramah, who recognized the systemic challenges that the liquidity crisis was bringing to the country. So amongst us, we prepared a concept paper, and many of my colleagues will recall the late nights, the weekend sessions that we had, when we had several brainstorming sessions to consider the final details. And what came of that was a structure, a collateral swap mechanism, where Afreximbank issued trade-backed securities to sovereign banks in exchange for eligible collateral. So how did this tackle the crisis in Zimbabwe? So there were creative solutions. First of all, the issue was liquidity. So the bank's program came in with some credit enhancements. Securities that were traded carried Afreximbank's rating, and they also benefited from Afreximbank's creditor status. The second one was the revival of the interbank market. So banks could now lend to each other using the Aftrade instruments as collateral. And by its flexible design, it allowed the interbank market to thrive. And these securities could actually be traded as third-party sales. To top it up, the Zimbabwean government provided a guarantee which acted as a confidence booster in the economy. So allow me to speak on the leadership role that President Oramah played. He was very instrumental in this program, and he had a hands-on approach, not just in his vision, but in execution. We've heard many accolades about how President Oramah made things happen. And indeed, he showed up in this crucial time for us. His leadership was crucial. He really foresaw the need for an African solution, and he led discussions and negotiations personally. I recall going with him on a mission and meeting the officials in Zimbabwe. What came out of that? Afreximbank committed $100 million US, reinforcing its role as an all-weather friend to African economies in distress. Leadership truly exemplifies Afreximbank's commitment to African resilience. And as many of you will agree, Professor Oramah is a champion of financial sovereignty. So what were the tangible outcomes? So as I mentioned, the issue was liquidity. So there was liquidity injection, which managed to revive the interbank market. Lending amongst banks began, and this improved cash flows. There was also increase in bank confidence. Sovereign banks, which were mostly international banks, could now access funds without concerns about any counterparty risk because of the securities that the instruments provided. Thirdly, there was also economic stabilization in the country. The program helped support critical sectors in Zimbabwe that included agriculture, manufacturing, trade finance, telecoms, and other sectors. There was also policy synergy. Many of you will recall that the Zimbabwean government was trying to stabilize the economy. So this product, or this program, helped to stabilize alongside the government's efforts. And notably, during this period, the GDP per capita in Zimbabwe rose significantly after the launch of the program in 2014, peak in 2017, I believe, was the highest in the country's history. So as I conclude, allow me to make a statement that Aftrade is a testament to innovative finance, regional solidarity, and leadership under pressure. It set a precedent for collateralized liquidity support in Africa. And I'll provide you with a quote, I'll leave you with a quote where President Jean-Louis Ekra, who was president at the time, at the program launch in Harare, he said, and I quote, "Aftrade was not just a facility, it was a vote of confidence in Zimbabwe's resilience." I thank you for your attention, and I hope this story inspires innovative collaboration in Africa's finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jethro. Now, COVID, conflicts in Ukraine, in Gaza, there have been so many shocks to the system, supply chain shocks, there have been currency shocks, there have been economic shocks, there have been health shocks. African countries are not alone in facing unprecedented challenges in the past decade. But, Prof, under your guidance, Afreximbank has been there to help countries adjust to these stark realities. So we're going to get some quick presentations now about helping countries adjust. And the first one comes to you via video, so please turn your attention to the screen for a presentation by the CEO of Africanenda, Dr. Robert Ochola.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robert Ochola. I am currently the CEO of Africanenda, but before I spent 7 years as the Director of Strategy and Innovation at Afreximbank, working under His Excellency President Oramah. So I apologize for not being there today, but I'm quite excited that I've been given this singular honor on such an auspicious occasion to be part of this legacy conference and indeed the presidential investiture. Allow me to start my conversation today by just sharing what I believe has been a decade of transformation. A decade indeed where the bank served as a financial lifeline to Africa. At a personal level, I spent 7 transformative years working under one of the most visionary leaders on the continent. His Excellency Professor Oramah was very transformative, and he believed in Africa rising. A leader who indeed impacted, not just focused on numbers and reach, but he indeed was the very soul of Africa's economic renaissance. Allow me to take you back to 2015 when I joined the bank. And when you look at the continent at the time, I call it the crucible of crisis, reminiscent of the lost decade of the 1980s, as President Oramah would put it. What was happening at the time? I remember this vividly. Commodity price collapses. Global demand for African commodities plummeted. Significant liquidity crisis. Indeed, some countries such as Sierra Leone were left with only 2 trade finance lines. And credit lines evaporated across the continent. Allow me to pivot. And I did an experiment, because one of the things we hear about today is AI, ChatGPT, etc. So I asked my ChatGPT that if you were
the president of Afreximbank in 2015 during this crisis, what would you have done? Its answer
was quite interesting. Take 9 months to design a program that would be focused on local currency program, rapid forex and liquidity backstops. Logical indeed, but would not be sufficient to deal with the crisis that we faced at the time. And therefore, to me, President Oramah is our living AI, but with a crucial difference. Not just providing answers in a couple of minutes or hours, and he'd sit and dictate significant solutions at the top of his head, but also delivering a vision, courage, and the urgency that Africa desperately needed, not just at that time, but continuously through his presidency. Unlike ChatGPT, we didn't have 9 months. We barely had 9 weeks. I attended my first board meeting in December in Seychelles of 2015. So President actually gave us just 1 month to forge Africa's financial future. And we did this to the birth of what we dub now the Counter-Cyclical Trade Liquidity Facility, or COLTRAF in short. It was introduced by Afreximbank to avail foreign currency liquidity to central banks, eligible commercial banks, supported or recommended by central banks to enable them honor very urgent trade obligations. This facility benefited, and I believe is the epitome of the foundation in terms of innovation that was created during President Oramah's time. And I think we've learned a lot since then, and you've seen the bank grow its balance sheet significantly from about $6 billion when I was there to, I believe, over 30 billion today. I did learn critical leadership lessons. And I like to say the mind once expanded shall never return to its original dimension. And that continues to keep me going. And I believe this is the focus that Africa, or some of the benefits that Africa has had from President Oramah's leadership. It was about courageous action, acting with boldness. It was about delivering creative solutions in an orderly but also quick and transparent manner, but also ensuring that institutional purpose was delivered at all the time. I call it Africa's second emancipation. And Prof, His Excellency President Oramah would always remind us that if the freedom fighters who fought for our liberation of Africa from a political perspective took a day off, then the continent would not be where we are today. So the second emancipation is about economic transformation. And President Oramah epitomizes that vision. He expanded our minds to the art of the possible. He showed us that Africa must always come first. So this weekend, as we bid President Oramah asante, or thank you, and also come in with the new president through the investiture, I believe Africa is on solid foundations for growth. God bless you, Professor, President Oramah. God bless Africa. Thank you very much.
I remember working with Robert fondly. Now, next is a presentation on innovative facilities to alleviate the effects of the pandemic on countries. And this one is by Gwen Mwaba. Gwen is Afreximbank's Managing Director, Trade Finance and Correspondent Banking. Give her a round of applause, please.
Well, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gwen Mwaba, as introduced, and my presentation today, if I can get the clicker to work. Could somebody That's better. Thank you very much. Apologies about that. So my presentation today is about how Afreximbank redefined Africa's economic resilience. It's about leadership in crisis and the legacy of Professor Benedict Oramah, who led the innovation of the Patinfa program. Professor Oramah foresaw the need for African-led crisis response mechanisms. His guiding philosophy has always been African problems require African design solutions. He led the design and deployment of Patinfa to protect trade and also save lives. You will all remember the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which triggered health, trade, and economic crisis of unprecedented scale. African nations faced severe supply chain blockages and disruptions. And under Professor Oramah's leadership, Afreximbank responded decisively to preserve trade and save lives. The Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, or Patinfa, was launched in 2020 as a $3 billion facility and program on a net basis. The purpose was to help African countries to withstand the health, economic, and trade shocks that the globe was facing. Three primary purposes for the facility. One was to support liquidity, to stabilize trade on the African continent, to enable procurement of medical therapeutics and equipment, and also to finance industry. So when we look at the liquidity support, this basically ensured that governments and businesses were able to maintain their ability to import goods and services into Africa. However, if you remember at the onset of COVID, there was a massive shortage of all PPE, masks, gloves. We couldn't get ventilators. So Afreximbank, under Professor Oramah, supported very heavily the creation of the African Medical Supplies Platform. This is a digital platform which basically enabled African countries to make orders, and then the digital platform aggregated these orders so that we could be able to import on an aggregated or pooled procurement basis from mainly China. However, there were long queues, and whilst we were waiting for these imports to come through, Patinfa was also used to help fund factories to retool their factories. We had factories that were previously producing garments. These factories were turned into producing cloth face masks. We had in industries that were, for example, in the distillery industry, who were retooled through our financing to start producing hand sanitizer. And this then enabled us to get the imported shipments that had been coming in under the program. Before the onset or availability of COVID-19 vaccines, Afreximbank had already disbursed close to $10 billion under the Patinfa program. About 79% of this funding and liquidity went to financial institutions, and about 17% went to large corporates, and around 4% went to sovereign states. Then came the COVID-19 vaccines, which was a game changer for Afreximbank, the Patinfa story. If you look at this map, you'll note that Africa is dotted in red. And what that represents is the fact that it took nearly 2 years after the first COVID-19 vaccine was administered in the arm of somebody in the West for Africa to receive vaccines. This was a very stark situation, which led to the creation of the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, of which Professor Oramah was one of the key principals. There were 3 objectives that the AVAT task team were tasked with. One was to secure enough safe and efficacious vaccine doses to vaccinate at least 60% of the African population, which would give us herd immunity as guided by the Africa CDC. The second key objective was to estimate the funding needs to be able to procure these vaccines. And lastly, the objective was to create financing mechanisms that would enable the African Union and Caribbean community member states to pay for these vaccines once they became available. So under Professor Oramah, Afreximbank quickly obtained approval for a $2 billion financing package for the procurement of vaccines. And then once again, leaning on the pool procurement mechanism that had been quite a success under the African Medical Supplies Platform, we were able to get pre-orders from African and Caribbean community countries to estimate the level of demand, aggregated this demand, and estimated that we would probably need to procure around 220 million vaccines in order to reach that herd immunity level. Consequently, we contracted firmly 41 African countries and countries in the Caribbean community who, like Africa, had also been left behind. But one key important point to mention is that arising from this COVID-19 procurement initiative, we created the first ever AVAT no-fault compensation scheme, which is a fund which ensures that should somebody, God forbid, suffer injury from taking the vaccine or even death, they or their family would be adequately compensated. So again, another first for Africa. This is a really defining slide and moment in Africa's health sovereignty. This was the night that the contract was signed between Johnson & Johnson, Afreximbank, and the Africa Acquisition Task Team. You can see Professor Oramah in the top left. This was immediately after the 3 signatures were penned. It was close to midnight. We couldn't meet physically, so it was all done virtually. So in closing my presentation, Professor Oramah's leadership has transformed Afreximbank into a pillar of continental stability. He's inspired confidence in Africa's ability to respond, recover, and rise. Professor Oramah's legacy is not only about the policies he has shaped, but it's been about the lives that he's touched, both within the organization and outside. Through innovation and unity, Africa can chart its own destiny. Thank you, Professor Oramah, for your vision and for your courage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I exit the stage, I'd just like to introduce a very short video, which is an extract from a 3-part docuseries that is under production, which will give you some highlights about the work that Professor Oramah and others did during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
In the past 2 weeks, the number of cases of COVID-19 outside China has increased 13-fold. And the number of affected countries has tripled.
Or the modeling suggested that millions of Africans will die. But I said that will only happen if the continent did not fight.
I was worried because of the extreme nationalism that immediately set in.
For here are Europeans, rich, powerful countries, unable to go to the assistance of another European country next door. And they had the resources. We just didn't have the will.
It was then critical that we begin to think about, again, homegrown solutions.
Afreximbank had prepared itself to be a crisis response institution. If we didn't intervene, countries would start defaulting on trade debt payments. Economy had to operate. Countries have to be able to honor their obligations. Our board immediately approved the Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility.
We had to mobilize the continent.
We started meeting every evening, trying to get a sense of what needed to be done.
People started talking about trade as a national security issue. The cost of trade went through the roof.
There was a shortage of PPEs in the world. It was the beginning of the supply chain crisis.
We needed to talk direct to manufacturers, and manufacturers needed to see the size of our market. Let's create a bulk purchasing platform, a kind of mini Amazon.
And that was how AMSP, African Medical Supplies Platform, was born.
These suppliers would come at us and they would say, listen, I've got 10 million masks. You've got 24 hours to buy them. And I'd call the bank, and the bank would make the payment.
So we had companies borrow to retool or repurpose their factories so that they could manufacture face masks, gloves on the African continent.
That was the first attempt and success also in food procurement for Africa. It never happened before. It was difficult. There was no textbook, nothing to tell us what to do.
The 6th region of Africa, which is the Caribbean, got to hear what we were doing. And that, to me, was the real effective integration of our continent.
Within a matter of weeks, we were effectively on the pooled procurement platform. The relationship between CARICOM and AUs deepened and strengthened.
Late yesterday, the FDA authorized for emergency use the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine.
The vaccines are now on the doorstep, but it's not looking like we can get our hands on it.
If vaccines do not get to Africa in a timely fashion, it will constitute a moral catastrophe.
As early as May 2020, we started pushing for Africa to find its own path.
There was a promise that when vaccines came, they will be distributed equitably.
We have collectively pledged 7.4 billion euros.
They just pledged. We have to see the money.
As the architect of the largest and most complex global vaccine rollout in history.
Even though there had been the promise, somebody forgot to fund the facility.
The Nigerian finance minister, she says, we're here. Did we tell you we have no money? You think we're just going to die?
With that money now, we were then able to earn a seat at the table because no vaccine manufacturer could talk to you unless you show them the color of the money.
We have the money, but we can't get the vaccines. Western countries bought enough vaccines for 9 times its population size because they don't know which one's going to work. They'd over-ordered all of them.
That was apartheid manifesting itself in the ugliest manner.
But the good news was a company in South Africa, they're making the vaccines.
The European Union are claiming that product that is produced at Aspen is stock for Europe because Europe has supplied the drug substance.
I phoned the president of the European Union. I said, Ursula, I will block the export. African people's lives are just as important.
That then set the stage for the deliveries, the first of which went to Togo.
COVID was a real story of Africa's emancipation. It was essentially left for Africa to cater for its own citizens. And that's what we did.
A lot of that is attributed to the leadership structure, the commitment, the community engagement, the all hands on deck approach that Africa took.
Were we not armed by Panafricanism, it would have been a total disaster.
We had the opportunity to restore the dignity of the African. Now, there will be no challenge too much for us as a people to deal with by ourselves.
Amazing, amazing. I mean, the length and breadth of Afreximbank's, what it's touched and transformed, is unparalleled. It's truly phenomenal. Now we're going to talk about something called UCAPFA, and that is Afreximbank's way of helping African countries handle the ripple effects of the Ukraine war. Now, the conflict drove up the prices of essentials like food, like grain, like fuel, and like fertilizer, which hit many African countries very hard. So, Afreximbank didn't sit by. They created a multi-billion-dollar US dollar credit program to make sure that those countries could afford the crucial imports and keep trade moving smoothly during these tough times. Now, to tell you how they got there, please welcome Mr. Kwabena Ayirebi, who is the Managing Director of Banking Operations.
COVID-19, what an extraordinary education for us all on how to look after our continent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kwabena Ayirebi. I've only been in Afreximbank a mere 8 years, but wow, what an extraordinary journey that has been. And that's why it's such a real honor to have this opportunity to share with you a snippet of that journey that we've had the honor to take with Professor Oramah. And just in case you may not have noticed, what my colleagues, both previous and current, have been taking you through is how we as Team Afreximbank are developed. It is an immersive, historic, economic, political, and business education, not drawn from theoretical philosophy, but through a lived experience of how we ensure that our continent and our people remain resilient and prosper. In this segment, my colleagues, Robert and Gwen, have taken you through how we respond to the various crises, most not of our making, but which continue to threaten to derail the development trajectory of our continent. I'll round up this segment by talking you through how, guided by Professor Oramah, we responded to the ongoing Ukraine crisis. Russia and Ukraine in 2021 contributed about 44% of Africa's wheat imports. In 2022, the Ukraine crisis disrupted over 30 million tons of grain, triggering food shortages and price surges across the continent. Global oil market shocks did not help, drove up fuel costs, compounding inflation through higher transport and production expenses. Food, as most of us will know, accounts for a significant portion of the African household expenditure, 42% in normal circumstances, 60% in conflict-afflicted areas. The crisis also disrupted trade routes and reduced foreign investment, weakening African economies already reeling from COVID-19. Governments faced shrinking revenues and rising debts due to lower trade and tax income. Unlike Europe, which had the ability to spend $640 billion through subsidies and price controls, African countries lacked that fiscal space to shield our populations from these shocks. Yet again, without prompt and impactful intervention, Africa's fragile recovery and development gains risked being severely reversed. Let me pause now and paint a picture for you. So the news hits. Executives, a few senior managers gather in Professor Oramah's office. It's a table, holds maybe about 8 people. He sits at the end. Then he leans forward and he says, look, let me tell you what is going to happen. And that is when the prophecy starts, and that is when we then start moving as a team to bring solutions. And in this case, that triggered our strategy and product development function to put together the framework, quickly syndicated amongst all the core functions. We then end up with a product paper, which in a matter of a couple of weeks is approved by the board. That is our Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program for Africa, or UCAPFA, as we call it. Now, that's the nice part. What that misses out is the fact that when Professor Oramah asked, how long will this take? The response was 3 weeks. He said, no. Bring your teams. Let us sit down. We will share the work. Each person will write a section and we'll turn it around. And as the head of strategy told me, how do I take my work to my boss to do? So we don't have a choice. We then have to turn it around in 3 days. And that's the typical life it has been for these past 8 years. So, up till June this year, under UCAPFA, we have disbursed 34.7 billion of financing. Of this, 32% has been in the form of the letters of credit and guarantees that are required to secure access to the critical supplies that the continent needs. And 68% in the form of straight finance loans have provided the needed physical breathing space for our country to adapt. 6% of the intervention has been directed at pure intra-African trade, 41% to extra-African trade, and 50% is where we feel it's either intra-African or extra-African. The impact of this intervention has been nothing short of extraordinary. 5.8% cumulative contribution to Africa's total trade and 6.4% cumulative contribution to intra-African trade. We estimate that each dollar of disbursements under UCAPFA contributes about $2.5 billion to Africa's total trade and $2 billion to intra-African trade. The program continues to impact the real sector and the livelihoods of our people. We provided trade finance lines to 48 financial intermediaries in 23 countries across Africa. Out of this, 10% is of those funding, which is about $10.8 billion, we believe was directly impacting about 3,300 African SMEs. And even more relevant is the fact that we've estimated that we've touched about 64% of the continent's population in the 29 African countries, including 18 LDCs that this program impacted. Your Excellencies, so what were the key lessons for us as students of Professor Oramah? What did we take away? First, it is only with a deep knowledge of the history, the economies, and the interlinkages of our continent with the rest of the world that we can appreciate and then anticipate the impact of seemingly unconnected events on our people. Second, we must focus on the long-term structural transformation of our continent that is needed for resilience. We will intervene when needed, but the perennial vulnerability of our continent must be mitigated. We must focus on energy self-sufficiency, food self-sufficiency, vaccine independence. These are the things that will stand us in good stead as things progress. And last but not the least, you need to know how to come up with a catchy name. UCAPFA, COTRALF, PATIMFA, that is all part of the lessons that we draw every day. So, tomorrow, Dr. Elombi, we begin our PhD with you. But today, we graduate from our MBA under the tutelage of Professor Benedict Oramah. Professor, we are ready to continue your mission, Africa. And for the invaluable lessons we learn at your feet, we, your students, will be forever grateful as we look at the extraordinary promise that lies ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Now, they say health is wealth, and for Africa, it's never been more important to build resilience into our healthcare systems through investment, through innovation, through infrastructure. And now your first speaker on this is a board member of FEDA, the Fund for Export Development in Africa. Please welcome Mr. Mazi Okonkwo. President.
Thank you. Let me stand on the established protocols. Mine is a simple task, is to tell the story of how Contour product started, construction tourism product of Afreximbank. It was about, 2026, 2027, when I had just been appointed acting managing director of Shelter Afrique. And we were thinking of what to do with ourselves and how to work together with Afreximbank. Our first port of call was to Afreximbank and to my brother, Dr. Oramah, as he was then known, plead for help. And we came with two requests. One, to give us a line and help us to start trade financing building materials. Second, to help us access money to finance our construction and development project. The first one was quite easy for Afreximbank to grant. They just told us, if you are ready, we can help you set up that trade finance there, specifically for building materials. The second one, he basically told us that we needed to align our mandate to the Afreximbank mandate. A few years earlier, I had assisted Afreximbank to set up the process for selecting the architect for developing their headquarters building. And throughout the process, together with President Eduardo and Oramah, they interrogated the whole process of construction, and I could see in them the fear they had about the construction industry. But at the end of the day, they managed to appoint a team of architects, and they did a very beautiful headquarters building. We now wanted to build upon that experience that was quite enriching for them and for us. Then the construction aspect of it. I remember in the discussion, Dr. Oramah said that they were thinking of developing a program for the tourism industry in Africa, and that Shelter Afrique then could be a good partner if we could come up with a product. We went back and wrote up something, presented it to Dr. Oramah. He interrogated it, questioned us, and came up with something that he now called construction tourism product. Quite different, quite unique, quite comprehensive.
And the idea then was for Shelter Afrique to anchor this product. Somewhere along the line, Shelter Afrique was not forthcoming, but that did not deter Dr. Oramah Afreximbank from continuing with this product. What happened now was that it got extended to all African institutions and tourism asset and services developers to provide construction finance with the guarantee of Afreximbank to underwrite the business and the takeout finance risk. It became a platform for sharing risk, knowing the strength of each institution and their capability and what they're able to assume. One thing that came up in the discussions that we had with them was the willingness of an individual to and the institution to assist a sister African organization, Shelter Afrique being one of the great Babacar Njaya's babies. And that Pan-Africanism and the collaboration was very, very evident in the discussions we had. In the process, a plain vanilla product we had submitted to Afreximbank became Contour, a very sophisticated, properly named and marketed product that has today become one of the major products of the bank. What are the lessons we learned out of this relationship? I mentioned that Contour was a cry for help to Afreximbank, to a brother and a friend. It was a casual discussion, not knowing that it was quite serious for Dr. Oramah. He took it up, helped us, saw the potential, especially in the development of Africa and in furtherance of the trade finance mantra and mandate of the bank. It became an innovative product that underlines the uniqueness and the ability of Professor Oramah to think and create. When he started with Shelter Afrique, even though he started with Shelter Afrique, it became a global and African product. It becomes a mechanism for sharing and managing risk, and it exemplifies Professor Oramah's can-do spirit. Everything has a solution. Every problem has a solution. If only we can think together and be passionate about the problem we want to resolve. Today, I understand that Contour has committed over 600 million and delivered 11 world-class hotel and tourism projects, delivering about 2,400 keys in 8 countries, including Grenada. I also understand that 10 deals amounting to about 1.3 billion are in the pipeline and waiting to be funded. Contour has become a very impactful product and has helped participating institutions to gain tremendous experience in tourism project financing and risk mitigation. It has also enabled institutions that had never funded tourism products before to accept that challenge, given the support of the bank. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Oramah for his enduring belief in the development of Africa and for expanding the scope and reach of trade finance and development finance in Africa. As far as Oramah is concerned, Professor Oramah is concerned, the definition of trade can be extended to different sectors, provided it leads to development of Africa, it stems the outflow of forex, it encourages the retention of jobs in Africa. And for this, we are very grateful. And also, I thank the incoming president, Dr. Elombi, who will always give the legal meaning and framework to some of these products. It was also the case with Contour. Thank you very much for being there when we needed you and for the impactful development and results that you have achieved. I urge all of us to continue to support the bank and the new management to ensure that new products are developed and the existing ones are supported and sustained. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazi Okonkwo. We're going to stay on health now. In June, I had the honor of emceeing the launch of a facility that was truly out of this world. You know, we've been talking about how Prof says that it can be done. Well, it was done, and the proof was really there. I stood in this incredible hospital, incredible medical facility, and I saw machines that I've never seen before. They looked like they were out of the future. It was quite spellbinding. I'm talking about the African Medical Center for Excellence, or AMCE in Abuja, launched in June, and it's the brainchild of Professor Oramah. This facility offers, I'm telling you, world-class services in treatments of cancer and other illnesses that affect the blood and affect the heart. It's going to serve also as a hub, an African hub, not just for Nigeria, but for the whole of Africa, for medical research and medical training. The technology there, I'd never seen anywhere else in West Africa. It was definitely the best in the West. Don't take my word for it. Let's hear from a lady who nursed this project into existence. A warm round of applause for the Managing Director of Export Development of Afreximbank, Ms. Oluronti Doherty.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to stand on existing protocols. Today, we celebrate an extraordinary leader, a visionary whose ideas, courage, and devotion to Africa's progress have inspired us all at Afreximbank and has inspired a generation of Africans. A true son of Africa, whose life's work continues to redefine what is possible for our continent. Today, I am very privileged and indeed honored to speak to some of the visionary works that Professor Oramah has led us to undertake as a bank. And so I will be speaking to some of the transformational challenges that we saw. We know that since independence, most African countries have faced a lot of structural challenges. Some of these challenges include underfunded healthcare, infrastructure deficits, and dependence on imports and low agricultural productivity. For Professor Oramah, every challenge presents an opportunity. And because of this, he championed a transformational agenda that was built on innovative financing instruments, strategic investments in people, technology, and infrastructure. This vision is embodied in Afreximbank's industrialization and export development strategic pillar, its products, its programs, and its initiatives. I'll be sharing with you some of the interventions we've deployed in Afreximbank under Professor Oramah's leadership in the healthcare and industrial space. In the healthcare interventions, one of the innovative products President Oramah came up with, led us to develop, is the Construction and Medical Tourism Linked Relief Facility, CONMED, through which we were able to support the development of world-class medical facilities and infrastructure across the continent. Another of these initiatives is the African Medical Center of Excellence, through which we were able to prove that Africans can develop world-class facilities when we put our hearts to it. Also, the Africa Life Sciences Foundations. But apart from the healthcare interventions, we also have the industrial interventions. And some of these include the Africa Quality Assurance Centers, that enable us to test and inspect and certify goods produced in Africa for export markets, industrial parks and special economic zones that boost and spur manufacturing on the continent and create jobs for our teeming population, and not leaving behind to support to the SMEs. But what I want to take us through is, where did this vision come from? If you look at the chart I'm showing you today, it shows the number of hospital beds per person in so many regions. But if you look at something that is consistent, you'll see that African countries are worse off. For example, in Senegal, you have 7.3 beds to 10,000 people. In Nigeria, it's even far worse. 5 beds to 10,000 people. A challenge that is really significant. Then let's talk of health workers. Health workers, 1,000 persons, 1,000 health workers per person. You have in Nigeria 0.2 health workers to 1,000 persons, not even up to 1, meaning that the people who are working in Africa trying to solve the health challenges of the continent are overworked. We don't have people. So what are the challenges we saw? Severe shortage of healthcare workers, underfunded, under-equipped hospitals, outbound medical tourism, costing the continent an estimate of $7 billion per annum. Professor Oramah, thinking through this and taking on board some of his own personal challenges, his personal illness he had gone through, envisioned the African Medical Center of Excellence, a bold initiative developed in collaboration with King's College Hospital London to build world-class quaternary healthcare facilities across Africa. And we started with a proof of concept, a pilot project in Abuja, Nigeria. I'm glad to tell you today that that vision has become a reality. The AMC Abuja. It was successfully commissioned on the 5th of June, 2025. A specialty hospital offering advanced care in oncology, cardiology, hematology, general medicine, equipped with world-class facilities, including PET scan, 3 Tesla MRI, and 18 MEV cyclotron, a SPEC CT, 3 cath labs, 5 operating theaters, and a first-of-its-kind stem cell lab on African continent. Now, what does this show you? You've had a lot of the speakers come here today to tell you, if it's impossible, that is when Professor Oramah says we can do it. What began as Professor Oramah's vision, what everybody told us, you guys are a bunch of dreamers, forget it, is now a living testimony to Africa's capacity to deliver world-class healthcare. You may be wondering, what is she talking about? What is this world-class healthcare and what is the impact? How does it benefit Africa? How do we, get anything out of this? 500 beds, world-class facility, 3,000 jobs. 3,000 jobs provided, both pre-construction, construction, and post-construction. 350,000 patients to be seen in the first 5 years. Attraction of $750 million worth of investment into the healthcare sector, never before seen in Africa. A round of applause for Prof. Now, what do we have at the moment in this facility? We have a staff strength of 400 people. 400 people from diverse regions of the world. You know what we've been able to do? We've turned around brain drain to what? Brain gain. Africa has started gaining back its brains. We have staff from Nigeria, from Egypt, from Kenya, from Burkina Faso, Malawi, Cameroon, South Africa, all at the AMC Abuja. We have attracted top-tiered professionals, the best in their fields. Even people knighted by the Queen have come back to work for us. So that is the power of vision. But apart from this, I'm not going to condense President Oramah's intervention into one single project. President Oramah is a visionary leader that whenever there are challenges, he comes up with visionary responses. I mentioned the construction and medical tourism relay facility. With that product, he has been able to support the financing of hospitals and medical facilities in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, Nigeria, Uganda, transforming the healthcare space. Single-handedly, one of the first DFIs to take a keen interest in health and move towards that. But that's not enough. They didn't stop there. It didn't make us stop there. It pushed us to move further. Professor Oramah championed the creation of the Africa Life Sciences Foundation, a Pan-African initiative that is dedicated to advancing research in diseases that disproportionately affect people of African descent. For so long, diseases like sickle cell anemia have been left untreated just because it's a disease that affects us and we are not the people that matter in terms of research across the world. But President Oramah, with the bank's executives, took a keen interest to establish the Africa Life Sciences Foundation to ensure we reverse this, to ensure that the cure for sickle cell anemia will never be a pipe dream again. In March 2025, the board of the bank established the Africa Life Sciences Foundation and seeded it with $75 million to ensure research in diseases that affect you and I does not go unattended to. Now, I want to go just beyond health because President Oramah is also an advocate for industrialization. And it would be remiss of me if I do not talk to what he has done in that space also. Africa's industrialization has always had a gloomy narrative. Manufacturing contributing less than 12% of GDP compared to average of 22% globally. Over 70% of exports were unprocessed and taken out of the continent raw as commodities. But President Oramah, looking at this challenge, also came up with so many innovative solutions. One of them is the Africa Quality Assurance Center. Another is the Industrial Parks and Export Processing Zones Initiative, and also the Project Preparation Financing Facility. But let me talk to you about the Africa Quality Assurance Center. You know when they say President Oramah brings things out of nothing, that when you think you know him, you now realize you have not even understood the breadth of what he's capable of. A chance encounter with an African entrepreneur who was operating a facility in the US, a food product store, and him complaining that there was challenge in getting food products from the continent to the US because the food products don't meet the quality standards, led to the creation of the Africa Quality Assurance Center. And we went into implementing this. And in 2022, we were able to open the first Africa Quality Assurance Center in Ogun State, Nigeria, all thanks to Professor Oramah's vision. We are now developing Africa Quality Assurance Centers in Gabon, in Chad, in Benin, and all across the continent, with the bank seeding a total of $100 million to ensure that products we produce can connect to global markets. I would also like to talk about the Africa Project Preparation Facility, another visionary intervention. With Africa Project Preparation Facility, over 20 million worth of funds have been disbursed to finance projects and to make them bankable. And this has unlocked 11.5 billion investments into projects produced or promoted by African entrepreneurs. This is a very significant achievement, and projects that would otherwise have been lying down, unmoved, undone, have seen the light of day because of this visionary leader. Thank you, Professor Oramah. Now, looking at all the projects we financed, railways, ports, refineries, logistics hub, these are all due to your vision. You never accept defeat, and you have the can-do attitude. Recurring themes in Professor Oramah's leadership. Professor Oramah believes in African-led solutions. He challenges the status quo. His leadership has redefined the role of what development finance should be. You can see initiatives that are groundbreaking. But beyond his vision, he turns bold concepts into lasting impact through structured and results-driven approach. And if you want to talk about leadership, Professor Oramah leads from the front. He is active in all his initiatives. He ensures he brings critical stakeholders on board. It would bring in people who are able to help do things from wherever they are. He is a leader who does not delegate vision. Professor Oramah demonstrates it. Professor Oramah's legacy is defined by institution building that are lasting. Prof, under your leadership, you've done great things. You've established platforms that will last the test of time. You've built things that will progress beyond your tenure. We can only hope, and we pray, and we will strive to ensure that we live and build on your legacy. Prof, you are a rare gem. You are 1 in a trillion. You are God's gift to our dear continent. You are a son in whom Mother Africa is extremely proud. Do I need to say more? Is there more to say? Prof, you are a leader. You're a visionary. You're a true Pan-African patriot. Thank you, Prof. And I want to take you through on the next video for you to see Professor Oramah's vision as it has become a reality. I want you to walk with me through the corridors of the African Medical Center of Excellence, Abuja. Thank you.
We too deserve to thrive, to age in peace, to fight disease with dignity and win. This is how we stay. This is how we stand. Afrexim has laid a foundation of faith through the right leadership, because if a leader doesn't act, the world cannot follow. Vision without movement is just a dream, but when a leader sees and dares to move, he opens the road for others to walk. And if Africa must rise, it must be by the hands and the will of Africans. This is 3,000 jobs and rising. This is 350,000 patients with names. This is a mother no longer forced to beg borders for her child's tomorrow. This is how we break the cycle, how we bring our children home. No more fathers dying alone in foreign beds. No more mothers learning last breaths through WhatsApp calls. No more excellence in exile. This is a continent reclaiming its right to care. The caregivers have come home. The cure has come home. The confidence has come home. This is a defiance of dependency. This is what transformation feels like. A continent refusing to bleed brilliance, choosing instead to build cathedrals of care. And AMCE is the altar where sickle cells will be seen, studied, solved, and cancer will be a question we are unafraid to answer. This is what self-reliance sounds like. The hum of the cyclotron, the dignity of doctors choosing to stay. AMCE is rebellion against the notion that Africa must go out to get better. No. The healing has come home. This is the Africa they told us to wait for. But let the world know, we are not waiting anymore. Africa is returning to herself. Africa is not surviving, she is healing, thriving, stuttering her wounds with still. She is innovating, she is becoming, and this time, she is doing it at home.
The African Medical Center of Excellence. Now, it's not just in health where we have an infrastructure gap. It runs across many industries, many countries. But Afreximbank is not standing still. Afreximbank is empowering engineering and construction companies across Africa. And here to tell us how they're doing it and what they've achieved, please welcome the Director of Trade, Investment and Corporate Finance at Afreximbank, Mr. Ayman Al-Zogbi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me, I'd like to use the mic and walk around the stage if it's possible. I know that everybody is tired, but I promise you in less than 10 minutes I'll be doing my presentation. My name is Ayman Al-Zobi, and I handle Intra-African trade, investment, and corporate finance. Today, I'll be talking to you about our EPC initiative, which is the Engineer, Procure, and Construct initiative, under which Afreximbank is trying to support African construction companies to win and execute infrastructure projects across Africa. But before I bore you further with all the facts and numbers, let me tell you a very short story. We were once working with an African construction company to help them win and execute a project in another African country. And all of a sudden, the head of state of that country called President Oramah and told him, look, we seem to have a better offer from a European construction company, and we would like Afreximbank to direct the financing to that company. And President Oramah said, no, our financing is exclusive to support our African indigenous construction companies. The head of state went on and said, but their offer is better, and your African construction company is very slow in responding. President Oramah said, still, our financing is exclusive to help our African indigenous construction companies. And that is how this African construction company won that project. It was an Egyptian company, by the way. But then we realized that there is a problem. And as much as there is a gap and a problem in the infrastructure in Africa, there is also a challenge inherent in our African construction companies that need to be dealt with. And this is how it all started. When we realized that challenge, those African construction companies need capacity, need market information, need financing, need training, need information, need capacity, need workshops, need everything to be able to win and execute infrastructure projects. And as usual, President Oramah had the vision that Afreximbank must step in and step up and do something about it, and that's how the EPC initiative came to life. It's an initiative that was launched by Afreximbank to help African construction companies win and execute contracts and be able to compete with international players across the continent and help bridge the infrastructure gap. We have two main pillars. Of course, the financing arm is one of them, by giving tailor-made, innovative financing solutions directly and indirectly, funded and unfunded, to the projects and the African EPCs to be able to do those projects, but also, and more importantly, by providing facilitation services. Through twinning services, we help those companies win contracts. We take them by hand to the African governments and the projects and give them the opportunity to bid for and show their experiences and capabilities. We do capacity building through training and helping them on how to win and bid for contracts across the continent. We give them market information. We give them the recent trends in the infrastructure space in Africa. And we have developed an EPC platform, which is a digital platform through which those African construction companies can have a direct access to opportunities being bid for across the continent. So, as Dr. Lombi said this morning, to put vision into execution, let me walk you through some of the achievements we've done so far under this initiative. So far, we were able to support African construction companies to do infrastructure projects in 16 African countries. And also, under the Global Africa, we went far and beyond into the Caribbean region, and we were able to do projects in 4 Caribbean countries: Grenada, St. Lucia, Barbados, and the Bahamas. And even beyond, we helped some of the Egyptian construction companies to export their construction services outside into the Gulf region, Singapore, and we're helping one of them now to penetrate the German market. In total, a number of 32 projects were able to be done and supported under this initiative so far in diversified sectors: ports, bridges, roads, power stations, you name it. So many diversified sectors across Africa. And we're able to help and support, through facilitation and financing, 21 African and Caribbean construction companies. In terms of financial figures, so far a total value of $15.6 billion worth of projects were supported under this initiative. A total value of $8 billion worth of financing and twinning services were deployed to those African construction companies. And Dr. Olombi will have $3.6 billion of pipeline that is still to be done. In terms of capacity building, so far we're able to deploy 5 EPC workshops in which we have trained a lot of EPC contractors, working with my colleagues in Egypt, Nigeria, Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. So as much as the numbers speak for themselves, the project stories behind them are far greater, and the developmental impact is far deeper than any chart that can ever depict. Let me give you some of those examples very briefly. In North Africa, for example, we worked with a number of construction companies. We helped some of them export their services outside of the continent. We helped some of them build the Rufiji Dam in Tanzania, which is arguably the largest intra-African project ever done on the continent so far. It was done solely by African capacities. And we helped Somajek of Morocco build a state-of-the-art marine jetty in Djibouti, which helped Djibouti to become a regional hub in the oil and gas trade in East Africa. Similarly, in other regions in West Africa, we've worked with a number of construction companies on a road network connecting from Côte d'Ivoire all the way to Mali. In South Africa, we worked with a company in Angola and helped them build a stadium in Côte d'Ivoire that allowed Côte d'Ivoire to host the Cup of Nations finals, and we supported another one to export their services beyond their homeland into Mozambique and Ghana. Similarly, in East Africa, we're trying to work with a company in Uganda to help build road networks in Tanzania and Kenya. And we've not forgotten our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. We're also supporting 2 Caribbean construction companies to help them do roads, bridges connecting the islands, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Well, as I conclude, I would like also to, and always to conclude with a message. So my message here today is that we've all heard today and witnessed the Mansa Musa performance where everybody was shouting and wondering, where is the gold, where is the gold? Well, the gold is in our minds and in our hearts. And all those things are true examples of what Africans can do when they come together under one common cause. And it was none than Afreximbank that brought them together. And for that, we thank you, President Oramah. We thank you so much. Yes. We thank you for shaping Afreximbank into that catalyst and that enabler. We thank you for your vision. We thank you for your leadership. And more importantly, we thank you for empowering all of us to bring all those accomplishments to life. Those accomplishments will not only stand as part of your enduring legacy, they will also serve as the very foundation and benchmark for all that you aspire to achieve next. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you all for listening. God bless you all. Thank you.
And thank you, Ayman. You're absolutely right. The impact of Professor Oramah and Afreximbank is incredible. Take a look at the screens.
In 2015, Professor Oramah set out to turn Afreximbank into the engine room for a resilient Africa through trade. At the same time, the commodity slump echoed the shocks of the 1980s, and the determination to deal with the turmoil that had given rise to Afreximbank returned. Africa would handle the storm with its own hands and its own institutions again. Dealing with the 2015 and 2016 commodity shock head-on, Oramah rallied the response. He set the tone and direction for the future. From the COVID-19 disruption of 2020 and 2021 to the Ukraine-related fallout from 2022 to 2024, the bank moved with steady continental reach. It projected self-reliance and staying power when it mattered most. When liquidity tightened, Afreximbank scaled up. Through COTRALF, $10 billion helped countries meet trade obligations during the slump, keeping supply lines open and obligations met. In the pandemic years of 2020 and 2021, disbursements reached at least $26 billion. They bridged budgets, protected trade, and sustained investment in growth sectors across the continent. As the Ukraine war rattled food and fuel flows, the bank followed through again with $50 billion between 2022 and 2023 to support essential imports and finance trade and development programs. In moments of pressure, Africa now had a first point of call, its own crisis architecture. COTRALF for the commodity shock, Patimfa Navat during COVID-19, and UCAFPA in response to the Ukraine crisis. Beyond crisis response, the bank fueled intra-African trade, integration, and empowerment. Afreximbank became the principal financier and partner to the AFCFTA Secretariat, helping the single market move from aspiration to operation. PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, matured into a working ecosystem. It launched the PAPS African Currency Marketplace and PAPS Card, the first Pan-African card scheme. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund backed a fair transition to tariff-free trade. The Africa Trade Gateway digitized opportunity, connecting exporters, importers, and financiers through PAPS, Mansa, ATEX, TradeLink, and ATG Connect. In parallel, the first 4 editions of the Intra-African Trade Fair drew over 180,000 visitors and 6,600 exhibitors. Together, they generated more than $158 billion in deals. On the ground, the bank stood behind Africa's largest industrial achievements. Support to the Dangote refinery totaled $5.5 billion, the world's largest single train facility. It pushed self-sufficiency and value addition in energy. Through Afreximbank's decade-long $2 billion funding relationship with Arise integrated industrial platforms, special economic zones from Gabon and Benin to Togo turned raw inputs into finished goods, cotton into textiles, timber into furniture, harvests into consumer products, minerals into higher value outputs. These, says investments, transformed local economies, creating jobs, reducing poverty, and restoring dignity. Afreximbank also released a $450 million global credit facility for CESs in Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Malawi, and beyond. It is expected to generate $5 billion in exports and 170,000 jobs. To put Made in Africa on more shelves, the Africa Trade and Distribution Company took shape. It aggregated, branded, and distributed African goods, reinforced by national export trading companies. Africa's orange economy received a dedicated runway. The Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, accelerated creative industries with funding doubled to $2 billion. A planned $1 billion film fund through FEDER adds depth to that pipeline, backing talent, retaining intellectual property, and linking culture to industrialization. In Abuja, the $750 million 500-bed African Medical Center of Excellence is designed to stem the roughly $25 billion that leave the continent each year in medical tourism. Across value chains, African quality assurance centers are providing testing and certification. Collaboration with ARSO is advancing harmonized standards, making it easier for everyday goods to move across borders. Afreximbank as an institution also expanded in lockstep with its mission. Total assets and guarantees grew from under $6 billion in 2015 to over $43 billion by 2025. Revenues reached historic levels above $3.4 billion, with net income around $1 billion. Shareholders' funds rose from just over $1 billion to $7.5 billion, providing ballast when global finance looked away. Liquidity sources diversified too, including Panda and Samurai bonds. African resources climbed to roughly 30% of total liquidity, an international strategy to tap Africa's own savings for Africa's development. To meet specialized needs, Afreximbank evolved into a group with tailored mechanisms. FEDER began closing the continent's estimated $110 billion equity gap, investing in manufacturing, agribusiness, logistics, financial services, and digital infrastructure. Afrexinsure created a single entry point for specialty insurance. The Africa Project Preparation Fund focused on building bankable pipelines, most recently signing an agreement with the South African government expected to unlock $750 million in investment. And Afreximbank Africa Trade Centers established permanent hubs for dialogue, matchmaking, and deal-making, with new centers progressing from Barbados to Rwanda. The bridge to the diaspora also arose, following the AU's 2008 recognition of the diaspora as Africa's 6th region. The bank helped translate aspiration into action. Active in the Caribbean, a Caribbean office, and AACT in Bridgetown. The Global Africa Gateway in New York, knitting together over 2 billion people of African descent into a coherent economic network. At the first 4 actives, more than $6.3 billion worth of deals were signed and over 8,100 delegates welcomed. The idea was simple: align capital, skills, and markets across borders, and opportunity multiplies on both sides. Marcus Garvey once spoke of Africa's redemption arriving like a storm. The bank's answer is practical: build systems, pool resources, and set our own standards so shocks don't decide our future. Others don't decide our destiny. Under Professor Oramah's guidance, the legacy is clear: resilience, integration, and bold innovation, anchored in institutions that outlast any single crisis. When Africans fund, govern, and scale their own solutions, prosperity and dignity stop being promises and start reading like plans.
Now, how many of you were with us last month in Algeria for the Intra-Africa Trade Fair? Wasn't it incredible? How many of you, if you clap your hands if you were there? It's quite a remarkable platform, one of the platforms, the powerful platforms that have been created under the tenure of President Professor Oramah. And you know, when I was there, one of the things that really gets me is I look to my left and I see a Moroccan. I look to my right, I see a Nigerian. I look there, I see someone from Madagascar, someone from Ghana, all coming together and doing trade, not just talking, but doing trade with the ability to use the African Continental Free Trade Area, PAPS, the Africa Trade Gateway, and all these tools and platforms that make trade possible and break down borders. So it's an incredible platform. I call it, in fact, this is why I call Prof. I always call you the Panafricanist 2.0, because it was Panafricanism 2.0 in motion. Now, to tell us more about the IATF journey, please give a warm round of applause to the MD for Strategy and Product Development at Afreximbank, Dr. Gainmore Zanamwe.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I will just stand on existing protocols. I was told that this is actually a Nigerian invention, but the jury is still out to confirm that. So I think Mark has already started with some of the key initiatives that we have been implementing at Afreximbank. I'll just take you through some of the key impactful initiatives that Professor Oramah led in terms of conceptualizing and also execution. And I'll also probably, before I do that, try to take you to more or less the same time that we'll be having tomorrow. This is 2015 when Professor Oramah was basically inaugurated. And the very first thing that runs through his speech, if you actually look at his investiture, is his message about intra-African trade. He actually said, I quote, "I have searched for answers in my many years of strategy work at Afreximbank and come to the conclusion that the very low levels of intra-African trade holds back Africa's emergence as a significant and a sustainable global economic power." He went on to say that to address this challenge, we will make the promotion and facilitation of intra-African trade the cornerstone of our work. Remember 2015, that was the year when we had a number of crises. Remember 2015, this is when very few people were talking about intra-African trade. If they were to talk about intra-African trade, they will be telling you about the obstacles to intra-African trade and how it cannot be done. Then intra-African trade was not fashionable, but Professor Oramah, being a visionary, said we need to focus on intra-African trade. And that was basically the birth of the intra-African trade strategy, which is basically based on three key pillars: create, connect, and deliver. I will not go into detail on those. But most importantly, he appointed the Executive Vice President, Kanayo Awani, to lead most of the initiatives. And with the support of Professor Oramah and EVP Kanayo, we implemented about 40 products and initiatives to focus on promoting and supporting intra-African trade. Professor Oramah realized that to deal with intra-African trade, you cannot just throw the finance, but you need to focus on other trade facilitation interventions. These are the ones that we've been focusing on. Mark has already covered the Intra-African Trade Fair, but I don't know where, Professor, you were around 1963. You probably were a toddler when the AU was actually talking about the importance of intra-African trade. And when Professor came, he implemented the OAU decision about intra-African trade as though he was in the room when it was being discussed, because because he led the conceptualization, he led the execution of the big event and the success that we achieved in Algeria. He also provided support in terms of ensuring that after the last edition we had in Algeria, IATF should also stand as an entity to avoid what happened in the past. And these are the achievements that we've actually attained with Professor Oramah's leadership. I will not go through them, but another important initiative is the collaborative transit guarantee scheme that he also helped us to implement, which will ensure that with a single transit bond, you can move goods from Cape Town to Cairo. And he also helped us to conceptualize and implement the 10 billion AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, which actually made the FCFTA a reality. That did not also stop there. He also helped us to implement the African Continental Trading Company. I will not focus much on it, but it's a key tool that the bank is going to use to aggregate products that are going to be produced in various African countries and take them to the market and control the supply chains. Because if we don't control the supply chains, we will not be able to add value to our resources. He also supported us to implement the automotive strategy to ensure that we don't just continue importing the pre-loved vehicles from outside the continent, but we can actually manufacture our own vehicles on the African continent using the AFCFTA. He also went to support a number of initiatives, including the harmonization of standards. To date, we've harmonized close to 700 standards that will facilitate the movement of goods in the continent. He helped us to conceptualize the border markets initiatives to ensure that we remove the barriers to allow goods to move throughout the borders, as well as the buyers program that is going to reorient buyers to buy from Africa rather than buying things from outside the continent when those goods can be found here in Egypt or in South Africa or in Algeria where we were. And he also is a visionary and a thought leader. He conceptualized the Africa Direct Investment Initiative, which helps us to focus on using our resources to address the African challenges. And in conclusion, I want to say, Professor Oramah, thank you for your vision on intra-African trade. When he took the initiative on intra-African trade, we managed to increase intra-African trade from around 3% of the bank's portfolio of intra-African trade share to now almost 34%, which is a big feat that was achieved under Professor Oramah. But he has always been reminding us that don't relax, because there are so many people who are not happy with some of the interventionist things that we are doing. He reminded, and I quote his words, "We are now engaged in a struggle, one fought with ideas, investments, industrialization, and not guns." Professor Oramah, we are ready with the generals in my team under the Intra-African Trade, led by EVP Kanayo, and also the incoming president, Dr. Elombi. We are ready not only to defend your legacy, but to work with Dr. Elombi to take it far and wide. Thank you very much, sir. You assisted the continent.
Thank you, gain more. I always gain more when I hear you. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, those were a lot of speakers, granted, but listen, Afreximbank has done a lot in the last 10 years. It's hard to pack it in to one day even. But you know, you have loyally stayed to hear all of those. So I think you deserve a break. Lunch, shall we have lunch? It's only going to be 45 minutes, so please be back here at 3:45. Before you go, let me tell you where it is. If you have a silver pin, lunch is in the Charisma Ballroom. Charisma Ballroom, right here in this building. So if you go out, the ushers will show you the Charisma Ballroom if you have a silver pin. For our VIPs who have gold pins, it's in the Chantel Ballroom. And that is in a building very close by. It's walking distance if you want to stretch your legs. If not, one of the ushers will show you to a golf cart, which will take you to the Chantel Ballroom. So once again, silver pins, Charisma Ballroom here, gold pins, Chantel Ballroom very nearby. I'll see you back here at 3:45. See you later. to look forward to, because we've got an incredible concert tonight, and I hope to see you let your hair down if you have hair. I don't have hair. But anyway, I hope that I see you on the dance floor later this evening. But we still have a few things, very important things to get through for the end of the program. The tributes are not a small thing. We've got some incredible people lined up for you, some captains of industry and some heads of states. They're all lined up waiting to give their tributes and thanks to 10 years of incredible transformation led by Professor Benedict Oramah. So let's get started. Now, we live in the age of artificial intelligence and digital transformation. It's everywhere. You can't escape it. And Afreximbank is at the forefront. It's been a trailblazer in overcoming the challenges of intra-Africa trade through digital innovations like PAPS and Africa Trade Gateway. These are two of Professor Oramah's proudest achievements in the 10 years that he has been our president. Now, here to tell us more about these technological game changers, please welcome the Managing Director of Strategy and Product Development at Afreximbank. A warm round of applause, please, to Emeka Uzogwe.
I shall stand on all protocols established. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. It is with profound gratitude that I am with you here today to make valediction on behalf of my boss, my boss's boss, our digital leader, and the digital colossus. We are here to celebrate not just a remarkable career, we are here to celebrate not just a remarkable career, but a profound transformation, a digital transformation that was conceived and steered meticulously by one visionary leader. I speak about Professor Benedict Oramah. When we speak about digital infrastructure as an enabler for growth and integration in Africa, we are actually talking about the last 10 years of Professor Oramah. He didn't just adapt to the future, he built one for Africa. But to truly appreciate the structures that he built, we must remember the friction he fought to eliminate. For too long, African trade was a journey fraught with friction, from fragmentation, whether in payment systems, in regulations, in logistics, again, exacerbated by the atomic nature of the countries in the continent. Whether it's in trust deficits, stopping businesses from trading across the border, or the information black hole in the continent. The president saw these challenges not as obstacles, but as digital opportunities waiting to be unlocked and exploited. In response, he articulated what was called Ramses. Ramses obviously comes from the inspiration of the Egyptian king, Ramses II. Today, he has achieved godlike status. The inspiration also comes that whatever that we are building in Ramses at the time was to actually stay for generations ahead of us. We're embarked on this journey, one platform at a time. But a journey of this magnitude never goes smoothly. We started with Mansa, focusing on due diligence challenges in the continent. Why that was done, we faced resistance from central banks in acting as verifiers on the platform. President Oramah personally engaged the central bank governors. He framed the issue not as Afreximbank products, but a Pan-African necessity, as an enabler that would restore the integrity and credibility of the entire African financial system. His message was very simple. We must solve this together. Why, at the same time, we also have banks hesitant to put or pull sensitive CD information onto the platform. I recall the moment he made a strategic pivot, directing to us, particularly to the head of Master Business, pivot the business model, sell the value to the banks directly. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Mansa has nearly 400 commercial banks on the platform. 50% of central banks are on that platform. 7,000 African corporates and SMEs are on the platform, representing 40% of listed companies in Africa. His leadership turned a challenge into a continental consensus. And we ask ourselves, if we didn't intervene, would we have achieved what we achieved? The answer is simple, no. Mr. President, thank you, sir. If Mansa was about trust, Pan-African payment and settlement system was about integration and African sovereignty, a lesson that took me time to learn. Why, at early stages, we are grappling with the choice of pilot countries? Where do we start? Because we knew we could not deploy a system across the continent once. The debate was which countries to select. The team, including my former boss, Dr. Chola, I don't know if he's here, Emeka Onya, and others. President cut through the complexities, and he said, gentlemen, the criteria should be simple. I want you to look at selecting countries with different currencies, different exchange rate regimes, different legal system. So you represent what Africa is in the pilot. He knew the platform had to be robust and tested across Africa's real-world heterogeneity. The demand was non-negotiable. Again, it paid off. Today, as our CEO, Paps and his team are rolling across Africa, it has been seamless. One would have imagined if he did not actually intervene. But let me also say that today, the Paps, they have done no less than $400 million in transaction values. They have onboarded nearly 50% of African central banks. In terms of commercial banks, they have over 154 commercial banks participating on that system, and they've actually moved ahead in revenue, which is more than $4.5 million. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. But remember, it wasn't about the revenue. It was about the African sovereignty, and that's what the president stood for. Mr. President, thank you very much. If PAPS was others, the development of Africa Trade Gateway, which is the realization of the Ramses, was our Mountain Everest. When we started, the team had only the president's vision statement. You know, Mr. President does not ask you to go and do something. He writes. Again, I think if we remember what the president talked about, he has both the vision and execution, and executes flawlessly. When he gives you an assignment, it takes time to write anything from 1.5 pages to 2 pages of what he asks you to go and do. There's always clarity. But the team debated, what is the approach in design? For 2 weeks, there were doubts by many, not because we're calling anybody anything. Obviously, there's always different opinions in how to go forward in an assignment. Some felt this scale of ecosystem engineering was simply not possible in the bank. After a few weeks, the President said, gentlemen, I think you should focus on maximum utility and network effects by designing an ecosystem around customers' end-to-end journey and experience. Mr. President, I never told you, you were the chief architect of ATG and chief sponsor. I didn't want to say the chief architect, I was deputy chief architect, because if I say I'm deputy, you will lose my salary, and I didn't want my salary to be less. Apologies, I can say that now. His personal investment was comprehensive. Let me remind all of us, so history shall record it. Professor Oramah set up a weekly meeting on ATG. For all the months this was going on, he attended every single weekly meeting of the ATG, whether he's in Cairo or not in Cairo. The worst he can do is to shift the meeting by hours. He will always be there. He didn't just rubber stamp decisions. He debated features that should be on this digital ecosystem. Ensure resources were always provided on time, and that risks are mitigated effectively. What comes across to all of us, and the message he conveyed, was that ATG is the bank of the future. And that's what it is today. Gentlemen and ladies, the vision is realized. ATG is delivering the promise as promised. Mr. President, you were pivotal in articulating ATG positioning as the digital backbone of the AFCTN. But its impact today is more than a backbone. I dare say that ATG is actually a trade supporting institution, just like Afreximbank. If we were to take ATG and put aside, it's an institution, providing the same services that Afreximbank is also providing. Again, digitally. Because it provides shared services, digital infrastructure that lowers cost of trading for everyone. What you have taught me and my colleagues, and as we have looked at what those people have spoken before me, you mentioned when it comes to digital, we recognize technology is not just an add-on. It is a fundamental to our business model, to our strategy, and to our operation. You have left, as you are going behind, a bank and an Africa, equipped with the digital infrastructure of the future. You have given us the foundation for unicorns to emerge within the ATG. I dare say today, Mr. President, there will be 3 unicorns in ATG in the few years to come. We invite you back to celebrate that. As I conclude, President Oramah has handed us the keys to digitally empowered Africa. He has transformed the way we relate with information, data, and clients. Your legacy is not just in the platforms you have built, but in the millions of traders, SMEs, and governments whose lives are now easier, whose costs are now lower, and whose opportunities are now boundless. Mr. President, you embrace the future, you overcame the obstacle, you instilled in us the belief that technology can and will make Africa globally competitive. Thank you, Mr. President, for your courage, your clarity, your unwavering belief in the power of digital innovation to drive Africa's destiny. We stand firmly on the foundations you have built. I didn't want to quote Chairman Mao like my colleague. I'll go to generals that I like, either Alexander the Great or Julius Caesar. But for this moment, I will quote Julius Caesar. Mr. President, Benny, Bidi, Bichi. You came, you saw, you conquered. We wish you a deserved, peaceful, and joyful retirement. Thank you, sir. Just for a moment, we have a digital gift, Mr. President, and if possible, we want to invite you to the stage to pass that gift to you. And while he's coming, we are inviting EVP Haysam and EVP Kanaya to join the podium. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Emeka. Thank you very much. And thank you. Congratulations. Oh, he's here. Okay, let's come and let's take a quick picture. We were looking for you. That's fantastic. One last, please, President, one last picture. Quickly squeeze in. Photographers are they ready and snap away. Yes, fantastic. Yes, you'll be here. Emeka also joined. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, the African Union has recognized the African diaspora as the continent's 6th region. And it's a powerful symbol of unity for Africans that stretches beyond geography. Few institutions have done more than Afreximbank to bring Africa's people together across oceans, connecting cultures, connecting communities and opportunities through trade, through investment, and through a shared vision for Africa, its children, its brothers and sisters. Now, the Director of Creatives and Diaspora at Afreximbank is probably the best person to tell you more about what Afreximbank has done to join Africa's continents together. So please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Temwa Gondwe.
Thank you. Allow me to stand on existing protocols in the interest of time. When Professor Oramah spoke of connecting the dots of global Africa, he wasn't simply talking about trade. In his usual style, I believe he was invoking a higher calling of restoration, a calling of economic emancipation and sovereignty. Today, we are celebrating not just what the bank has built, but really what has been reawakened under the leadership of Professor Oramah. A sense of belonging, of shared history and destiny that transcends borders. Under Professor Oramah, the bank has transformed what was a dream of having global African unity into a connection that now includes the Caribbean, the Americas, and the global diaspora as equal stakeholders in Africa's story of renewal. Our journey begins with a strategy, as with all things in the bank, perhaps even a concept note. Our Intra-African trade strategy, launched in 2016, boldly defined intra-African trade with an emphasis on the N, to include Africans in the diaspora. And through this expanded vision, we have been executing a diaspora strategy which is around a number of interlocking pillars, including promoting trade and investment, mobilizing savings and investment, facilitating knowledge and skills exchange, research and advocacy, and of course, engagements with diaspora communities. For us, this framework has transformed what was once aspirational into actionable initiatives that have turned cultural and historical ties into measurable economic outcomes. The possibilities for global Africa are vast if one looks at the global African economy. 2 billion people around the world are of African descent. A combined GDP in PPP terms of around $12 trillion. Remittances are now at an annual level of 100 billion. One just has to look at the potential of what this global economy, this global African economy would be if we're able to tap these markets in these communities and connect them in a beneficial way. In the words of Professor Oramah, and allow me to quote, "Africa and its diaspora are indivisible, united by heritage, empowered by commerce and investment, destined for greatness. The bridges we have built must lead to highways of trade, investment, culture, and prosperity, ensuring that the world cannot move forward without Africa." In the interest of time, I'll not be able to highlight what the journey has been so far, but just allow me to highlight a few milestones. In 2018, the diaspora strategy was launched. This is the institutionalization of the recognition of the African diaspora as the continent's sixth region. In 2022, we, on the sidelines of the inaugural Africa Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, we signed partnership agreements with 8 CARICOM countries, and now we have 13 CARICOM countries who are participating states in Afreximbank. And subsequent to that, we have had other Africa Caribbean Trade and Investment Forums in Guyana, in Bahamas, and more recently in Grenada. In 2023, we opened the Caribbean Regional Office in Barbados, And within 2 years, over 700 million in trade and investment transactions have been approved. And last year in 2024, the bank extended its global Africa footprint with the launch of the Afreximbank Global Africa Gateway in New York. Through this initiative, we embarked on a comprehensive diaspora economic study, rolled out a professionals program, and we have interns that have been placed in African corporations like Arise, ETG, and others. This trajectory from strategic approval to institutional presence, from Caribbean partnerships to diaspora engagement in the United States reflects the execution prowess of Professor Oramah. And today, indeed, we should celebrate it. I would like to end with a personal story around my own journey following Professor Oramah to the Caribbean. I remember very clearly it was on 25th of September 2021. I got a call from Dr. Gain Mozanamwe, who was my senior manager then, and said, Temwa, you have to leave immediately and join President. You are going to Barbados on a state visit. Of course, I was a bit hesitant. I said, are you sure? Is it me? You want me to join President? So he says, yes, you. So in the back of my mind, I said, the reason he wants me to join is because maybe he's on, Gainway is on leave, and he just wants me to fill the space so that he doesn't break his leave. You can imagine at that time, we were a unit of 2 people. So leave was a very scarce commodity. So anyway, I got on the flight. We joined President in Lagos. President had meetings in the morning in Lagos. We then moved to Abuja. He also had meetings in Abuja. We got on the flight to start off for Barbados. The start was very heavy. There was a storm. But after waiting a little bit, we got in the air. So for me, it was the first time in a confined space like this with Professor Oramah. In my mind, I was like, okay, we'll take off. President has had a full day in Nigeria. He wants to rest. And then we'll take things from there. The moment the flight stabilized, he said, can I have the documents on the diaspora? So I took the documents to him. I gave him. I said, you are the officer who's working on our diaspora. I hesitantly said, yes, President, I am. He looked at it after going through the pages. He says, no. As presented, this won't work. This is looking more at what we can attract to Africa. We're going to the Caribbean. We need to relook at our interventions because it's now what we are bringing to the Caribbean. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the flight was about developing the Caribbean initiative. We were met in Barbados with Judge Byron, who was here, with Lane St. Louis, who's also here, and they helped us with the framing. They would help us with framing the partnership agreement, and of course engaging Caribbean countries to join. But when on our way back on that flight, signed an MOU, and you can see in the picture there, he's signing the MOU with Honorable Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. President then said, I hope this MOU I've signed does not gather dust. It will be very consequential to the bank. So I came back, I briefed my boss, the Executive Vice President, Mrs. Kanara-Wani, and she looked at me in her usual way, smiled, and said, Temwa. I said, yes, madam. Opportunity in this bank disguises itself as work. So you have to now form an interdepartmental team, and you have to pursue all these items that have been put here. And she chaired that team, and I can say proudly that the rest is history. Looking ahead, we're expanding to the wider Caribbean. As you know, the ships did not stop in the islands. They go to Colombia, they go to Brazil, they go to Dominican Republic, Panama, and others. We are going to form the Global Africa Commission. It's very important that as an African people, wherever we are pulling one same or the same economic agenda. And lastly, it would have been amiss of me not to make mention of another feather in Professor Oramah's cap. Even though, Mark, you asked me to speak only about diaspora, but I could not find space in my heart to only stand here and speak about Global Africa without mentioning CANEX. And for that, I invite you to enjoy the video.
As long as you're an African, you call to us, we will support you.
In 2019, a vision transformed into reality with the launch of the Creative Africa Nexus, an initiative that would go on to capture international attention and acclaim. CANEX isn't a simple initiative, but rather a holistic and complex series of interventions aimed at nothing less than transforming Africa's creative sector, brought to life by Professor Benedict Oramah, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the African Export-Import Bank, who had the foresight to recognize the potential of Africa's creative and cultural sectors to drive growth, alleviate poverty, uplift the youth, and fuel the powerful narrative of a global Africa.
Be proud to be African, yeah? Be proud. Seriously. You should know that Afreximbank is behind you.
Afreximbank came in, shed light on us, and now they're even making other people look at the creative industries like, oh wow, this is an industry worth investing in.
Now, after 6 remarkable years, CANEX is at a tipping point with its undeniable impact in Africa and beyond.
President Oramah's vision has gone a long way in affirming how important African creatives are.
We couldn't have asked for a better leader to take us on this journey. And the impact we've made has been nothing short of phenomenal.
Today, we take a moment to reflect on these incredible successes achieved under President Oramah's leadership and to pay homage and heartfelt thanks as he steps into the next chapter of his journey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're just my president, President Oramah. All the lives that have been touched by CANEX, on all our behalf, thank you, and we wish you the best, even as you carry on in all your endeavors going forward.
We love you, we care about you. All I want to say, congratulations and thank you for an amazing ride. Good luck and goodbye.
His legacy will endure, and we are proud to have known and met him at the Basketball Africa League and at NBA Africa. We salute you.
On behalf of the co-founders of Vanuvangwe and our artisan communities, I extend our deepest gratitude for your visionary leadership. A brand born from the heart of a little girl in Zimbabwe has grown into one of Africa's recognized fashion brands. Personally, I have stood in rooms I never imagined I would enter, all because of Afreximbank and CANEX. And what stood out most was your personal interest and enthusiasm for our different journeys. You made leadership human, accessible, and deeply inspiring.
President Oramah is an African. Babu Oramah, wahambe kahle. Thank you.
As I look ahead, I see even greater opportunities
to use Kennex to turn our creative content into the commodity that will change Africa.
I want to salute Professor Benedict Oramah as not only an icon, but an hero of African people wherever they're found.
The days when African creatives are taken advantage of by the rest of the world will soon be over.
He's been the leader, he's been the light. We just follow his pathway. I don't think there's anybody else that I know of who has been more passionate. Kudos to him.
Thank you, President Oramah.
Thank you, President Oramah. Yeah! Wow. You always amaze me, Dave, but I didn't even know you were an accomplished guitarist like that. You have so many skills. Well, one of the things you do is where others see borders, yes, you see bridges. And perhaps one of the most powerful examples of this is the bank's link to CARICOM. That's the Caribbean community. It's really making what we call global Africa a reality, not just a slogan, but a reality. Now, the next speaker once described it so poetically. He said, first the courtship began, then came the marriage, the signing of the partnership agreement. Then that was followed by the birth of some bouncing babies, exciting new ventures like the Afreximbank office and a forthcoming trade center in Barbados. And there are many, many more bridges connecting Africa and the Caribbean. So to share this remarkable story, please welcome a gentleman, he's originally from Haiti, who has been a driving force in turning global Africa from a vision into a reality. His name is Mr. Lane St. Louis, and he's the founder and CEO of Chesapeake Global Advisors.
Hey, good afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Try to keep this a little bit light. I'm going to, just from piggyback from Mia Motley, what she said, we're dealing with a hero and a global icon. I mean, that speaks for itself, and that gets me started. You're really right. So to go right through the presentation, it's really an honor to be here. To speak to all of you about this wonderful man, wonderful experience, wonderful institution at this really, really special celebration. After with the sixth region being the Caribbean and the diaspora, and what the AAU done and the African leadership making a decision about how to move forward, with the diaspora, I got a call from President Oramah, saying that, hey, this is what we were thinking about doing, as Temwa just alluded to a few minutes ago. And during that discussion, the President wanted to see how we can go about getting in touch with people in the Caribbean, and notably starting with PM Motley. And he spoke a little bit, as a historian, spoke a little bit about the, Babacar Ndiaye and those who helped create the institution, who I actually had the privilege of meeting Babacar in Boston as a graduate student, and his children as well. I think a few of them are here with us today. And he was talking about the crafting of the partnership agreement that was going to be the seminal document to guide this new relationship. If you know anything about the bank, as all of you I'm sure do, the bank thinks outside the box. And the partnership agreement was clearly a document that was outside the box, that was crafted in order to enable the CARICOM community to come along. So after speaking with President, we decided to create a team. And I believe my esteemed senior brothers here, Sir Dennis Byron, who made this long haul to come here because for him, this has been his work all his life, being from St. Lucia and St. Kitts. And he's here in the back, so I'm glad he's here with us to appreciate this special occasion. So we developed a strategy to first reach out to PM Motley, who, as you can see from even the slides that Temwa just played, is really a significant personality and somebody that really is passionate about global Africa. So that's when I say that the dating begins, so to speak, where, I went back and looked at some of the initial letters from 2021 that were drafted by President, by PM Motley, and exactly what was in those letters is exactly what has happened to this day, which is really amazing. And what you find is that the first impressions, when people are just meeting, when you're just dating even, right? You're not sure, whether this is real. We heard rumors about, we've heard promises before. People have come before to say, yeah, we want to do this, we want to do that, but none of it has happened. Some people even were telling the president, are you going to the Caribbean because you're looking for vacation spots? You want to go enjoy yourself and go to the beaches of the Caribbean. But President had a plan, and he had a team to support that plan. And so that's when the partnership agreement came with, the board secretariat and the general counsel putting a document together that to today stands the test of time. As Temwa just alluded to, where we have 13 out of the 14 independent Caribbean nations have joined. And I think that's a significant tribute to the work of Professor Oramah, because when he goes talk to someone, you can tell that this brother, this friend, is all about the business. And when he says something, he backs it up with concrete action, as I think all of you have said here today. So, and then, as Temwa was saying as well earlier, we piggyback, obviously working with the Intra-African trade group led by EVP Kanayo and the members of his team. The next picture, as Temwa had up as well, for me was very critical, because when you date, you got to do things to show that, hey, this is serious, right? I'm serious. And in the letter, they're talking about, me and Motley, PM went right away, well, you're going to set something up? What are you going to do? And this was, for me, the foundational moment, because now, the president was talking about coming, but now we're on the ground. We have a beachhead on the ground, and for me, that's what this picture represents on August 4th, 2023, which was a year after the first active, where, and the next page, where Temwa was speaking about, the number of nations that signed up. But even with that, there was a backstory. We had conversations, a few strategy sessions, sometimes late at night, as Dr. Alombi alluded to, speaking about different things. And, President said, listen, what we will do is we'll start announcing, because based upon the experience on the continent of Africa, once you start announcing, the other PMs who are in the room or representing the government, they'll go call back to their respective PMs and heads to see if they can get approval to sign too, because now they're embarrassed that they're not part of the group. So that was part of our discussions and strategy, and home below, what happens is that we get all those signatures as people start coming up, the first, the second, the third, other people started reaching out exactly as President Oramah had indicated to sign. And this is why today we're at 13 out of 14 CARICOM nations. And then Temwa mentioned also the different actives that we've had. And for me, actually, President Oramah sent an article out, I'm sure to a lot of his friends recently, that was talking about the Pan-African Congresses that were taken back in the 40s and the 50s and 60s, so forth, where Caribbeans and Africans were meeting in London, in Europe, and so forth. And for me, the actives, what it represents, to me at least, is the global African icons and titans that are developing their own environments and contributing to creating a better world every day. And now if you look in the news, you go to your Google, your different sites, there's a story every day almost where you have a PM from the Caribbean going to an African continent, the visa restrictions are being done away with, and so forth. So the date and the marriage has actually occurred, and you have a lot of that's taking place where activities are just taking place. You had, for example, in St. Kitts, you had someone organize a major trip where you had over 100 people fly on a private jet to come to St. Kitts for an event. You got all these things that are happening as a result of the foundation and the work that President Oramah and his team, have done. And then this picture here is one of my favorite ones because back in 2022, when we had the forum, you see the two main leaders who were leading the process at that time, President Oramah and Mia Motley, who really worked hard to get us started in the Caribbean, there, with us. So it was significant. Then to firm up the relationship, you have the launch in March 2025, you have the Africa Trade Center to ensure continuity, accountability, and coordination of initiatives. That's a very, very significant and symbolic, and this is a work that is ongoing and continuing right now in Barbados as well. And then, as it relates to late night conversations that EVP Alombi referred to, he said one of the things that happened was, as we were talking about global Africa, what is this global Africa? And what you had is that President was discussing the fact that people tend to name, for example, African Americans, or Black Americans. Every century, you find that a new name is adopted. And in that discussion came the concept of global Africa, that he said, hey, this should be a phrase that is coined to capture all of us, and so forth. And out of that, you have the Global Africa Coalition, Commission, that Temwa spoke about, that I'm not going to indulge in. And then you have on-ground realities, realities that are going on right now where, if you look on the ground, this mission that people thought was just going to be a mission for vacation and to have fun, as Temwa just said, we're getting close to $1 billion of spending, and the pipeline is very significant in the Caribbean right now, based upon information that was just shared with me this morning, even from the Barbados office. So for continuity and for looking ahead, I think we have PAPS that's to come. There was an amazing presentation that was done by that team, and the Caribbean is adopting that. You have the Caribbean Export Bank. You have Trinidad hoping to join soon. You have the creatives, and we hope that the numbers will increase in terms of investment. You have the diaspora that is increasingly becoming more involved. Even African Americans in the U.S., they're saying now they want to be more part of this global Africa that's taking place. You have FEDA that wants to come to the CARICOM, the Central Bank Depository Program that's looking heavily to come to the CARICOM. And with regional visits and investment forums, as we've had, I think this marriage is just going to get a lot stronger. And as it relates to, our president, our hero and visionary, the things that the Caribbean PMs and partners have alluded to throughout is that this is a man of courage to do what is right, that the president's word are indeed his bond, that he has, you can trust him, he has humility, inclusiveness. That's the word across the board as it relates to President Oramah. That service to Africa, Afreximbank, and the wider global community, family, all day, all night, with or without, red wine. So, and this statement here, a lot of people have stated it, so I'm not going to restate it. Only to say that when I was in college, the Caribbean was always overlooked because it's small islands, so forth. But what this has done is put the Caribbean directly on the map. And now that the President has shown that he was not taking a vacation from 2021 to 2025, what I think his friends and myself, we'd like to tell him now he can come for a true vacation. You know, now that his days here at the bank have been fulfilled, he can come for vacation, bring his family, his lovely wife Chinelo, and the girls, and some of us will follow him as well. So we thank you, President Oramah. We thank the Afreximbank team and all of you for being here.
Thank you very much, Lane. Thank you very much. And I noticed, actually, because I am eagle-eyed here, I noticed sitting between our dear Mrs. Chinelo and our #1 industrialist in Africa, Aliko Dangote here, right here. I think I spy the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. Please stand up, Dr. Terence Michael Drew, and acknowledge Global Africa, right there. Okay. Now, we quickly move on to a very quick presentation. Mr. Kofi Adomako is the former director and global head of project and asset-based finance. I'm going to bring him on now to describe how you, Prof, have led the team to deliver on the industrial development vision. Kofi, take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. It's a pleasure to be here. Afreximbank is my family. I work directly under Prof. Oramah from the year 2009 to 2020. And I'm proud of what Afreximbank has achieved and happy to be back. So, lots of things have been said already, some of which I'll cover, but I'll run over quite a good number of them and focus on the leadership of the man, Professor Oramah. Afreximbank in the 2010s was one of the key banks who were financing trade on the African continent. In those days, almost 80% of Africa's exports were commodities. And so Africa was shipping out gold, oil, and all the other commodities, losing jobs, losing value. Then came the shift in the strategy when Prof. Oramah in 2015 decided that the direction in which we should move is to add value, is to push for intra-Africa trade and integrate into global value chains. So we developed the industrial and export development strategy, which was hinged on 3 key pillars: to catalyze the formation of soft and hard infrastructure, to produce goods of good quality and high efficiency, and then also to trade and support institutions who would finance the trade of the goods that were produced and create markets for these commodities, or these products, sorry. But this came with a lot of challenges. Already, financing commodities alone was a challenge. Okay, it was a challenge on its own. And so the new strategy, the industrialization and export development strategy itself came with even more challenges. And we were wondering where we were going at the time, particularly given the challenges we were encountering. We needed to prove we were policy relevant. We needed funding, long-term capital, and financing at competitive pricing. We needed to ensure that legal frameworks were in place across the host countries where we wanted to develop some of these initiatives. We needed to get the private sector on board and let them understand to go for long-term. Although, if you went for short-term today, it was not going to be in the interest of their businesses and the country. So we needed to get partnership and buy-in from private sector. We also needed to execute quickly on a continent which was changing and evolving very fast. And we needed to ensure that whatever we introduced on the continent, whatever initiatives or programs, we managed to get them to the last milestone achieved, making sure that those who needed them received what we were doing. And so all these challenges were battled in the bank. We discussed issues in the bank because we developed concept notes. We discussed at management level, at exco level. We went deep into the night discussing all of these issues, and eventually it was the leadership direction. It was the ability for leadership of the bank to bring all staff together and convince us on the way we should move. If you work close with Oramah, one of the key things I realized he did in inducting us was first to build capacity among people. Oramah would make you believe in yourself. He will make you believe in the bank. He will make you believe in the continent. You needed to understand the challenges of the continent and believe that you were part of a solution. You didn't work in Afreximbank just by choice. You were privileged to work in Afreximbank, and you had to leave a legacy. We embraced challenges. When others walked away from challenges, we in Afreximbank embraced challenges, and the leadership encouraged us to do so. We embraced challenges. We made mistakes. If we didn't succeed the first time, we would try again. We created opportunities for others to follow. So mistakes were made, but we learned from those mistakes. We would also often create our own enabling environment, which we call the heavy lifting. You'll be going into a region or going into a particular market, and the environment was not conducive for some of the initiatives you wanted to do. But we couldn't wait for the environment to get conducive. And so we will be innovative and create an enabling environment so that we could implement the initiatives we wanted to do. And there was a lot of heavy lifting in there. And then we also kept the focus. It was all about intra-Africa trade, export development, industrialization. Anything you did, Oramah will ask you, where is the additionality? Where is the additionality? You needed to prove that we were not just doing what every other commercial bank would do, but we were doing things that were difficult. We were doing them because if we didn't do them, then the question was, who would? A lot of these initiatives have been spoken about by my colleague Ranti and others who have done a great job in bringing a lot of these things to fruition and completion. There were things around our export development programs in various African countries. It's far advanced now. Industrial parks and export processing zones are also a big thing in the bank today, very successful. The Africa Quality Assurance Centers, Ranti spoke about. All these things were the brainchild of Prof. Oramah. The Health and Medical Tourism Program and the COE, the Center of Excellence, and then the Project Preparatory Facility. Today, there's no project that happens in Africa without people or sponsors not asking, what role can Afreximbank play in this? And it is significant. Projects in Africa, just from conception to closing the deal, could take about 5 years. Today, you have Afreximbank who will help bring that to closure very quickly. And it is a really great thing that the bank has achieved. So a lot of these things have now been done. They were all under the industrialization and export development strategy, but they were done primarily because of the leadership and some of the leadership attributes of Oramah. Today, everybody has spoke about his visionary, his passion, his this, his that. But I want to tell you a story. Oramah also has a very soft heart. He's very emotional, and he has a very soft heart. I do remember when he was ill in the UK. At the time, my wife was also ill, but I had gone to visit Oramah. He was making good progress, and we had a good chat. And he asked me how my wife was faring, and I said to him all was good. And he said, Kofi, stop whatever you are doing and take care of her. The only thing we have is our family. And I felt that this man was sick, and he was telling me this. But typical Oramah also, just when I was leaving, he asked me, where are we with the Center of Excellence? We know, you see I'm here, we have to get it done. Me and you are privileged. So I came here and I'm being treated. But we have family all over Africa. What happens to them? They go out and they come back as baggage. So Oramah has a very soft heart. He ensures that he builds trust. And I think that's one of the greatest things that I learned from Oramah during my 11 years in Afreximbank. Oramah believes that leadership is all about trust. He will ignite that passion in you that will make you perform more than what science and management suggests. Oramah will ignite you to go beyond what is ordinary. And I think Afreximbank must ensure that his legacy lives on by ensuring that we create this single market and ensure that intra-African trade grows significantly by liberalizing trade and creating market access, by promoting industrial development to enhance value addition, and by ensuring that we adopt a sovereign payment and settlement system. We would then have led to introducing and embedding the AFCFTA agenda. And that is what Oramah has been working to. And so, my colleagues in Afreximbank, shareholders, friends, partners, and all, let us bring Afreximbank's and Oramah's legacy. Let's bring it to fruition. If we do that, we will make Africa a better place, and it will be for the good of all of us. So, Professor Oramah, you've done your best. It's been awesome. I'm very proud to be associated with you. In my life, after I left the bank, I didn't realize, but a lot of the things I learned from you. And it made me successful in my duties as I went back home. So thank you very much, and we wish you the very best. God bless Oramah. God bless Afreximbank. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kofi. Thank you very much. Now, you know, we talk about these projects, and often, you know, you can get lost in the data, and you can get lost in the kind of the project's development and all the rest of it. But, you know, seeing is believing, and one of the most powerful things I've ever seen, which really sort of brought home to me the transformative impact in the lives of Africans across this continent in terms of the work that Afreximbank does, we're going to talk about right now. If you go to Gabon, for years, Gabon was exporting raw timber and getting pennies on the dollar for its timber. It doesn't do that anymore. Gabon does not export raw timber. It now adds value to it and creates veneers, which gives value addition to one of its biggest exports. Go to Benin Republic, and you will see entire rows of young people, mothers, fathers, all working on looms, taking raw cotton and making it into cotton loom, adding value to that cotton that otherwise, for decades, has been exported to the West, to China and everything. And what does Africa, what does Benin Republic get? Peanuts. All that's changed. How? Special economic zones, industrial zones. One of the most powerful examples of Afreximbank's impact on the lives and livelihoods of Africans can be seen in these special economic zones. And Afreximbank's support for them in partnership with Arise IIP has helped transform these zones into thriving hubs of opportunity, jobs, and innovation across Africa's fast-growing economies. Please welcome the founder and CEO of Arise IIP to tell you more, Mr. Gagan Gupta.
Excellencies, Professor Oramah, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I will start with a little bit of a story. I think most of you have seen President Oramah with his notebook, which I see him now also. So I think what I'm going to present to you today and talk about is a culmination of multiple meetings with him over the last 15 years. And his notebook, he'll always take out and tell me, Gagan, this needs to be done, this needs to be done. And I think a small part of that has been accomplished, and I'll little bit share about that. I'll start a little bit with the background. I think all of us know, for decades, Africa's export structure has been dominated by raw materials. Over 75% exports are unprocessed cotton, cocoa, metal, soybean, bauxite. But we know that every cargo of unprocessed goods is basically jobs not created, GDP not produced, and value not retained in the continent. Meanwhile, we have imported the same goods. So the cotton that we have sent, we imported back as textile. The cocoa we have sent, we imported back as chocolate. The metals that we exported, we imported back as cars or as steel structures. And as a result, today 70% of African imports are processed goods, representing about $160 billion annually. What it really meant is that over the last 8 to 10 decades, we have effectively been exporting employment, widening our trade deficit, and draining foreign currency reserves, a cycle that President Oramah said must be broken. What I'm going to do is really not talk about the theory, but talk about practically what has been done. I think Mark mentioned, I'll start with Gabon. It all started with timber in Gabon, the first industrial zone that Arise IIP set up, Gabon Special Economic Zone. Today, the zone processes 2 million meter cubes of timber, which is about 50% of country's timber. And what is the result? Gabon has now become the largest exporter of veneer globally, third largest for plywood, and fourth largest for sawn. The Gabon exports are now being exported to US, to Europe, as far as New Zealand, Australia, and Argentina, and all in a span of less than 10 years. From a socio-economic impact perspective, it has created 20,000 jobs. The GDP on the timber sector is multiplied by 3x, and the tax contribution has gone up by 17x. And this is what transformation looks like to us. Jobs created, import substitution, competitive export, pride, and all is born locally. If we look at cotton, so Africa has 19% of global population, and only 2% of the textile capacity sits in the continent. And close to $40 billion of textiles are being imported every year. So capitalizing on the strong endowment of the traceable, sustainable cotton, we embarked on the journey of transforming cotton in the continent. And everybody said it is not possible, it has not been done before at this scale. And today, there are 3 textile plants in Benin, and 5 more that is going to be set up in Kenya, in Cameroon, Rwanda, and Nigeria. Some of them already broken ground, and I think most of them should see that by 2028, the production has started. Today, we are exporting to large customers like Zara, to Kiabi, to Decathlon, all the global brands. What it has meant is about 60,000 direct jobs. So 60,000 people come to work every day in the zone. And what these 60,000 people are able to do is afford housing. So they're able to now pay for their housing, so housing has come up. They're able to pay for education. They're able to pay for the entire ecosystem there. And for me, this is just the beginning of the entire African Textile Renaissance Plan that is being rolled out in partnership with Afreximbank. If we move to agri-processing, so Africa imports about $3.7 billion of animal feed every year. At the same time, it is exporting about 4 million tons of soya raw every year. So we focused on agro-processing between Togo, Benin, and today, the industrial zone has become the largest producer of animal feed. The animal feed is being produced within the countries. More importantly, it has become the largest exporter of organic soya meal into US. And again, this was all done with compliance to EUDR, with compliance to GMP, halal, kosher, and all the certifications. This is a proof that Africa can compete not only on quality and standards and not just focus on the cost part of it. If you move on to Chad, another country, Chad has 128 million livestock, mostly traded informally and without any value addition. The government mandated Arise to set up the complete sector transformation, and with the support of Afreximbank that was set up, we now create about 4 to 5x value than before, and close to $400 million is given back to the breeders in form of money that we pay to buy from them. For me, it is not just transformation, but true transformation and income redistribution happening in the rural areas, because now people are able to access that cash. More importantly, as the food security becomes important, this is a strategic asset, not just for Chad, but the entire region in terms of food security for the continent. If we move on, I think we have seen through previous examples how together with Afrexim, we have been creating a pool of locally transformed African products, whether for import substitution or for exports. This industrial base is very critical for inter-Africa trade, which stands at very heart of Afrexim's mission and our shared partnership. Because there can be no inter-Africa trade with no goods to trade. And industrialization alone cannot achieve its full potential without access to regional and local markets. By producing locally and trading regionally, we are enabling circulation of goods within the same currency, within the region. And this approach of regional integration, fostering competitiveness, shared growth, and financial resilience is what binds Afrexim and Arise IP together. Currently, as we speak, examples of soya meal exported from Togo and Benin into Ghana, into Senegal, meat from Chad into Cameroon, into Gabon, into Congo, textiles from Benin to other parts of Africa, ceramics from Benin into Sahel. However, this is just a beginning because we are still only doing about 12% trade, whereas we see Europe about 60%. I think we'll keep working with Afrexim in hand to increase this. I think important to know what really made this partnership work. While we have seen some of the examples of the tangible results what this partnership achieved, I think what really made this partnership work is the shared vision and the shared goals. I think from the very beginning, President Oramah and Afreximbank was very clear that Africa's unemployment, growth, and development challenges can only be addressed through the same instruments, industrialization, trade, which are two sides of the same coin. And this common belief that value addition and trade are inseparable has become the compass guiding our partnership from day one. The second pillar of our partnership has been really the trust and the reciprocal commitment. The two institutions have, over a period of time, a continuous trust and reciprocal commitment between us. Over the years, Afreximbank has supported by providing financing to our industrial projects, by supporting the group, by even facilitating acquisition of land. President Oramah himself, in Kenya, in Malawi, ensured that we get the industrial land. Over a period of last 10 years, we have borrowed over $1.5 billion from Afrexim and repaid over $1.2 billion. And that is the strength of the partnership. For me, this partnership truly defines words that follow action. I think very important, I also believe the partnership cannot last unless until there's alignment of interest. At Arise IIP, we are very proud that between Afreximbank and AFC, over 64% of the company is African capital. And then each and every industrial zone that we have is further owned 30 to 40% by local governments. So that's another 30 to 40% of local capital. A good example is, for example, what we're doing with Cameroon Pension Fund, whereby they're joining hands with us in the Cameroon industrial zone. And African shareholding and the PPP model really guarantees long-term sustainability and inclusiveness. Another shared vision that we really think is both President Oramah and us, we think at scale. So when I talked about the small diary, every time I meet President Oramah, he's asked me, when is this industrial zone getting inaugurated? From a single industrial zone in Gabon, we are now in 14 countries, 8 of them operational, and rest that we expect to be operational over the next 8 to 10 months. So today, any investor that is looking to come to Africa in any sector or geography can easily look at Arise IIP as a credible integrated Pan-African player. And this scale allows us not only to sustain our efforts, but to accelerate the industrialization of the continent. A good example of scaling is really the textile project or the Pan-Afritex. This Pan-Africa scale-driven is truly reflected in what we are doing in the textile sector. Instead of tackling the textile import problem, which I talked about, $40–50 billion by putting 1 or 2 projects, the whole goal was, President Oramah said, how do we transform the entire sector? And therefore, from the 3 factories that are in Benin, Now we are rolling out close to 10 factories. And what this will mean is that it'll end by 2030, create 1.3 million direct jobs and close to 2.7 million tons of textile being transformed, over 1 billion pieces being produced. More importantly, reduce imports by about close to $20 billion. And that is what President Oramah's thinking of scale is. Make an impact not in small but at large scale. And when we talked of industrialization, we looked at saying that why it has not worked before. One of the key reasons was nobody was tackling it as a whole, but tackling it as small pieces. And therefore, we really thought of how do we think of an ecosystem. And from there, be it setting up the industrial zone, the industrial infrastructure, be it the utilities, be it the administrative services, and the AQAC, when customers want to export their goods globally, there's a certification center, you can get your product certified and export globally. And be it financing, when I went to President Oramah and Afrexim saying that customers need financing, you have Afrexim implant within the industrial zones to ensure that customers are able to get financing. And that really ensures success of industrialization. I think very important that I've talked about all the success, and I've talked about the two institutions, Afrexim and Arise, that have partnered to make this happen. But behind every institution, I believe there are people, and among the incredible impact of Afrexim, Professor Oramah stands a true cornerstone. What defines President Oramah is not his vision, although uniquely vast and bold, but spatially the determination with which he turns vision into action. I think what really separates him is when he thinks, he gets it done. He's someone who says we should do and then does it. By the time you turn around, he's already on the next one. So every time I meet, I'm trying to update him on what has been done, but he's already with a list of what needs to be done. Prosperous Oramah, you are a man of purpose, conviction, and relentless execution. It has been an honor for me to share this journey with you, and I'm looking forward to the next chapter as this journey continues. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Gagan Gupta, founder and CEO of Arise IIP. Now, Afreximbank's Naira-for-crude plan lets Nigeria trade crude oil with local refineries using Naira, the local currency, instead of dollars. That really helps ease pressure on foreign currency, and it keeps prices stable, supports local refining, and boosts confidence in the Naira through a smoother, homegrown transactions. Now, to describe how this innovative idea became something into an existence, and how our dear president supported making this a reality, please welcome Afreximbank's Acting Managing Director of Client Relations, Mr. Eric Itong.
Professor Benedict Oramah, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. In Afreximbank, we've done so many initiatives, and some of us have had the privilege to work directly with Professor Benedict Oramah, or the way I always call him, President. But we chose to highlight one of such initiatives to bring to the fore the kind of intervention for which the bank was set up. All right. It's refusing to go to the first slide so that you can see the title. But I think Mark did a very good job of introducing the topic. It's what we call Naira-for-crude. But before we get into it, I just want to paint the context. First and foremost, you will notice that a lot of African countries, more than 30 of them, depend on imports and on commodity exports, which accounts for about 80% of their FX generation. That is why these countries, or the continent as a whole, is very vulnerable to commodity shocks or global crisis. And if you take the case of Nigeria, and fast forward to last year, 2024, which was the year during which we made this proposal to the federal government and implemented, you notice that at that time, what was happening, you had about a third of the FX reserves of the country allocated for importation of petroleum products. You noted that this put a lot of pressure on the FX reserves of the central bank. Inflation at that time was about 34% or more than 34%. The cost of living was very high because the cost of transportation of these products into Africa or into Nigeria was high, and that contributed to food inflation. There were long queues. A lot of the time, I wouldn't sleep when I was as the regional chief operating officer in Abuja. I will have to stay up because we have to issue the letter of credit very quickly to make sure that the petroleum products are made available so that I will move out and see no queues. It was very challenging. And that is why, again, Professor Benedict Oramah then looked at what can we do to solve this problem. He spotted an opportunity in the PIA, Petroleum Investment Industry Act, that was promulgated into law in 2022. That says that 445,000 barrels of crude oil produced by Nigeria should be dedicated for domestic consumption. What does that mean? President again questioned himself. It means that this crude, which is dedicated for domestic consumption, should not be sold in dollars. Why is it being sold in dollars and the refined products be also sold in dollars? If it's domestic consumption, the currency they use in Nigeria is the Naira. Why don't you sell these 445,000 barrels per day in Naira so that the crude coming from it can be sold in Naira? That will reduce a lot of the things that I highlighted that were challenges at that time. That proposal was made working with the Ministry of Finance, working with the chairman of FRS. We made that proposal to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. And he welcomed the initiative, presented it, and got it approved by Federal Executive Council. So we're going to find out, after this approval, what happened and what is the impact. So you realize that the federal government, on the 29th of July 2024, approved it. And immediately they approved, they set up an implementation committee in which Afreximbank was a member. That committee brought together NNPC, Central Bank of Nigeria, all the refineries, notably Dangote Refinery and Port Harcourt Refinery, all those even being conceived, the small modular refineries that came together, the regulators of the petroleum sector were meeting under the chairmanship of the Minister of Finance and the coordinating Minister of the Economy, Honorable Wale Edun. And there was a sub-technical committee chaired by the chairman of FRS, who is also the advisor to the president on revenue mobilization, Dr. Zach Adedeji. Once that happened, we then realized that Afreximbank was given the role to be the structuring bank, the advising bank, as well as the bank that has the responsibility to set the exchange rate. Because the initiative was conceived in such a way that if we're going to sell crude in Naira and buy the refined petroleum product in Naira, it means that exchange rates should be fixed for, say, 3 months. We even thought about 6 months. When it's fixed, because crude is traded in dollars. So if you have to buy in Naira, you have to fix the exchange rate at which you're going to convert the dollar to Naira and then they pay. So we sat, and Afreximbank was given the responsibility, and the President gave me the mandate to represent the bank in that committee. The committee worked out the modalities, and we signed the implementation framework, which we started setting those exchange rates, handed to NNPC, so that crude will be allocated to Dangote, sold in Naira, and the petroleum products that come from the crude should be sold in Naira. Interesting. One of the interesting things that we found out as a committee was that when you allocate, say, 1 million barrels of crude, the expectation from a common sense point, or immediately you think that you will get the equivalent of 1 million barrels of refined petroleum product. It is not like that. You get about 50% in PMS, premium motor spirit, about 30% AGO, or what you call diesel, and then the rest. So you don't get the exact quantum or in monetary terms. That means that if you want to get the value equivalent of PMS as the crude, you have to give the crude twice. Those were some of the nuances. There were logistic challenges that were discussed. We were meeting weekly. It was very intensive. Now, what happens? 59 cargoes of crude had been allocated since the launch of that initiative. I need to shift a bit closer so that I can read out the figures for you to appreciate. 59 cargoes. The FX reserves started growing, and that resulted in 6.8 billion balance of payment surplus recorded in 2024. You can imagine just an idea what it means for an economy like Nigeria, a key member country. External reserves climbed to 42 billion, the highest in 6 years. One idea from one person who just looked at the law and said we can benefit from this and craft a solution. President, we can't thank you a lot. We can't thank you enough because you've done it many, many times. And that's why today I imagine that you're going to wear a green tie. I also wear a green tie so that I will at least benefit from that inspiration that you always have. But let me tell you that petroleum import reduction was about 40% because it now bought domestically. Average transaction cycle, when you ship petroleum product from Amsterdam or from where it take about 21 days, it got reduced to 2 to 3 weeks. You can just turn next door and you buy petroleum product. Market was stabilized. The prices went down as low as 800 Naira per liter of petroleum product or PMS. Inflation was above 34%. When I was doing this presentation, it was 22.0. As I'm speaking to you, it's about 18%. Still the impact of this. Just to see, and interestingly, this is not the kind of initiative as a bank that we do earn interest or earn fees. We didn't earn any revenues. We intervened because Afreximbank was set up to start by using banking to drive development in the continent. When President Oramah grew the balance sheet of the bank to where it is now, we started using other initiatives, ATDC, FEDA, PAPS, because banking is just an instrument. Our objective is development. Mr. President, thank you very much for this very good thing. Let me just run through. I will talk about something here. Again, another element of creative thinking. President, the new export revenue acceleration facility. The idea is that if you have a project today that needs 3 years to be finished, 3 years to be completed, and that project will be generating FX, why not find a solution to finish the project now so that it starts generating FX now? That's the idea of new export revenue acceleration facility, Naira-for. You heard from my colleagues who spoke earlier. President is very creative in giving nomenclature. When I used to do chemistry, I thought it's only in chemistry that they do a lot of names, but I found out that President is. So this is what we did. For us to be able to work under the leadership of President Oramah to implement the Naira-for-crude was because there was a refinery ready to start refining. What you may know is that the Gulf of Guinea produces more than 5 million barrels of crude per day. But as at the time that Dangote refinery was not yet operating, we were refining less than 5%. We produce, we send it out, they do blessing, they send it back to us, the charges like, I don't know. So you can imagine. So because Naira-for was put in place, not only the financing solution but a solution that went to complete the refinery to start working. Again, the creative thinking of President Oramah, because we work with a central bank, Access Bank, Dangote Refinery. It was a three-phase swap with CBN, Central Bank of Nigeria, between Central Bank of Nigeria and Access Bank, and between Access Bank and Dangote. That's how we crafted the solution, and that's how the refinery was completed. It was only then that we could conceive this initiative and implement. That is why I thought that I should highlight this. You need strong institutions. You need very strong and well-led financial institutions, African institutions, to be able to drive the kind of development that we realize. And President, thank you for building Afreximbank to this level. Let me just say that it is important to immortalize somebody who has led by example. President will roll off his sleeves. If you don't know how to structure the term sheet, he will take it and do it for you, and then send it back. This initiative, you know when we used to have meetings, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., we're exchanging emails, and that's what we are celebrating today. So, President, today, I selected this picture on purpose. This is how you used to sit where you want to think. You say, first of all, let me tell you, and then the thinking will start, like Wabena was saying earlier. So you see visionary leadership, bold innovation, structural transformation, and enduring impact is what we're achieving here. We can never thank you enough. And that's why I have always told you personally, and I want to say it to this audience, and Mark, you are a witness. I've always told President that we say all these things because we are around you. Another generation will come to canonize you as a saint. For me, you are our living saint. Thank you, President.
Wow. That was a beautiful segue into the final segment, because we've now seen the presentations and we've linked what has happened over the last 10 years under the leadership of Professor Benedict Oramah at Afreximbank, and how those transformational projects have impacted the lives of millions of our fellow Africans. Now we'll move on to the tributes and testimonials to Professor Benedict Oramah. And we have some eclectic tributes to this great man. For this segment, I'm going to come into the crowd. This is the way I'm going to do it. I'm going to come into the crowd. Anybody that has been in any of the events that I've moderated knows that I like to run around with a microphone. And some people I will invite to the podium. So we'll mix it up. Some people from the seats, some people from the podium. But first, let's take a look at a video, a thank you video from Global Africa.
For me, the greatest driver was to use the platform of Afreximbank to show what the capital you own and control can do in changing the fortunes of your people. If I succeeded, I would say that it was because I did what I believed in. That is the key to success.
This complex, perhaps comprehensive. It's hard to find in one person all the qualities that you find in Oramah. He was born just before a civil war in his country. He grew up in that civil war. He learned resilience. Resilience also taught him the ability to see opportunities where others see risk.
In many instances, you would find people who would find 10 reasons to say things cannot work. President Oramah just needs even a quarter of a reason on why it would work, and we would do it.
He has acted when others hesitate, and that's why he has achieved the success that he has.
Professor Benedict Oramah is extraordinarily visionary.
He has an incredible amount of courage and the ability to stand up to anyone and anything as long as he believes that it's right and for the better good of the African people.
He has woken up Africans. He has emboldened African countries. He has emboldened African entrepreneurs. He has emboldened myself.
What makes him an incredible person is his empathy, his breadth of empathy, and his humility.
I think he's a man of tremendous courage, vision, boldness. I salute him.
Under the leadership of Professor Oramah, Afrexim has done so much.
For Afreximbank to make a true commitment to
empowering people of African descent on the continent and beyond is a true testament to Professor Oramah.
He's built new institutions out of the traditional Afreximbank that we know.
He's demonstrated that an African institution can deliver for Africa.
I made a solemn promise to shareholders to deliver a solid bank that will be a leader among its peers in all measures of financial performance. I stand before you most pleased and fulfilled that I kept my promises.
I just want to congratulate President Oramah for making Afrexim more connected to the continent and to the people, and congratulations.
Thank you for over 30 years of public service, commitment, dedication.
For myself, but for the entire FEDA team as well. Thank you. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Thank you for the teaching. Thank you for the time. Thank you for being super patient with me.
I want to congratulate you. You can celebrate the success of the institution, and I wish you all the best in your future career.
On behalf, certainly, of the management and staff of the Caribbean Development Bank, to say thank you. Thank you for everything.
What I would like to say is just a big thank you for leading by example, because had you not done that, many of us would not have been the people and bankers that we've become today. Thank you for everything.
Seeing the amount of dedication, the love of Africa that you have is just contagious. It was very inspiring to see the visions you have and how they turned into reality.
As you move on to the next chapter of your life, Godspeed, my friend, and thank you.
To our team, I would say, remain steadfast. As I always told you, you are one of the few that won the lottery to work in Afreximbank. You are one of the few that won the lottery to fight for those things all Africans want. Dignity for themselves, good high-paying jobs, good health care. You are the ones that won the lottery to make Africa the greener pasture. You can be a master of your destiny. You have been courageous, you've worked so hard, and just as you supported me, I would like you to support Dr. George Elombi, who is taking over from me. People ask me, what do I consider to be my legacy? I think the legacy is the values we all cherish, what I believe we've left in the people I'm leaving behind.
Yes, indeed. Prof, am I right to say that you did your master's degree at Obafemi Awolowo University and your PhD at Obafemi Awolowo University? Yes, yesterday I was having dinner and there was a distinguished-looking gentleman on the table next to me. I believe his name was Professor Caleb Oshuntogun, who happened to be the past Vice-Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University. Is that right? Yes, past, not the immediate past, but the past. And President Edodu came up to us enthusiastically and was telling a story about how these two gentlemen, one said, I have this bright young thing in university, you should meet this guy. And then he then connected him, and then that connection was somehow part of your story. Now, you see, the thing is, we have as I said, we have the past Vice-Chancellor of Obafemi University, but we also have with him the guy who succeeded him, the immediate past Vice-Chancellor. And we're going to bring him out, because how do you build a man like Benedict is where we're going to next. So he's going to come and tell us, because you have been blessed to be taught by the best. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Eyitokpe Ogunbobode, the immediate past Vice-Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to adopt the existing protocol. I will be speaking briefly on the man, Professor Benedict Oramah. The man that we are talking about today, a lot has been said about him. But in this presentation, I'm going to take it from another angle. And that will mean talking about Professor Benedict Oramah in a way that will show you that what is happening or what he has done is not by accident. Now, what is in a name? There is a lot in a name. And when we talk about Professor Oramah, Professor Oramah is the youngest in a family of 4. And we know that he was born in the eastern part of Nigeria. I want to let you know that Professor Oramah is not just the president of Afreximbank, but he is also somebody who is divinely ordained to do everything that he actually has done. Now, I will start with a quotation from Professor Oramah. He said, "It is not always that when a leader of an institution gets to the twilight of his tenure, that those he works with deem it important to say, 'We appreciate you.'" That's from Professor Oramah. So today we are celebrating him. And I also want to let you know that Professor Oramah is a leader who has helped shape modern Africa trade finance while insisting his work is ultimately service. I want to also let you know that Professor Oramah is not just somebody to us, he is an icon to us at Obafemi Awolowo University, where he has been able, to carve a niche, not only for himself, but for the whole of Africa. Now, I talk about the power in a name. Professor Oramah, his names, particularly in Africa, often reflect deep cultural, spiritual, social, and historical significance, carrying within them echoes of destiny. Names are not just ordinary in the African continent. Now, Professor Oramah's full name is Benedict Oramah. Benedict, from the Latin Benedictus, means the blessed one, a name that signifies one who is blessed and in turn becomes a blessing to others. Indeed, his life and leadership have been a blessing to Africa and beyond. And have you ever wondered why 16 popes have adopted the name Benedict? Okechukwu, his middle name, is an Igbo name, which means gift of God. This is a name of divine endowment and purpose. It suggests an individual set apart, not for personal aggrandizement, but as a vessel for a higher will. A blessed gift of God from a lineage of honor. This is not merely a name, but the culmination of the prophetic sequence, one who is rooted in the community Oramah, endowed by God, Okechukwu, and is ultimately positioned to be a source of blessing. Benedict, to his very community and beyond, he was born to light the path for others. This prophecy has been fulfilled in this life of a man who has left indelible marks on Africa's economic landscape. Now, Professor Benedict Oramah has a heart of faith. He's a man who has led a remarkable life as a quiet yet profoundly committed man, a devout Christian of the Catholic faith. Professor Oramah is a living miracle who survived a life-threatening illness during which, in his own words, I quote, "I was given the last sacrament." That experience, which he describes as a divine second chance, deepened his gratitude and strengthened his resolve to serve humanity through purposeful leadership, believing that every opportunity to serve Africa is both a calling and a challenge. So all that we are seeing is not just by mistake, it is all ordained. Now, a lot has been said about his achievements, but we want to thank him for the for the OAU Afrexim Center for AFC FTA Studies, which was his vision and which he has established. And we thank our incoming president, President George Elombi, for supporting also that vision. Now, as I want to conclude, the Great Ife connection is something that we cherish. And we also want to say that Professor Benedict Oramah is a once-in-a-thousand-years visionary. People like him is one of those rare individuals who appear once in 1,000 years to change the course of history. He is a global icon and leader who has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the most complex challenges yield to simplest principles. Now, what are the lessons? I will quote our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He said while conferring on him the GCON, the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, and I quote, "Our continent needs bold thinkers, doers, and institutions that are committed to building the Africa we want. Afreximbank, under Professor Oramah, has exemplified that spirit." That is from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Our best wishes to Dr. George Elombi. And in conclusion, I also want to conclude, I started with his statement, I also want to conclude with Professor Oramah's statement. He said during the 2015 annual meeting, I quote, "In my acceptance speech, I made a solemn promise to deliver a solid bank that will lead its peers in performance, strengthen the capital base, ensure first-class risk management, and reward its shareholders." Professor Oramah today has done more than that. Professor Oramah, on behalf of a grateful and a proud continent, we once again congratulate you on the successful completion of your tenure and will continue to celebrate the enduring mark you left on our world. Thank you for leaving your name. Thank you for being a true blessing. We also thank your amiable wife, Mrs. Chinelo Oramah, because without her, you wouldn't have been able to achieve all that you did. Your legacy is not an echo, fading in the distance. It is a clarion call summoning us all to build the Africa we know is possible. Thank you, everybody, for celebrating this great man. Thank you, Professor Oramah, once again. We appreciate you. We will continue, to support everything that you have done and ensure that your legacy thrives forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tokbe Ogunbobode, Vice Chancellor of Abafemi University at Abafemi Awolowo University, immediate past Vice Chancellor. Now we're going to do something a little bit different, Prof. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come into the audience and I'm going to pick someone and we're going to paint a portrait of you. And Prof, guess who I'm going to go to first? I'm going to go, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start from, you heard that was your university years. I'm going to go way, way back, right to when you were a small boy. Because I'm going to go right over here to Mrs. Chinwe Enemo. Do you know who this is? This is his big sister. Auntie, please stand. You know what? When I came out, they said I should find your big sister. They didn't tell me what she looked like. So I looked around and I immediately came to you. Did I not? You look at the two of you. There's no doubt who is the big sister. Now, without a doubt, what she told me when we had a chat was quite remarkable. Auntie, did you not say that even when he was a small, small boy, he had a light in him? Did he not?
Okay had been Okay came from a family of 4. 3 boys and a girl, a lady. That's me. He's the youngest in the family.
I'll hold it for you. Yes, go on.
He's the young. Well, right from childhood, Okay had exhibited a lot of uniqueness in character, behavior, and personality. In school, very, very intellectually, and his very, very intellectual capacity was something else.
It was already noticeable.
His mental and physical energy was super. I don't know, maybe because our mother told us he was delivered exactly 10 minutes past 4 a.m. So maybe that's why he turns his nights into day. He walks.
So he started from birth.
Well, when he was growing up, he would read. He liked reading voluminous novels. Hadley Chase, Jeff Hadley Chase. And when Oke was reading the novels, very voluminous, he would be flipping over the pages. You would think he was just admiring the pages of the novel. Ask him, okay, what are you reading? Are you really reading? Do you want, if you wanted comprehension of that novel, he will give it to you. If you wanted the details of the novel, he will give it to you. As if he knew he was going into the financial, world. He was reading the Financial Times.
At what age?
When he was in secondary school, economics. He loved reading, I thought about the novels. Okay, made straight A's. He was an all-rounder in sciences and the arts.
Straight A's.
Straight A's in the sciences and the arts. In fact, his schoolmates, they were calling him Yahweh. I said, well, I didn't like it anyway because it was a divine name. Say, why arrogate such a name to Oke? They said, Auntie, he is God of book.
God of book.
God of book. It was God of book. Oke was very, very, very passionate, very kind. He has no baggage for grudges, very forgiving, very loving, caring, compassionate. He was a very simple person. His personality was exhibited in character and in dress. In fact, as a young man, his dress signature, a pair of well-fitted trousers and a simple T-shirt. In fact, people used him as a reference. Still okay, very intelligent, always very simple. He loved music.
Music? Still does.
Loved music. Listened to music.
And he was a dancer?
Yes. James
Brown.
No. Fela music. And he liked music, philosophical, which had philosophical lyrics. And when he was singing, you would think he was the one who wrote the lyrics. He was singing, demonstrating. That's okay for you.
Auntie, thank you so much. I know that you told me that your parents, the words you used were very powerful. You said your parents saw a light in him, even when he was young. Now, another great man is the great Babakar Ndaye, of course. And of course, any of you that joined us at the lecture, the Babakar Ndaye lecture in Washington, D.C., the annual lecture would have been really in for a treat. Without Babakar Ndaye, many of these great organizations, African Development Bank, Shelter Africa, and many more would never have been realized. We have with us somewhere in the audience, she's a celebrated executive of U.S. African business development. I've not laid eyes on her yet, but she's also the daughter of the great Babakar Ndaye, Dr. Leila Ndaye. Can you stand up if you're around here somewhere, please? You see, I'm doing this ad hoc. Leila, are you here anywhere? No? She's not with us? She's left the room? Well, if somebody can find her for me, that would be great, one of the team. Okay, moving on. Then Adam Malloy is the founder of TRT Investments. Adam, where are you? You're here, Adam. Okay, here you go, Adam. We are talking about from the family tributes to the testimonials. Please, we're talking about the great man that is Benedict Oramah. Please stand so we can see you. Much easier that we can see you.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I think Mark trying to speak about Professor Oramah in 7 minutes is a difficult one. But I think I'll start by saying, who in 2008 would have given a 37-year-old who you've recently met a facility of $20 million US in Zimbabwe when inflation was running rampant. I think that single decision defined the kind of leader that Professor Benedict Oramah has always been. For me, it was life-changing. He saw something in me that even I could not see in myself. Professor Oramah put his confidence, his trust, and his reputation behind me. That is not just finance. That is called faith. From that moment, my relationship with the bank was deeply personal. Every repayment, every commitment was driven not only by the business responsibility, but by the loyalty to the man who had believed in me. My motivation was simple. I could not let Professor down. Looking back, Prof has many enduring traits, but I'll focus on 4. He's a rare talent identifier. He sees promise in people long before others do. He's a great developer of talent. Once he spots potential, he nurtures it patiently, creating the conditions for growth. And he has converted many kittens into roaring lions. He's a relationship builder par excellence. He's forged bonds that went far beyond contracts, bonds of trust and loyalty. So many relationships in here were incepted by Professor Oramah. And as said by many others, he's a tireless worker. His unmatched work rate, his ability to carry a punishing workload with consistency and excellence is something we all witnessed and admired. And beyond that, I would like to also thank Chinelo, who opened their home in a way that was unprecedented. Every visit meant evenings stretching late into the night, Chinelo feeding us tirelessly, Prof pouring his chosen drinks, and conversations flowing endlessly. They were not just social nights, they were incubators of loyalty, of friendship, and of trust. We've shared a strong Pan-African sentiment, and as said, he's a big listener of Bob Marley. And for me, my most inspirational song has always been Redemption Song, inspired by Marcus Garvey. Prof shared that same resonance. In his leadership, in his vision, you could feel his commitment. So why am I sharing these memories? Because my story is not unique. Many of you in this room have many similar stories. Times when Prof believed in you, backed you, and made your dream real. That is why I say Professor Oramah's true legacy will not be measured only by the past, but by the future. His legacy will be defined by how we support his successor, as our true success lies in succession. The theme of this conference, Decades of Impact, is poignant. The greatest tribute we can pay to Prof. Oramah is to ensure that the President Olombi and his team succeeds, and that Afreximbank continues in the same spirit of vision, confidence, and loyalty. To Chinelo, thank you. I remember visiting you in London when Prof was in hospital, and I saw the strength and grace you carried. You bore the heavy workload, the late nights we borrowed him from you, and yet you embraced all of us as family. For that, we remain grateful. Adora, Barbara, Isioma, thank you as well. Over these decades, our families have grown together. We are bound not just by contracts and signatures, but by memories and shared life. And so, Professor, I say this to you. You have changed lives, built dreams, and inspired a generation. But I do not believe this is the end. I believe this is the beginning of something even greater, where your wisdom and passion will continue to shape Africa's journey. Your true legacy is not in the billions financed or the institutions strengthened. It is the lives transformed, the dreams made real, and the loyalty that will ever walk with you. For that, we remain eternally grateful. And in closing, Professor, thank you. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for believing in Africa. And thank you for reminding us that the greatest success is not what we achieve alone, but what we believe together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam Molai, founder of TRT Investment. Next, Prof. You know who I'm going to go to next? You know, when you're traversing the world and you're having these late nights, there's always a team around you, and your personal assistants are always there next to you, and they are invaluable. So I would like to invite a blast from the past. Please, she's now the manager of trade information at Afreximbank. Please welcome to the stage the former PA to President Oramah, long-standing Mrs. Nancy Victor.
Good evening, Mr. President. I'm not sure if you still recall that day in August 2002, in that tiny room at the World Trade Center, when I was interviewed by a panel headed by the then Deputy Director of the Planning and Business Development Department of Afreximbank, Dr. OK Oramah, and was ultimately selected out of numerous candidates to join his team. That is when my incredible journey started. I was there when you became the department's director in 2004 and senior director in 2007. In 2008, when you were appointed executive vice president of the bank, I had the honor of becoming your very first personal assistant. And in 2015, I became the PA to Professor Oramah, the president and chairman of the board of directors of Afreximbank. I was blessed and privileged to work closely with one of the top African legends influencing the globe and to witness history unfold. Mr. President, it is hard to believe that we are coming to the close of the second tenure of your very successful presidency, but your legacy will continue to live, shaping the continent for many years to come. Thanks to the years I spent in your office, I learned how to navigate complex situations with poise and confidence, and managed to build strong relationships with people at all levels. I cherished every moment I spent in your office, as I worked tirelessly to reflect the highest standards of ethics and excellence, and to uphold the dignity and reputation of the President's office at all times. Your trust in me allowed me to grow, both personally and professionally. I had the joy of supporting your vision and contributing to the huge and meaningful initiatives you led. I'm truly honored to have been part of this remarkable journey and proud to be someone you never regretted hiring. It brings me great joy, Mr. President, whenever you call me, looking for your ancient records, still trusting my abilities to dig in and find you what you need. Or whenever any of our colleagues comes to me because they can't read your handwriting. Mr. President, you taught me firsthand how a second chance to live life to the fullest could be truly used. You taught me how to recognize how precious and fragile life is, how to live each day with intention, gratitude, and a renewed sense of purpose, and how to strive to make a difference in the lives of those around me. Not only have I been blessed with an amazing boss, but also with a wonderful family, brothers and sisters, and the noble, beautiful lady, Mrs. Chinelo Oramah. You made me and my family feel like part of your own. Your kindness, warmth, and compassion have been a constant source of comfort and strength for us. I will always carry with me the memories and lessons I've learned from you. Mr. President, I may have stopped at a certain point in time being part of your immediate office, but one thing I never stopped doing, that is praying for you. And that is the best thing I have today that I can offer. May the grace of God surround you wherever you go. May his enduring love be forever your shield and your fortress. According to his promise, when you pass through the waters, he will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, nor shall the flames scorch you. In the mighty name of our Savior and Lord Jesus Christ, I pray, amen.
Thank you so much. Now, where is he? My brother Kuda. You, sir, are the Regional Director for East Africa at Afreximbank. And I want you to say a few words, because I know that you've got something from the heart that you really want to tell Professor Oramah.
Thank you very much, Mark. My journey with Afreximbank started in 2011. Following an interview chaired by Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra at the World Trade Center in Cairo. Professor Oramah was the EVP for Business Development, and Madame Kanayo, who I reported to, was the Director for Trade Finance. And I acquired a new name. My name became MTFB, Manager Trade Finance and Branches. It was a good christening because I thought my name was Kudakwashe, but ever since, I'm called by what I'm called when I'm in Afreximbank. It's a call for duty. It's now been 15 years of service to the bank at Cairo head office and at the East Africa regional office in Kampala. I'm greatly indebted to the bank for the opportunity to serve, and to you, Professor Oramah, for your leadership and guidance through the exciting times, but also through the most challenging times. I stand before you with a deep sense of pride and gratitude to bid farewell to you. Professor Oramah, the man I call the boss, the mentor, educator, leader, the humble servant. Many names could describe you, but I think the following will resonate with many of us gathered here today. The fountain of ideas. Professor Oramah's conversations on development, economics, and finance would not be complete without him contributing ideas to how challenges facing the continent could be addressed. Your insightful thoughts and strategic thinking gave birth to many programs. We still remember Intra-Fab, Africa Banking, Art Peace. I marvel at your ability to coin enduring acronyms to initiatives and your determination to see them through their successful implementation. You are an exceptional gift. You give all to anything you apply your mind to. Professor Oramah, I think you clearly understood that it is through the gifts of giving that your name, Okechukwu, could have a true meaning to us. The teacher, you are a passionate teacher. I learned a lot from you. And as you tasked me with greater responsibilities, I wish to sincerely thank you for your leadership and patience. You are humble. At a day like this, where we appreciate your contributions, you are grounded in humility to even appreciate your predecessors. And you remind us of their great vision, commitment, and focus. You are a true human being. I wish to thank you for your acts of generosity and your humanity, which touches all the people you interact with, bank staff, their families, airport, airline staff that serve you. In fact, they always ask me when next you are traveling to Nairobi or to Kampala, because you show your humanity to them. And they speak fondly of you, and they thank you of your warmth and your kindness. Personally, I recall the time I brought my children to the head office building, and you had the opportunity to meet with you in person. Many years later, they still remember the big man they met and the kindness of his heart. As you move on to your next chapter, may your love for the music of Bob Marley and Fela Kuti continue to inspire those you interact with. Professor said, I'm not a priest, but I remember every Sunday when the priest says, and now the benediction. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord makes his face shine upon you. Amen. And be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kuda Matereke, our Regional Director for East Africa there. Now I'm going to move up here. I spy. She's the Chief Executive Officer for Plot Enterprises. I see her hiding in the corner here. Hello, Mrs. Patricia Poku Diaby. How are you, Madam?
Fine, thank you. I'll stand on existing protocol. It is a pleasure and an honor to say a few words as we gather to celebrate and pay tribute to the extraordinary leadership of Professor Benedict Oramah, a legacy shaped by vision and a deep and unwavering commitment to seeing Africa rise. About 13 years ago, we had the privilege of meeting Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra, Professor Oramah, and the Afreximbank team during one of the most challenging chapters in our corporate history. Plot Enterprise is a cocoa processing facility located in Takoradi, Ghana. Right from the inception of the company, we recognize the strategic imperative of enhancing our technical setup as an essential lever to penetrate the international market and to give Ghanaian cocoa a stronger voice in the global market long dominated by multinationals. Our investment was bold, one of the largest by a wholly Ghanaian private company at the time. This commitment aligns seamlessly with our strategy to elevate the value of agricultural products. Then came startup difficulties, added to the harsh reality of the uneven playing field for African processors in the cocoa industry. We knocked on many doors seeking support, whilst most saw only the risk, not the potential. Afreximbank looked beyond the challenges and saw the vision, a vision of value addition, of industrial development, of African innovation. It is no exaggeration when I say that under Professor Oramah's leadership and with Afreximbank's unwavering support, Plot was able to overcome immense challenges that once threatened our survival to become a partner in growth. In late 2016, the bank provided us with crucial working capital. The result was immediate and profound. Our plant capacity utilization surged by 90% in 2017 and has remained strong since. For a manufacturing concern, throughput has an instant impact on the bottom line. That intervention did not just stabilize operations, it transformed our finances. That is impact in action, and exactly what the theme of this conference, Impact as Building Blocks for a Prosperous Future, is all about. Our clients are primarily long-term buyers, some of whom commit to supply contracts up to 2 years in advance. Ensuring reliability in delivery is therefore paramount. The provision of working capital by Afreximbank enabled us to rebuild customer confidence and strengthen our business relationship. That is impact. Professor Oramah and the Afrexim team went further. The bank stepped in where local banks were hesitant. They proactively engaged with the regulator and key government institutions directly, thereby facilitating negotiations and securing favorable and flexible settlement and trade terms that gave us room to build and breathe. The bank also negotiated and facilitated the process for local banks to review and restructure facilities granted to reflect reality, taking into account the company's operating circumstances and environment. This resulted in some banks agreeing on waiving interest on interest and significant haircut, thereby reducing our debt burden and strengthening our balance sheet. Impact. Beyond financing, Afreximbank provided advisory support, guidance on capital raise, and more recently, feeder intervention to augment our working capital as well as possible equity injection. Over the past 8 years, our turnover has quadrupled, a 400% growth, a testament not only to the transformative power of Afreximbank support, but also to the bank's guiding vision of empowering African businesses for sustainable prosperity. Professor Oramah, and I choose my words carefully when I say this, you have left an indelible mark on us at Plot. You have led with both intellect and heart-inspiring confidence. Your leadership and sterling qualities as the president of Afreximbank are not questionable. Distinguished guests, allow me to spend the next few moments to talk about another president by the man himself. His deep spirituality, love and fear of God has been very evident even in the simplest moments. Every time I've seen him at a dining table, he pauses to pray over his meal, where I'll be on my first or second mouthful, and I would guiltily say a quick prayer. As scripture says, the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, and no wonder God has endowed him with so much wisdom to achieve all that he has. Also, one of the most remarkable qualities of the man, Professor Oramah, is his humility. Despite his towering achievements and global influence, he has remained approachable and grounded. And we all know God loves a humble heart. May God continue to bless and guide you as you begin a new chapter. We have no doubt that wherever your journey takes you, you continue to lead, to inspire, and to impact. On behalf of Plot Enterprise Ghana and the countless businesses like ours across the continent, I thank you for your vision, your courage, and your belief in the African enterprise. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. I think what we're going to do, though, is that going forward now, we're going to tear up those speeches and speak from the heart. Now, one person that did speak from the heart really spoke recently at a tribute event that his company put together for Professor Oramah, and something he said really struck me. He said how invaluable Prof's support for his business has been, and that you should find your own Oramah. He also said, don't ask for his because he's keeping his own. You have to go and find your own, basically. And I'm talking about Simon T.M. Torrey, ladies and gentlemen, founder and chairman, chief executive of Lillian Capital right here with us. Stand up, Simon. Tell us, Simon, you love this man.
No. Everybody knows my love for Prof. As it's just, my story is simple. My name is Simon T.M. Torrey, and I had the honor to be recruited by President Ekra here, which I want to thank so much for giving me the opportunity to joining the bank. Please give me a big round of applause. I wouldn't be here today. I was a young man working at Morgan Stanley in New York, and President Ekra, extended his hand when I applied to join Afreximbank. And when I was interviewing, obviously, one person stood, and it was Professor Oramah, because of the many things that you guys talked about here. Can I talk about it? I think Kofi Adomoko spoke about some of the ideas that Professor Oramah had. And as it sounds crazy, but it was so thoughtful and try to put all the processes behind it to try to get it done. And for those who knows the inside at Afreximbank, that couldn't be done without Elombi. Professor Oramah will have an idea which essentially will either come from President Ekra. President Ekra, Oramah, and Elombi will discuss it. Then they will call us in a room, and then we will devise a strategy and go and apply it. And President Ekra taught me something. He said, Simon, the world is managed. So I have learned from that leadership and from Prof, and to essentially establish what I've been able to establish today, what is Vista Bank. And as I like to say, I couldn't be here today without the mentorship, the help, the nurturing of many people at Afreximbank, but more particular Professor Oramah. One of the stories you all need to know when people say Vista today, the success of Vista lies on the simple fact that when I started Vista Bank, I had no support. I was at a bank from 2012 to 2015, and in 2015, cold turkey decided to start my own venture in the banking sector in Africa with no experience, but only the one that I had was at Afreximbank as the head that capital market and investment bank. Prof stood by my side. When I needed to call someone for advice, he was always there. Day in, day out, giving me ideas, pushing me, challenging me, pushing me to think through and behind and not giving up. And I never gave up, despite some of the challenges that we faced along the way to build Vista Bank. And when we clean up those distressed banks that we acquire and wanted to acquire BNP assets, obviously, we needed courage. We needed the resources. I called again on the bank. And Prof again took his mantra with the leadership of many people at the bank to help us achieve our objective to acquire BNP assets. And then further down, SocGen assets, to establish today what Vista Bank is, one of the fastest growing Pan-African banks in Africa, thanks to the support of Professor Oramah. And as I've said in Accra, we just had our strategic retreat, and where we had about 125 people from the Vista Group leadership. And I told my colleagues that I have in my life my Oramah, my mentor, my brother, my boss, the man who helped me and nurtured me, helped me grow, and who listened to my cries. Even Chinelo. Chinelo has been extraordinarily grateful to my family. And I can say this. My wife had a tough time settling in Cairo, and you were there for us. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yes, thank you. On behalf of Becky, Eli, you guys call in from time to time to check in how we're doing, how the family's doing. And we wouldn't be here without you. So I really want to thank you. Prof, all the best. I know you and I spoke. It's just the beginning of new, bigger, and better things. I look forward to it. To my big brother, Pasha, Elombi, we're going to be behind you. We got to push it to that $250 billion mark. And then hopefully in 10-year mark, we'll be also celebrating your farewell here in a grandiose feast. So thank you again. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Prof, again.
Thanks, Simon Temtiore. Now, remember we talked about the African Medical Center of Excellence, and we were talking about how this vision of a center of excellence, a blueprint for how we should do medical centers, was realized by the vision of our outgoing president. He didn't do it alone. He had great support, and one such support came from King's College Hospital, which was a very close partner in making the AMCE a reality. And the point person at King's College Hospital happens to be here with us right now. He's the professor of hematology oncology at King's College Hospital. Please, I just want, where are you? Here you are, sir. Please stand. I just want you to acknowledge Professor Ghulam Mufti.
Thank you. I guess you want me to say something.
What's your prescription?
So it may be a tear-jerker for you because, first of all, I'm a doctor amongst bankers, so that's an exception. But just imagine the scenario that nearly 13, 14 years ago, you get a phone call to say that there is a young man who is bleeding from mouth and is very ill and is said to have leukemia. Can you please take him as a patient? But he's too ill to be transferred. And the only way of transferring him from where he was to King's College Hospital would be an air ambulance. As soon as you hear that a patient is being treated, being shifted from one place to the other by air ambulance, that immediately rings alarm bells, because that often means that the patient is extremely ill. So eventually, after many, many phone calls and intermediaries, and probably a lot of investigation on the part of the Afreximbank, this patient finally arrives, extremely ill, hardly blood pressure, bleeding from the side of the nose and side of the mouth. We take the history. We're told that he's got 3 little children, and he happens to be a banker. Now, my only connection with the bank is one, my own bank account, and the other, my son works for Morgan Stanley. So he wasn't in Morgan Stanley, I knew that. So I hadn't heard of Afreximbank. And then he is admitted to the hospital. Diagnosis of acute myeloid leukemia is confirmed, and it's not a secret. And it's a type of acute myeloid leukemia that has got significant death rate in the early period, in the first 3 weeks of treatment. So he starts the treatment. On the 4th or 5th day of the treatment, his condition deteriorates suddenly. We all worry that it might have bled inside the brain, and arrangements are made for him to be taken to intensive care unit. Now, at that time, whenever a patient with this type of leukemia is taken to intensive care unit, 90% of patients will lose their life, unfortunately. As luck would have it, his conditions kind of improved while we were looking for a bed in intensive care unit. So I said, let's keep him on the ward and see how long we can keep him there for, fearful of what can happen when a patient is transferred to ICU. So then he kind of started to improve. We kept him on various medications. And I think a point was made of destiny. And as destiny would have it, he recovered quite quickly from this episode and then began to improve his blood counts, and then he got an infection and a very high blood pressure. Then again, there was a discussion about taking him into intensive care unit because the blood pressure was too high. But again, something happened that just as we were going to transfer him and keep him in intensive care unit, he started to improve. The blood pressure came under control, and all the parameters normalized. And then the rest is history. He recovered. He then recovered fully. His blood counts, he was in remission. And there is a high cure rate of this leukemia if you survive that first torrid 2 to 3 months. So when he was discharged from the hospital, I was extremely surprised one day when my PA said, you know, this patient who has just been discharged, he wants to see you, but in your room rather than in the clinic. So he came in and he said, you know what? I am wondering what happens to those people who are not as fortunate as me to be able to come to England to have the treatment that I have received here. And I said, I don't know. And he said, well, what do you suggest that we should be doing so that people who have my type of diseases are looked after in the subcontinent where they are diagnosed? And that led to the idea of AMCE, and that's all his idea. And I would say a couple of things again. Shanalo is an amazing lady. Even at that time, when we were all worried about him, and she would not flinch. The children were obviously extremely upset, wondering what was going to happen, what the long term would look like. But again, she was the one who kept them going and who kept everyone going. And Shanalo, thank you for that. My only regret is that over all these years that we have become friends with Professor Oramah, I haven't been able to improve his handwriting. It is absolutely terrible. And I don't know how he can read his own handwriting, but he really does read it. And all the notes that he writes, he is able to tell you those chapter and verse afterwards. And if there is anything else I would say to you, Benedict, I will take you to a handwriting teacher now. Make sure that you actually know how to write properly. But thank you very much for the friendship. I'm sorry I've taken too long.
That was a fascinating story, Doctor, a fascinating story. Wow. Okay, how do we top that? Okay, I've got something. Okay, pop quiz. If I were to say to you the poster child, the greatest living African industrialist, just think of someone, Let me see randomly. Give me one name, the greatest African industrialist. Dangote, Aliko Dangote. Coincidentally, I actually have Aliko Dangote right here, and he's been here since 9:30 in the morning. Give me a round of applause for that. You can't say the story of Dangote without talking about Afreximbank, and you really can't say the story of Afreximbank without talking about Dangote. Let's hear from Dangote. Yes. Join us on stage, please.
Thank you very much. President Oramah and his lovely wife, Inelu, incoming President George Dombi and his lovely wife, Your Excellencies, former President of Niger and Senegal, and Your Excellency, former Vice President of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think what I want to call Professor Oramah, my brother, is the man that makes impossible possible. Courageous, visionary, and bold. Under your leadership, I think African dreams and aspirations were actually materialized by Afreximbank. You are Africa's crisis-solving bank. I think when we had a dream about putting up a refinery, one of the most famous banks that actually supported us is Afreximbank. Under the leadership of Professor Oramah. I think at that time, we even didn't know what we were doing. That's the truth, really. We just say, okay, fine, maybe 300,000 barrels per day. From 300,000 barrels per day, we now change and say that, no, let's go to 400 because the biggest was 450, built by Saudi Aramco. And later on, we say that, no, let's do what has never, ever been done in the world. You know what? The only person, apart from our own cycle of group, there were just, I think, 2 of them or 3 of them. Professor Oramah, and I remember Ole Alake said that, please, Alaji, maybe try and give a call, put up a call to George Elombi. Maybe he will give us a support. And I think at that time, Herbert Wigwe with Ike, together Access Bank, Zenith Bank, these were the major people that actually believe in this dream. And of course, Femi Otodola also believed that, yes, this refinery will be possible. It was something that has never, ever been done before. We said that we want to build a refinery that is 50% bigger than whatever has been built by the multinationals or by sovereign nations. I remember Dr. Fale, who was Minister of Energy, invited me for breaking of the fast in Mecca. And I went to see him. This was about 6 years ago, when he was Minister of Energy. And he said, well, after we broke the fast, before praying, he said that, Aliko, I heard that you are building a refinery. I said, yes, Your Excellency. Well, let me give you advice. My advice is that refineries are only built by multinationals or by sovereign nations. I said, Your Excellency, sorry, I'm not looking for an advice because I'm already in it. So that was now really how we went on. But this one, I'm only saying this before I even read my prepared speech. But, I want to tell the world that without Afreximbank, Dangote refinery, petrochemical, the fertilizer wouldn't have been possible. That's why, you need a bank of your own. And that's why really I'm a prophet of saying that we must push for very strong African banks because you don't need to talk much. Nobody will ask you to bring your great-grandfather's certificate of birth to borrow money. So really, I think the right bank is Afreximbank, and I think really Professor Oramah, under your leadership, you have actually done what nobody really expected you to have done. What Afreximbank has actually done, you turn our dreams into reality. We had dreams, but when you had a dream is a dream. You need somebody to help you to turn those dreams into reality. And I think any time when I was a bit down, actually, when we were building this refinery, the moment that I called Professor Oramah and started talking about this refinery, he will give me more energy. And I said, no, here we go, let's go again. So really, I must really thank you. You've been a very, very good, brother. But Your Excellencies, like what I said, and also the board. Let me recognize the board of Afreximbank. And one of them, of course, very, very troublesome. They're expecting me to call, okay, well, I think it's Anil Dua. He's the most troublesome one. And I'm sure, I'm sure all of you know that, yes, the most troublesome person in the bank's board is Anil Dua. So today really is a bittersweet moment. It presents a time of a deep reflection and immense gratitude. However, as Africans, our culture is such that we all embrace the finality of a journey. This is a phenomenon that has been ingrained in our oral traditions and way of life from our ancient forefathers and elders. As an entrepreneur that has visited virtually every corner of this great continent over the past 4 decades, I've had the honor and privilege of meeting presidents, prime ministers, statesmen, women from all walks of life. Indeed, I've seen the good, the great, bad, bold, beautiful, and the ugly. The man we gathered today to celebrate, Professor Benedict Oramah, represents the best of qualities amongst us. You have actually been a rare gift to our continent by the Almighty God, a man whose ideas have not only enriched Afreximbank, but also inspired governments, businesses, and communities to believe in the boundless potential of Africa. Indeed, you are a symbol of what being committed to the African continent post-epitomized. Professor Oramah and his team at Afreximbank revolutionized how this trade finance development institution viewed connecting markets on the continents. Through his vision, belief, work ethics, and ability to see around the corners, he pushed Afreximbank not just to facilitate trade and connect markets, but equally important, the creation of these markets and ensuring that they are a sustainable and viable markets. In conceptualizing our biggest challenge at the Dangote refinery, the construction of our 650,000 barrels per day petrochemical and also our fertilizer plant, which cost over $22 billion for the 3 projects, the type of support we received from Professor Oramah and the institution went beyond classic funding support in its various shapes and sizes. It included strategic advice, and most importantly, they were biggest cheerleaders. There were many nights that I reached out to him to brainstorm on a variety of issues that could go wrong when engaged on a project of this size. The magnitude of this project and the complexity. He also listened patiently, and I found his counsel full of wisdom and presented with great clarity and conviction. I remember during COVID-20, it was, I think, 2021, beginning of 2021, when the entire world stopped, and I called Professor Oramah that, look, this project wasn't a project financing. It was just a project under our own balance sheet. I know the entire world has stopped. What do we do? I think by the time that he went in, he spoke to his team, we spoke to Access Bank, First Bank, Zenith Bank, we came out very clean. In those 2 years where the world stopped, we did not stop that construction, and everything went on with the support of Afreximbank under your leadership. You are a great mentor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I make bold to say when the story of Dangote refinery and petrochemical complex is being told, a development that is gradually transforming the energy security landscape in Africa and has already disrupted many markets globally. The role of Afreximbank will certainly be mentioned, but the architect of this historic and iconic painting amongst a few others is Professor Oramah. I would like to seize this opportunity to express my deep gratitude and appreciation to my very good friend, Dr. George Ilombi, the incoming president and the executive management team at Afreximbank for their commitment in burning the midnight oil in our support and that of their many other clients on the continent. Without you, there is no way we would have actually achieved our dreams. I know firsthand the importance of being surrounded by a formidable team, and behind my brother, Professor Oramah, was indeed such a team that is brave, bold, and willing to roll up their sleeves and get their hands dirty. Their tenacity and vigor have earned my respect, and I say this with profound sense of responsibility. The Afreximbank, from my vantage position, has been the best performing financial institutions on the continent and have been a silent but effective force behind many exciting opportunities and development emerging from Africa. Without Afreximbank, I don't believe Africa would be where we are today. Thank you, Professor Oramah. My dear brother, Professor Oramah, you have indeed served this institution well and grown its prominence and the impact not just on the continent, but have actually gone ahead to build ties across oceans, rekindling lost connections and establishing new ones. You have served the continent passionately, and as you depart, you leave behind a can-do spirit and a zeal which can only get better. As you are busy sorting out all of our issues and challenges, I must also commend my sister, your wife, Chinelu, for taking care of you, and also salute her generosity for sharing a big part of you with us over the last decade. To my sister and your beautiful daughters, we are indeed very grateful. We return him now to you, but only for a brief sabbatical, because there remains a lot to do on the continent, and we can't have our own star player on the bench when the game is still in the first half. To my friend, Dr. George Ilombi, as you receive the baton from Professor Oramah to run your own race, we remain amongst your most steadfast supporters, and you can count on me and the Dangote Group as a strong partners on this journey as you plan to take this institution to a greater height. We wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
The great Alhaji Aliko Dangote, founder and chair of Dangote Group. Prof, he's not letting you off the hook. Now, Prof, you have stood on the shoulders of giants, have you not? You stood on the shoulders of giants. So what I want to do is I'm going to ask two former presidents to actually speak, and I'm going to go back down memory lane backwards. So first I would like to ask the man who handed the baton over to you to speak first. He is, of course, the former president of Afreximbank, Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra. Please take the stage.
Excellences, Messieurs les anciens présidents du Niger et du Sénégal, Excellences, former Vice President of Nigeria, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of a ceremony and investiture of Professor Benedict Oramah as the third president of Afreximbank, on 21st September 2015, I made the following statement. For nearly 2 decades, as my colleague and close collaborator, he has consistently demonstrated his deep attachment, unwavering dedication, and steadfast commitment to the growth and development of the bank. I believe Professor Oramah is the right man for the bank at this time, and Afreximbank is certainly the right institution to confront Africa's trade finance challenges. 10 years later, I am profoundly moved to witness that Professor Oramah has not only fulfilled that mandate, but has far surpassed every expectation. Under his visionary leadership, Afreximbank has transformed into an indispensable pillar of African development finance. For this, I extend my deepest gratitude. Professor Oramah, you have made me feel like an alumnus of a prestigious institution, one that has grown even more illustrious since my time there. Given the limited time graciously allocated to me by SCVP Denis Denia in his invitation, I will refrain from listing Professor Oramah's many outstanding achievements, already widely recognized and celebrated by numerous dignitaries, including several heads of states from Africa and the Caribbean over the past 5 months. Instead, I wish to share a few personal reflections on the remarkable man we honor today. I first met Professor Oramah in November 1996, upon joining Afreximbank as Executive Vice President. He was then a young officer, part of the original nucleus assembled by the bank's pioneer president, Mr. Christopher Edodu. What struck me immediately was that despite his academic background in agriculture economics, he possessed an impressive command of banking and finance, skills he wielded with the confidence of a seasoned practitioner. In those formative years, President Edodu emphasized that we must all roll up our sleeves to fulfill the bank mission. As chief analyst, Professor Oramah authored economic reports, led the development of strategic plans, promoted the bank's programs and facilities during missions, and prepared credit analysis when needed. President Edodu once shared that Professor Oramah had been recommended by Mr. Victor Odozi, a highly respected senior colleague at the Central Bank of Nigeria, who simply said, "This young man can write." Indeed, Professor Oramah can write, preferably at night. He loves to write. Allow me to share an anecdote that illustrates this passion. In 2013, Professor Oramah fell seriously ill and was hospitalized. I visited him one morning after he had spent the night in intensive care. Despite his condition, I overheard him asking his wife Chinelo, who was understandably more concerned about his health, "Where are my notes? I need to finish the book I'm writing." He did finish the book. That was The Foundation of Structured Trade Finance, which was published in 2015. At this point, I would like to say a few words about Chinelo. I came to deeply appreciate the vital support she provided their family. Many of us spend long hours at the office, often taking for granted that someone at home was managing the children and domestic responsibilities. This is a profound sacrifice that deserves greater recognition. Chinelo once confided in me that she had always been drawn to painting. She waited until their 3 beautiful daughters had grown into young women before finally dedicating herself to her passion. Professor Oramah is a man of faithfulness. Over the years, he has demonstrated unwavering loyalty to President Edodu, to me, to the bank, and to the ideals it upholds. He has consistently honored the legacy of past presidents, notably the late Babakar Ndiaye, whose visionary idea led to the creation of Afreximbank. Professor Oramah dedicated the annual Distinguished Lecture Series held during the IMF World Bank annual meeting to Mr. Ndiaye's memory. He also expressed deep gratitude to President Obasanjo, who played a pivotal role in safeguarding the bank's existence during a critical shareholders' crisis. On a personal note, I wonder whether I could have overcome the immense challenge posed by that crisis, especially during my first appointment as president, without the steadfast support of colleagues like Professor Oramah. The prolonged ordeal, which forced me into 5 years of exile, would have been easily shaken his confidence. Yet, he stood firmly by my side throughout. I believe his loyalty stems from his upbringing. Professor Oramah is the youngest child in a family rooted in strong values. During my time in Nigeria, I received comforting messages from his sister and recurrent visits from his brother, gestures that spoke volume about the strength of his family ties. Despite spending 30 years in Egypt and traveling extensively, Professor Oramah remains deeply anchored to these Nigerian roots. Whenever we were on mission, whether in London, Washington, D.C., or New York, he will always seek out a Nigerian restaurant. I recall one evening in Rio de Janeiro when he vanished for a while, only to tell me the next morning that he had connected with a group of Nigerians who took him to a local Nigerian restaurant. Before I conclude, allow me, as an active retiree, as I like to call myself, to offer a small piece of advice to Professor Oramah as he steps down from this demanding role. If full retirement ever crosses your mind, kindly forget about it. You have become such a valuable asset to our continent that no one will let you rest in peace. You will have a vital role to play in mentoring the next generation, just as we once benefited from the wisdom of our own elders. My warmest wishes to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, former President Ekra. In fact, actually, before I bring on the man who handed the baton over to you, President Ekra, I want to squeeze someone in because this is quite relevant, right? We're talking about the support that Afreximbank has given to a multitude of institutions that have made things possible. And we have a gentleman here who we want to squeeze in between both presidents because what he's done is his relationship with Afreximbank runs just so very deep. Afreximbank, under your tenure, President Ekra, supported him as a contractor that realized the Abidjan road construction, and then you moved on to something called Contour, which started under your watch, and you moved over to President Oramah's watch, and that led to an amazing amount of construction with hotels. I think you now own hotels in Abidjan. You own hotels right across Africa. You're a major player in the hotel area. I know you're passionate about Afreximbank. You wouldn't be where you are without Afreximbank. Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about the story.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Je me nomme M. Komé Cissé. Je suis le promoteur de l'hôtel Radisson Blu, Bamako, Radisson Blu, Abidjan Airport, et l'ancien Sheraton Bamako qui est devenu Radisson Collection. Ma relation avec Afrexim a commencé avec le président Jean-Louis Ekra, ici présent. Afrexim nous a beaucoup supporté. Sans Afrexim, ces hôtels n'existeront jamais. Et j'ai dit merci au président Ekra. Après Ekra, il y a M. président Benedict Oramah qui a pris le relais. Et ce qui m'a frappé encore davantage chez Afrexim, pendant le Covid, où tout est fermé, avec il n'y a aucun voyageur, un jour Oramah m'a appelé, il dit, M. Komé, avec le Covid, je sais que vous êtes touché. Nous allons suspendre tous vos remboursements, y compris les intérêts. Ce jour-là, j'ai su que j'avais derrière moi des frères, mais pas une banque. Parce que quelle que soit la difficulté qu'un client subit, la banque, elle va t'encaisser. Et j'ai dit merci beaucoup à Afrexim pour ça. J'ai eu beaucoup de difficultés où Afrexim m'a supporté. Le premier hôtel à Bamako a été attaqué en 2015, attaque terroriste, où l'ancien président sénégalais, Macky Sall, a été à Bamako pour nous soutenir. Je vous dis merci, Monsieur le Président. Et là encore, Afrexim nous a vraiment soutenus. Il nous a soutenus. On a reçu un soutien inestimable de chez Afreximbank. Et le président rentrant, M. Georges Olombi, qui est un frère, il a toujours un langage. Je vais travailler avec les soniqués. Je ne sais pas où il a connu les soniqués, mais il dit que les soniqués ont des paroles données. Et M. Olombi, je vais vous dire que vous n'êtes pas trompé de travailler le soniquet. Et je vais respecter toujours ces paroles. Merci pour vos supports. Je ne vais pas être loin. Merci pour tout ce que vous avez fait pour moi. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Now, Prof, remember many people talked about your chieftaincy titles and what your chieftaincy titles mean, a man of strength. So we've managed to actually convince a village elder from your village, Nokwa, in Anambra State in eastern Nigeria to join us here in Cairo. I want you to give a round of applause, please, to the engineer, the Honorable Simon Ukpaka.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to speak on the existing protocol. Let me say that here I'm representing my village in Nokwa. And I've been sitting here looking at that college being given to my junior brother. I said, we have to say thank you to all of you because of the opportunity. Let me start by thanking God Almighty because like the doctor said, about 2013, he was very sick. And when he was talking about it, he was talking about how he recovered. It was a miraculous one. And it was God that made it. We are all on our knees praying. Our big sister has spoken. The childhood is our big sister. But I said, at the time when he was sick, we almost lost our faith. But God made it miraculously recovery. His appointment that came, when he came, well, we are glad that I want to give thanks to those who gave him the opportunity. Let me start by thanking our former president, head of state, Olusegun Obasanjo. He's not here, but when you start defining people, trying to recognize people for what they are, like our big sister said, he has been talented from day one, but given the opportunity is the next. If you don't have the opportunity, you may not exhibit what you are seeing on him. So we thank him and we thank God Almighty for giving the opportunity. His recovery has been miraculous. Let us also thank the Afreximbank as a team. I know the former president has spoken. In fact, he spoke rightly. When you see him disappear in the cloud of Nigerians, he's disappearing to us. Because anytime we find him around, we go and he's a jolly good fellow. And I want to appreciate the wife too, because the wife, if you are in that position, in any position at all, and if you don't have peace from your wife or from your family, you may not function, no matter how intelligent, no matter how educated you are. But by giving him peace, and I say, appreciate you, our wife, you've done very, very well. I want to also appreciate all the members of the Afreximbank who have supported him in the job because he's a team player. He likes to work as a team. For me, he belongs to our own association in our village, which we call Association of Nokwa Professionals. It's not only here he's playing, he's also playing in the village. He supports all the village projects we are doing. He makes sure that he asks what is happening in the village so that village that has peace, that have understanding. When we say association of professionals, it's not professional because you're an engineer. These are people of integrity, people who are think tank for the town, people who try to reason out what should be good for the town. And Professor K have been doing that every time. In fact, when he said that I must be here, I came back from a travel. He said, I must be here. I said, I have to be here. And I thank God I'm making it here. Apart from thanking our former president, let me also use the opportunity to thank our present president, President Tinubu, for honoring him. In fact, he made us very proud as a family. Professor K has made us proud, and that's why I'm standing here. You know, when you see your own brother being honored, the accolade being going on, you stand tall. I say, you have not disappointed us. Thank you, God, for he has not disappointed, and thank everybody who is here, because the way you are speaking about him, I told them, please, I need to say thank you to everybody. I know he will come out to give vote of thanks, but on behalf of the chief in my town, because all of you don't know, he's a chief in my village, and Diko Ora, that is his name. Nobody has mentioned it here. Diko Ora. Yes, as far as he's concerned, Dikora, for him, is his own strength is in the people. His strength is in the people. He likes to associate, he likes to deal with people. So, like the family is coming from, the father, the mother, they built a lovely family. The family that are always peaceful and together, trying to reach and help others. They have family with love and understanding, empathy, welcoming attitude. You come to the house, you see the way they welcome you, you like to stay. A family that establishes relationship with ease and always ready to assist others. Professor K is the full embodiment of that family, full embodiment of all the action in the family. It's result-oriented, focused, diligent, resilience, and like people said, is bold. He speaks boldly, and he does it. He likes to stand by his words, and when he does it, he comes with ideas to make it happen. And today, people are testifying, and I saw our big brother, Dangote, also testifying. I was really pleased because each time he's come to us, he invites us to come and greet those friends who are coming to him. And I said, that is a relationship he founded. And he also supports the foundation. I'm the founder of Akachukwu Economic Foundation, the foundation that mentors the youth, also supports the widows. Professor K and the wife has been very instrumental that every year they make sure they ask how are they doing, how about the youth, even though he's busy working for Afreximbank, but he doesn't forget his people, he doesn't forget his village. And I thank you, okay, because we know that you do that with passion, and that passion remains in you. At least the beautiful wife you have seen today and the children can testify that he's a family man. He's a family man. Lady, again, I say thank you again for the sacrifices, because I know that those of us who have worked in executive position know that as far as the work is concerned, if the wife is not taking care of the family and taking care of you, you might fall ill at any time. So thank you for the good job and the impact you are making in the family and the global scene that OK is also projecting our own family, because the family value is carrying on, is making us proud, the integrity that is bringing to bear, that none of us, we want to say, go deviate from that way. I thank everybody that is here. I know that at the end, that performance he had been showing before, and he replicated. What I will say to him is that now Afreximbank is releasing you. You might take some short break, because I know that the future is still brighter, but you must take some break for health reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Simon Okbaka, the village elder from Prof's village, Nokwa. Now, Dr. Lombi, tomorrow you will take over. Prof, today you exit graciously from the stage. That's the fourth president, the third president. We heard from the second president. Let's hear from the first president. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for the pioneer president of Afreximbank, Mr. Christopher Edodu.
Good evening. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. While I was sitting there, I had problems hearing very well what speakers were saying. But this is a very important occasion. I hope that I will speak loudly enough for me to be heard. Dr. Oramah, Professor Oramah was not yet 1 year old when the government of Nigeria made a decision to set up an Exim Bank in 1962. It is important to point out certain elements or the facts behind our gathering in order to dramatize the significance of this occasion. As I speak, Africa still has fewer than 12 Exim banks. That is 64 years after Oramah's birth. We still have the countries that are members of Afreximbank that agree to join the joint Exim banks that they own. Why is Exim banking rather so unpopular? There are about 1,000 banks in Africa, and yet you don't have up to 12 Exim banks. Oramah was not one when Nigeria planned to set up an Exim Bank. In 1990, I was appointed to start the Nigeria's Exim Bank after a delay of 28 years. That was the Exim Bank that Oramah, who was not born, but about one, when the bank was planned, wanted to join. A good friend of mine, Professor Adeni Oshutogu, who was in the Central Bank of Nigeria with me, after graduating from Ibadan, then he left the Central Bank to do higher degrees and then returned to the university system. He didn't return to Central Bank. But he kept his links. So we remained friends. We had just done a project together on rural finance. And it was, I would say, quite a successful experience. And he went back to the University of Ife. Then, when we were trying to set up the Nigerian Exim Bank, after a 28-year delay, he came running. By that time, we had already concluded our recruitment of people we wanted to work with in this long delayed bank. Naturally, the authorities in Nigeria wanted the bank to immediately take off and begin to show results. That was the background against which Professor Utogu came running and said to me, I have a student whose PhD I have just supervised. He is going to help you with this bank. From the accidental entry into banking, of the young Oramah today, our good friend Sir Dennis Denya asked me to consider presenting a tribute, or more precisely, a testimonial on Professor Oramah, from the experience of joining Afreximbank to today. And he required me to do so in 7 minutes. You would imagine that's a colossal task. I thought that was going to be an impossible task. But I couldn't say no. What I have decided to do is to try to crystallize some of the attributes, the most important attributes that I can put into 7 minutes that will inspire the new generation. I imagine that Prof. Oramah does not need a testimony, which my friend there asked me to prepare. But the testimony I will give, I hope, will inspire the new generation of Afreximbank bankers and potential Exim bankers, if such banks emerge in our continent, to do something, even fractionally, resembling what Prof. Oramah has done in our bank. Now, let me return to my encounter with Professor Shutogu. I don't know whether Professor Shutogu is here. Thank you very much. Because in a way, in presenting a testimonial on his students, it is also implicitly, indeed explicitly, a testimonial on him too. Because we owe Professor Oramah immense thanks, we also owe him abundant thanks. To continue my story, I had told Professor Shutogu that we had completed, and that was the truth, recruitment. And that the authorities wanted us immediately to begin to show results. Well, you might as well talk to him and you see what will happen. So I said, okay, you send him to me. Then he sends a young man who had just completed his PhD. I don't know whether I have I tried to capture what I think he looked like when he came to me. He had never worked in a bank. And here was a bank whose result was expected to start yesterday. And he wanted to work. I doubt he had ever seen a letter of credit. Richman, do I have something to present for on the screen? So, Dr. Oramah comes to me. He didn't bring a certificate. He didn't bring an application. And what he brought was his PhD thesis, which Professor Adeyo Shutogu and his team had just approved. So he has just been awarded a PhD. And he literally came from the defense room to come and say he wanted to work in an Exim bank. A bank not so popular, as I have said. 64 years after, fewer than 12 in our continent. So there must be something in this business that makes it so unattractive or so challenging or so intimidating for countries to enter into. So intimidating for Nigeria to have a 28-year delay before taking off. So I asked him what was in this document. He told me it was a study of irrigation. Irrigation. If you didn't hear me, let me repeat it. Irrigation. To work in an Exim bank. So I asked him to explain what was in the document. He sounded persuasive, he was sensible. So I said, okay, leave the document with me. When I looked at the document, it looked like an audacious document. First of all, he used the word impact. In the central bank where I worked, and from my contract even now, with experienced researchers, few would dare put the word impact in a doctoral thesis because it's extremely demanding to show the impact of whatever you wanted to demonstrate. But here was a young researcher, he had an audacious title. His method was audacious. What method did he use? Quadratic programming. So I thought I should look at it a bit further. And I said to myself, well, I had promised Professor Shogu, if I saw something promising in this, maybe I will find something for him to do in Exim Bank. Simultaneously, I had recruited a very brilliant agricultural economist who was Professor Oramah's senior, Dr. Adebi. Dr. Adebi had taken a first class University of Ibadan and had gone ahead to do doctorate and other things. Extremely brilliant fellow. So I said, okay, I might ask him to work with Oramah, and they would be for Exim Bank an intellectual compass that will guide the bank where to go. That was how into banking and Exim banking, as accidentally as certainly a novice. But it became clear as time went on that Oramah was the kind of character, if you showed him a helicopter, 1 week after, he'll give you a prototype of a spacecraft. If you showed him an adding machine, 2 weeks after, he will bring you the drawing of a supercomputer. It became clear that we had an extremely fast learner. So I said, okay, I put him together with Dr. Adebi. I had also done considerable work in planning. So I asked them who were going to do a strategic plan for Exim Bank, which we did. So one of the attributes I would like to derive from the Oramah experience I hope that our team, from all that has been presented all day, demonstrate that they admire that attribute. I hope that our team will continue. Over time, Oramah exhibited another attribute I would like to leave before our team: prolific writing. The very first article he wrote was a journal version of his thesis. And one of the difficult journals accepted it for publication, and he brought it to me. And soon after that, remember, agricultural economy, not really full-scale economy. Prepared another document, multi-currency financing for cocoa. Cocoa in Nigeria is the first most important non-oil export product. So it is important. And he prepared this. I found it quite striking. Then again, another one, exchange rate depreciation and export performance. Some of these are critical policy matters which were important for embedding in policy if specific export financing was going to get any impact, any result. And prolific writing continued and continued and continued. Then one critical element came. This was now 1992. Remember, he had completed a doctorate in 1991, and we took him in 1992. Dr. Ndiaye wrote to Alhaji Ahmed, who was governor of the central bank, about the now Afreximbank as an idea, just an idea, something that might happen if eventually all concerned felt like it. I remember Exim banking not very popular. So you really need to canvass to win support. So Alhaji Ahmed sends the document to Dr. Oduebo, who was my senior at the central bank, and asked him to make a copy for Exim Bank, a recently established Exim Bank. And that he wanted to know what our opinion was about a regional Exim Bank, since we were now a national Exim Bank. I already had now a team of people who were our intellectual compass, Dr. Adebi and Prof. Oramah. I sent a document to them, and they prepared me their comments. While I prepared for this presentation, I looked at my file. I saw the documents of what Oramah prepared and what Adebi prepared in 1992. I read through it. And I remembered a point made by my good friend Arnold Ekpe. Everything that was said there in 1992 was just as valid as if it were being talked about today. I think that was the reason why Arnold was saying, and I have worked with Arnold on trade finance and national policy and things like that, on Exim banking and related matters. And he said, we have talked enough. Where we are now is acting. If what Oramah and Adebi wrote in 1992 remains valid even now, and I was saying to myself, is it possible that he has a copy and he's working with what he had written, along with what Adebi had written in 1992, was implemented? but the lesson is like it. Fast forward. Years into the life of Afreximbank, we now inside Afreximbank. A prolific writer, remained with Prof. Oramah. And we had the same structure, was reporting to me. Most of the papers related to issues that Mr. Ekra dealt with. And I passed the documents. And he said to me, who are those writing these papers? They're doing quite well. So many papers that have come in. I said to him, you are using plural. There's only one person. So Oramah had an immense strength and capacity for prolific writing. That attribute I will place for our teams as a possible instrument of inspiration. All the consultations about Afreximbank then continued. He didn't go with me to Cairo, where we needed to persuade people about this form of banking that was not so popular and remains relatively unpopular even today, as I have already implied. Dr. Babakar had a lot of persuasion work to do, a lot of canvassing. So we came to Cairo, then we went to Zimbabwe, Harare, and then to Abidjan, when the bank was finally agreed to be set up, even if as a modest entity. Then we had to do the first general meeting in Abuja, September of 1996. This time, Oramah was with me. And this time, I had noticed that this was somebody you couldn't keep far away if you wanted results. And he was carrying critical documents that were helpful in negotiations. So, critical for an exim banker, which we derive from the Oramah lesson. That lesson is writing. So eventually I got appointed as the president of Afreximbank. My immediate thought was, Afreximbank was just on paper. There was nothing to run, really. So I said, okay, the best people to help me do it, to fructify this entity, will be Dr. Adebi and the then Dr. Oramah, later Professor Oramah. So, quickly, I sent a letter of appointment who was Oramah's boss, and to a handful of others, and a few people who had come from the. If you look at the attrition rate today in Afreximbank, I think it's about something very close to zero. Nobody leaves. A handful of people leave. Hardly anyone leaves. I know Ochola left, just a handful, but the retention rate is extremely high. But in our initial years, it was very difficult to recruit appropriate people. You can imagine the Oramah that I took, even for National Exim Bank, was not even a banker. At a time we needed bankers. So, because Oramah had now some experience and was a very fast learner, rapid learner, and would very quickly master any problem you put before him, so he was now an indispensable asset. Ditto for Dr. Adebi. So, and I waited for reply. I've already talked about the Cocoa Fund, prepared by Oramah, as well as the exchange rate paper, as well as the Afreximbank paper, as well as several others. And I have recommended success for careers, success for institutions like ours. The attribute of prolific writing and, of course, prolific reading, which I derive from the Oramah experience. Having now given appointments, initial ones, look at what Prof. Oramah said about the offer. He said, when Mr. Dodu, then the managing director of Nexim, was appointed president of Afreximbank, and he invited me to join him to begin the work of establishing the bank, I was full of apprehension. But he was not alone. All the people I spoke to were also full of apprehension and reservation. First, because some of my friends and colleagues are informed of the development, wondered why I should leave a secure and promising job to take up a job in a bank that existed only on paper. Would you do that? Some wondered whether I was unmindful of the violence linked to fundamentalists in Egypt and reported now and again in international media. Some, in their ignorance of life in Egypt, could not be bothered, as they predicted that I would be forced back home by the lack of some of the good things they knew I liked. So Oramah was very reluctant to come along. Adebi asked me to give him some time to think about it. It was a puzzling experience because I had only temporary staff from Egypt, just about 5 of them or fewer. Great staff. Aki Olubade, great lawyer. John Washington Ochieno, great officer. Philip Kamal, wonderful accountant. He had taken a first in the University of Nairobi and was a chartered accountant. Extremely good staff. But they were temporary staff. They were going to, and every month, every week even, ADB asked me when I was going to return them. And the people I asked to come along were telling me now they needed time to think about it. a wonderful act of courage. Oramah eventually said yes. It was a great delight for me because I knew him. I knew his capacity. I thought I would persuade Adebi eventually. So if I had those two, then we had a chance. Soldier out. Another courageous staff who had come with me was Maureen. So we said, okay, we will soldier out with this handful of fellows until the ADB by force withdraws their staff. Meaning, if advance, that is the message. We need an Oramah type of courage. There were others who had that courage. Maureen, for example, and the other wonderful staff. Eventually, we made an office for Dr. Adebi. And since Oramah was his stayed outside, the singular office was made for the boss. And that situation continued for something like 2 years. I know Dr. Adebi very well. This, he told me, and I knew what they were. It became clear that we could not manage them from Cairo. And that is how Oramah now became planning and development. Then he unleashed our various activities as our bank unfolded. The ones that I can easily remember was an innovation machine. And you can hear some of the things that all the other current staff are saying. Innovation, treasury, credit product, development. Oh, it's not sounding well. That was my fear. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Okay. Okay. What I was saying is that Oramah was reluctant to come because of the conditions here in Cairo. And we had problems recruiting staff. Staff did not come spontaneously. Adebi, whom I had recruited, who was Oramah's boss, hesitated in coming for reasons that he told me, reasons that I knew. We gave him time to adjust those reasons, but in the end, he didn't come. And we then asked Oramah to take over what was the office of the head of research. And from there, Oramah unleashed his capacity for innovation. And I call him an innovation machine because he would propose some. If you introduce an idea based on certain products, the next day he will introduce an angle and modify it and add all sorts of elements, as demonstrated by the staff who spoke again and again all through this afternoon session. For example, when he had now become the president of Afreximbank, look at some of the innovations that have happened. FEDA, for example, was something that was there before because we had a venture capital scheme, but he introduced a spin on it. We had our export development program deepened and several other innovation products that were brought. Point. If you want to facilitate our institution to grow your career, innovate. Another attribute I distilled from the Oramah experience is his entrepreneurial capacity and the pursuit of iconic projects. When he invited us to consider, I think now, the 6th plan, he had 35 products. I leave it to you. Imagine for a while that you went to a restaurant and they gave you the menu book and it has 35 meals in it. That is the kind of impression. Somebody said it was, I don't know what it's now, John Louis or somebody said, when he told him, this is over-optimistic. Or you'll be talking over his head because he's not going to listen to you because he's going to go on. Entrepreneurial, 35 products. I told him, look, our principle is to leave every president as we would leave our new president, incoming president, Olombe, to pursue his mission. But I told him, it looks like this is excessive. 35 products. But as events will show, virtually all of them have been implemented. Virtually all of them have been implemented. And none has been a problem. And I said to myself, maybe we shouldn't have hesitated. I looked at one thing, one of the juggling episodes. Chidelo was referring to, he will put 35 balls in the air and none will fall off. He will catch them. So he implemented everything. So he then went into iconic projects. I want to point out that we had agreed from John Louis to that every president should define what he thinks will stand out as his own inclination, what he stood for. From Afreximbank, I had been interested in export development, and I brought BISU for that purpose. Of course, Oramah contributed. John Louis had said he would do medical tourism. It is true that Oramah's ill health accelerated it and gave it a color. John Louis' medical tourism found expression in the African Medical Center of Excellence. So it was partially John Louis' product and partially OK's product in implementing what was John Louis' dream. He continued strategic planning, which was supposed to be the practice of our bank. Strategic planning is not a very popular practice because people criticize it because planning is not usually implemented. But you go and look at what Oramah has done. Up to the minute, With a minute to go, he's still implementing. Was a master of plan implementation. Our culture of cumulative growth and strong corporate culture embedded. The cumulative growth for us means that every president will add on to what the previous presidents have done, not to dismantle what had been done before. Cumulative growth. Oramah has maintained that. Let me go to the final point because Mark is pressurizing. That final point is about the personal character that we wanted in our staff, which I hope our new generation can learn from Oramah. And that is the attribute of humility. Humility as power. The way it arose is that we interviewed some candidates, and one of the candidates told us that he had worked in a period of about 2 years. He had worked in nearly a dozen organizations. And when I asked him, why do you move so rapid, so moving from organization to organization? No, I'm not a nomad, but whenever something happens, I have to. So I asked John Louis after the interview, what should we be seeking in the men that we want to work with us? I was hoping he would say something like, oh, staff must be experts in treasury. Oh, they must be experts in credit. Oh, they must be experts in risk management or some other esoteric banking practice. He said we should seek humility. It came to me as a shock. We should seek humility. We talked about it. It was only then I noticed humility in Oramah. I had gone round the world with him. There was nowhere we didn't go together. He was my special assistant. America, Latin America, all of Africa, part of Asia, Hong Kong and everywhere. So humble. Notice what has happened recently. Nokwa appointed him BK Ora. When he came back, he said he was appointed, he was given the title of man of the people. I looked at it, I thought that was the greatest devaluation of that title. That is not even close to the meaning of Dikora. It was a dramatization of a humility. My proposal, our team, our career staff, our organization must recognize and work with humility as power. I've summed up the attributes that I derive are considered important from the Oramah experience. Being audacious, being prolific writing, having courage, being an innovation machine, entrepreneurial, culture of accumulation, humility. Those are the attributes I see as the primary raw materials in the Oramah's success. And that can be in the success of our new generation. What about the way forward? Gabaruka, a friend of the bank, said, leadership is what happens after you leave. Leadership is what happens after you leave. I left. I was confident that the race will not falter because of John Louis and because of Oramah. And I said to him, Oramah will play Oramah to you. So you play Eduardo now that you are president. Then John Louis left. Oramah became the president. My fear was, who was going to be Oramah to Oramah? Who was going to be the prolific writer? The team came, thankfully. Leadership is what happens after you leave. I have no doubt in my mind that when Oramah leaves, thankfully, our brother will continue winning the race. I have thought about the Oramah experience as I prepared this testimonial. Because 1992, just about 2 months after I had reluctantly taken Oramah, Professor Oshutogu comes as Oliver Twist. He brings a girl, he brings a lady. And they say, well, you know that it's not possible. I'm just trying to accommodate that time Oramah was still evolving. Now that I know what Oramah is, I have wondered, what would have happened if we had another Oramah? Perhaps we would have an impossible phenomenon to imagine. Can you imagine this Oramah plus another Oramah like him? And what would have happened to our bank? Maybe we should hesitate less. Maybe I will have considered that fellow. Maybe. As I wind up, I wish our brother well. I thank OK for the attributes that he has made clear to us. And I would ask you to join me in really, really applauding him. To do so, can I invite you to kindly get up? Only Oramah and Mrs. Oramah and Professor Oshutogu should sit down while we give a truly great applause. Hep, hep, hep! Hep, hep, hep!
Hooray!
Hep, hep, hep! Thank you, okay? God bless you.
Thank you, the pioneer president of Afreximbank, Christopher Edodu there, giving us a comprehensive run-through as to how the great Benedict Oramah's career trajectory came through. Now, the biggest show in town when it comes to the African Union and its progress has to be in trade, intra-Africa trade. The African Continental Free Trade Area holds the hopes and dreams of more than 1 billion Africans, most of them young. We are very delighted to have with us, and I'll call to the stage now, please, a warm round of applause for some words from the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele Mene.
Your Excellency, President Macky Sall, former President of the Republic of Senegal, former Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency President Mahamadou Issoufou, former President of Niger, leader of the AFCFTA, former President, Vice President of the Federal Republic, Democratic Republic of Nigeria, my senior brother, Professor Benedict Oramah, Mrs. Oramah and the family, the incoming President, Dr. George Lombi, my senior sister, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Salma Haddadi, senior management of the bank. It is really a pleasure to be here for this very important occasion today. Across the length and breadth of our continent, we celebrate those who have had an impact in us, in our lives, and honor them long after they are gone, in some cases when they are ancestors. And so it is remarkable today that Afreximbank has convened us to celebrate the success, the achievement of my senior brother. What many of you may not know is that there are two people that have had a profound impact during my tenure as your servant as Secretary General. First, it is my boss, that is my wife, who has been a very strong pillar of support. And then Professor Oramah, who has supported me personally and the institution, the AFCFTA Secretariat, from the very beginning. I received a letter from him when I was elected to this position, and the letter congratulated me and offered us support. I came into this position as a civil servant, public servant. I'm still a public servant. And it was the very first time that I saw $10 million written in a letter to me when I received that letter of support from President Oramah stating that Afreximbank will commit up to $10 million to support the establishment of a strong institution to achieve a long-standing objective of market and economic integration in our continent. And so building on the very strong legacy that Presidents Edordu and Jean-Louis Ekra, a very strong foundation, Professor Oramah has evolved Afreximbank into a global institution, a continental powerhouse for financing trade and fostering industrial capacity and restoring confidence in Africa's economic promise, and more importantly, asserting that African institutions led by Africans are indeed able to deliver on this long-standing principle and promise of boosting industrial development in Africa, of supporting innovation, and indeed of setting the building blocks for expedited industrial development. Over the years, the AFCFTA Secretariat, as well as Afreximbank, have developed a very strong partnership, which has resulted in very concrete support for many, many businesses, large corporations in Africa, small, medium enterprises, as well as our industrial giants that we heard about earlier today, and the creative industry. You may be aware that our continent has 42 currencies. You may also be aware that when, as Africans, we want to trade amongst one another, we resort to a third currency. However, since the establishment of the Pan-African payment and settlement system, we as Africans should stand proud and tall that today we are able to trade in our local currencies, reducing the cost of trade in Africa. The Pan-African payment and settlement system, as we speak, is a reality. And I want to congratulate once again Professor Oramah for the tenacity and the vision to ensure that it does indeed become a reality. We have also, for the very first time, established, through his leadership, the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, which has been capitalized by a seed amount of $1 billion. And we have committed to raise up to $10 billion to ensure that as we implement the AFCFTA, no country is left behind. Recently, in Algeria, we co-convened the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, which you will recall was a commitment that was made in May 1963, but which unfortunately evaded us for many decades until Professor Oramah made it a reality in 2018. In Algiers, over $70 billion worth of trade deals and transactions were concluded, and mainly benefiting small, medium enterprises and youthful entrepreneurs. The African Union, the AFCFTA Secretariat, we do not have a balance sheet, a capital amount. We're not intended to. What we do have, however, is political authority. And we must defend our institutions. We must defend those who lead our institutions. When our leaders, such as Professor Oramah, assert their economic independence and the economic liberalization and liberation of our continent, because they are courageous, there will, of course, be consequences. And so, do not be surprised when you read about downgrading by those institutions that are outside of our continent. If you fight a pre-existing system that subjugates our continent, not everybody will appreciate that. And so, when Professor Oramah reminds us, and I want to quote him, and he himself quotes the words of Benjamin Burumbo, I quote, "Each time I want to fight for African rights, I use only one hand because the other hand is busy trying to keep away Africans that are fighting me," end quote. The African Union, the AFCFTA Secretariat, we must use our political force to defend our institutions, to defend our industrialists, and to ensure that those African institutions that deploy African capital to advance on this long-standing objective of economic freedom of our continent, not only do they deserve our support, they deserve the African Union to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in support of our common objectives. And so I want to pay tribute today to you, my senior brother, for your courage. I want to also pray, more importantly, pay tribute to Mrs. Oramah and the family for, as others have said, sharing him with us as a continent. The final observation I would make is this, that President Mandela said, "It all seems impossible until it is done." Last month, when you hosted Professor Oramah at the AFCFTA Secretariat for his farewell speech, a journalist asked him, what is it that 10 years ago you would have wished you would have done differently? And his response was, I have done everything that I said I would do 10 years ago. That, my friends, is what President Mandela was talking about when he said, it all seems impossible until it is done. And so your enduring legacy is that Africa must finance her own development, that Africa must finance her own industrial innovation, and must finance her own private sector, so that we can be globally competitive and create jobs for millions and millions of young people. I want to assure my senior brother, incoming President George Elombi, that you have our full support as you take up this immense challenge. And I dare say that you also have the support of the African Union. We will stand with you. We will defend all of the gains that have been made since President Edordu, President Ekra, and now soon to be outgoing President Oramah. Given the state of the world, as Africans, we do not have a choice but to build our own domestic market, to build our own innovation and competitiveness, so that in the medium to long term, we are able to navigate this very difficult time. And so I want to thank all of you very much for your attention, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to celebrate this African giant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General of the AFCFTA, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Now, for the last 10 years, the burden that you've had, or the responsibility and pride, has been not just as President, Professor Oramah, but also as Chairman of the Board of Afreximbank. And I know the board just met in your final meeting yesterday and the day before. So it'd be remiss of me not to acknowledge the board. Representing Class C shareholders is Madame Yu Wen. Representing Class B shareholders, Mr. Victor Nembele-Sini Silu, I think he's over there. And I want to take a few words, just 30 seconds, from the gentleman representing Class A shareholders, Governor Denny Kalialia. So, Denny, if you are here, there you are. Give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been established in the interest of time. Indeed, the board had the last meeting yesterday, marking the long and very successful career of Professor Oramah. Now, it's always a challenge to pick who will speak for the board, because we do have senior colleagues who have been on the board longer than I have. Then there are those who are chairpersons of the different committees, like the REMCO. But I have been given the rare honor and the privilege to stand before you to share a few words. Perhaps it's because when Professor Oramah was inaugurated in 2015, I happened to have had the privilege of serving as the acting chairperson of the AGM, and has the distinct honor of ushering him in and in bidding farewell to President Ekra in Lusaka, Zambia. At the time, I must confess, I didn't know much about Afreximbank. It was just coming in the block. Least did I know that fast forward to 10 years now later, it will be such a big institution, more or less becoming a household name on the continent. Now, as he took the reins of the organization, I had the privilege also accompanying them in the different annual meetings. Until in 2019, I formally became a member of the board. So I can, from that perspective, share a few thoughts, but I'll spare you because much of the accolades or the achievements that Professor Oramah has made over the years have been spoken to, and eloquently so. All I can say is that as a board, we are very proud to have been associated with his leadership. The board has stayed very solidly behind the man and his team, the management. They have very innovative ideas, such that at times as board members, we are trailing behind. But I would like to believe that the results that have been achieved speak to the fact that the board has been very supportive. He is a tireless man. His work schedule, I don't know who runs such a schedule, because it doesn't matter what time of the day, what time of the night. If there's an issue to be dealt with, he'll be there. And he is very communicative. True leadership in the board allows everybody to feel part of the decision that is made. So nobody is left behind in the decision. If a board member raises a simple question, he takes it upon himself to explain or seek answers so that we resolve the problem. So the problem doesn't hang around. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnesses of an era, a passing of an era in Professor Oramah. I must also express our sincere gratitude to the family, in particular the wife, the children, for lending us Professor Oramah, the bank, the continent, and the world at large. Now, as we welcome George to this institution as a leader, I think it takes at a time when there are so many tensions in the globe. But more importantly for the bank, I think it has become a force to reckon with. And as a result, I think there's a lot of political economy issues that you have to deal with, quite apart from leading the institution. But you can count on the support of the board that will want to take the bank to a higher position, so that when we remember you to 10 years hence, it will be a much bigger institution. The bank steps in where others move out. So that is very challenging. So thank you very much, Professor Oramah. We wish you all the very best in your next station in life. We hope you now have some time with the family, which you didn't have over the 10 years that you have been president of the organization. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, when we talk about Africa, there are a lot of things that we hear a lot of times. The median age is 19 years old, that we have the youngest population, that we're blessed by God. A lot of the growth that happens in Africa will happen in cities and will happen in subnational regions. Often we talk about federal governments all the time, but often those cities, those states are closer to the people when it comes to making transformational change. So I want to call on a gentleman who maybe would represent us to look at how Afreximbank's relationship with subnational governments, in this case, it's the great state of Ogun State in Nigeria. And we're so pleased to have with us, and please give him a round of applause as he takes the stage, the executive governor of Ogun State, Nigeria, His Excellency Dapo Abiodun.
My brother, President Benedict Oramah, and his beautiful wife, the President-designate, George Lumbi, beautiful wife, former President of the bank, former President Macky Sall of Senegal, former President Yusuf of Niger, former Vice President Madi Sambo, President Iko Dangote, Secretary General Mankele, Aigi Mokwede, Access Bank, Dr. Diji Adeleke, former SP Bukola Saraki, former Governor Fayemi, former SGF, Boss Mustafa, Wale Tinubu, Group CEO, Wando Holdings, Shegun Alebiosu, First Bank, and all other very eminent and distinguished entrepreneurs and personalities, members of the board, and the Afrexim family here today. Celebrating this phenomenon, Professor Benedict Oramah. It's indeed an honor for me to speak here, to join all of us in thanking God for providing you, Prof, a platform, the Afrexim platform that has allowed you to envision, turning them to success stories, turning vision into execution. There are people who have visions, but no platforms. There are people who have platforms, but no vision. We celebrate Oramah the intellectual, Oramah the brave, bold, and audacious, Oramah the inspirational banker, and Oramah the solution, yet very humble. This man, in my own words, has been largely responsible for the economic emancipation of the African continent, has now moved to the Caribbean. I'd like to refer to myself or my state as Oramah or Afrexim's biggest champions. Ogun State is the industrial capital of Nigeria, for those that do not know. When I assumed office on the 29th of May 2019, our state GDP was about a meager 3.8 trillion naira. That was about 2.5 billion US dollars. Prof called me and said, I'll be establishing the first African Quality Assurance Center in your state. This center is meant to ensure the quality of produce and export out of Nigeria. And it has drastically increased the volume of exports out of Nigeria because of the quality assurance. I remember calling him one evening and asking him, that I'd like to establish a special agro-processing zone in my state. He took his time talking me through what it truly means to establish such a zone, which is, of course, an industrial park, how it works, and gave me a catalog of all the successful zones on the continent. Later, he called me up and he invited me to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, to have a look at how the successful zones have truly worked, so I can better appreciate their operations and their impact. This was indeed a very insightful and profound experience for me. From Ethiopia, we flew back to Cairo, and of course, we flew back with George Elombi himself, and that was my maiden flight to Cairo, sometime right after COVID, I think late 2020. This turned out to be a matchmaking event between myself and the man who has successfully established SAPZs across Africa, the man called Gagan Gupta, the CEO and founder of Arise, who just shared his testimony with us earlier on in the session. This was how we birthed Nigeria's reference special agro-processing zone called the Industrial Platform, REMO. We also call it our Aerotropolis because it now hosts the best state airport in Nigeria, and also has the biggest textile processing plant in the world, of course, facilitated by Oramah and Afreximbank, also in the making. This is a $2.5 billion investment that will employ 250,000 people working there every day, producing 1,000 tons of cotton a day. Professor Oramah, thank you. Thanks to you, today, Ogun State's GDP stands at about 17 trillion, about $11 billion. 5 years afterwards, that our economy has increased fivefold. We are the fastest growing subnational government in Nigeria today. Turned me into a superstar. Prof, you have impacted the continent like no other. You have impacted Nigeria like no other. From PAPS, AFCTA, to Intra-African trade, the Naira-for-crude that has helped, amongst other President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reforms, led to the stabilization of the Naira. And of course, the African Medical Center of Excellence, which has been referenced so many times in Abuja, and the International Trade Center. I've listened to all the testimonies and accolades, particularly that of George, your successor, which was quite emotional. These are indeed indelible legacies ingrained on the marble of time. You are and remain an illustrious son of Nigeria that we're indeed very proud of and pleased with. The narrative of your life is truly an inspiring one for all and the upcoming generation. I'm here on behalf of the entire good people and government of Ogun State, and also the governors of the Nigerian Governors Forum. Congratulate you for finishing strong and finishing well. I want to take our time to appreciate Oramah's boss and Oramah's president, his wife Chinelu, for keeping him grounded. Look at the attendance today. Men and women of substance have come from all over the world to celebrate you. This is what impact looks like. Prof, we appreciate you. We are proud of you. God bless you as you move on sabbatical. definitely the last is not heard of you. And to George, President-designate, congratulations. No doubt you are well equipped with all you need, and we have no doubt you will build on and take the bank to loftier heights. And I want to quote what I heard earlier today. If it is possible, it will be done. If it is impossible, it can be done. God bless Afreximbank. God bless Egypt. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Governor. Prof, one of the things that you've done is your friendships have spread far and wide beyond even the business world. I noticed in the corner there, did you know that Afreximbank, when it was first established, $1 million, the first $1 million came from the United Nations Development Fund. And actually from New York, I spy over there, I just want her to be acknowledged. If you could please stand, I see Ahuna Eziakonwa, the head of Africa, all the way from New York City, from UNDP. Please stand and be acknowledged. Ladies and gentlemen, strong supporter and friend of not just Professor Oramah and Afreximbank, UNDP and Afreximbank. Now, as we move on, Prof, we talked about you building bridges with the Caribbean, so let's move on to the Caribbean. Now, His Excellency Dickon Mitchell is hereby represented, that he is the Prime Minister of Grenada and a strong supporter and friend to Afreximbank and Africa. We're going to hear a few words now. I'd like to invite to the stage, representing His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, His Excellency Ambassador Richard Allen Nixon. He is the Senior Resident Ambassador, Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Grenada, ladies and gentlemen. Please give him a round of applause as he takes the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, good night. Standing on the protocols already established, and I will keep my remarks very short, and these words are from Prime Minister the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, your very good friend, Professor, and he apologizes for not being here today because of some pressing matters back at Capitol. So, ladies and gentlemen, his message is as follows. In July, during the African Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum 2025 held in Grenada, we honored President Oramah in a manner befitting his vibrant legacy and a profound appreciation by planting a flamboyant tree whose origins are from Madagascar at Camahon Park, a national park shared by all Grenadians and in proximity to a National Heroes Park. This tree, known for its brilliant red blossoms and resilience, the flamboyant tree now stands as a living tribute and enduring impact you have had on Grenada. It now stands as a legacy of his enduring contributions to African-Caribbean relations and a reminder of the roots he has planted to deepen and strengthen us for future generations. This tree symbolizes the fiery passion which Professor Oramah pursued, unity between Africa and the Caribbean, and the shade of opportunity he has helped create for generations to come. As it grows, so too will the bonds he helped forge, rooted in shared history, nourished by mutual respect, and blossoming with promise. And so, it is with deep respect and admiration that I stand with all of you in joining to honor a man whose vision, leadership, and unwavering commitment have left an indelible mark on the African continent and its diaspora. Professor Oramah's tenure at the helm of Afreximbank has nothing been short of transformational. Under his leadership, the bank managed to rise even above through the commodity risks, COVID-19 pandemic, and other geographical disruptions. Yet, beyond all this, his legacy has inspired leaders across the Caribbean and redefined what it means to be a part of global Africa. Professor Oramah understood that Africa's strength lies not only within its borders, but also in its people, who by divine intervention are strategically scattered across the globe. He championed and gave birth to the concept of global Africa, forged new pathways and cooperation between Africa and the Caribbean. His efforts led to the historic inclusion of 12 CARICOM states as partner members of Afreximbank, with more poised to join. Professor Oramah's impact has not only been continental, it has been global. His work has inspired Caribbean leaders to reimagine our place in the global economy, to see ourselves not as isolated islands, but as an integral part in a united and prosperous global Africa. As the baton is now passed and handed over to President-designate Dr. George Alumbi of this prestigious organization, rest assured that Grenada's commitment remains unwavering, and we offer a full support in continuing the work to realize the transformative realities in which global Africa promises and brings to all. On behalf of the government and people of Grenada, and indeed the Caribbean, I extend my personal appreciation and heartfelt gratitude to you and your family, knowing fully well that your influence and legacy would remain alive in us and in generations to come. May your legacy continue to guide us as we walk into the future together. And you're welcome to visit us in Grenada, you and your family, to come and relax as you plan the next stages of your life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please make way for the former president of Senegal, Excellency Macky Sall.
Excellencies, former head of states of Niger, my dear friend, President Muhammadu Issoufou, Vice President of Nigeria, the Governor, dear President Oramah, President Olambi, dear Aliko Dangote, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, dear friends, it is always a pleasure to be among the Afreximbank family. Today is a special moment, a moment of gratitude and transition. We bid farewell to Professor Benedict Oramah, and we welcome Dr. George Alumbi as he takes the helm of this great institution. For more than 30 years, Afreximbank has stood by Africa. It has supported our trade, our investments, and our dreams. It has financed major projects, opened new markets, and built bridges between our nations. Through a range of innovations, you all talk about that all the day long. The bank has shown the power of African cooperation. It has even reached beyond our shores to strengthen ties with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. But Afreximbank is more than a bank. It is a shield in times of crisis. When COVID struck, the bank acted swiftly, helping countries to trade, to buy vaccines, and to protect their people. Je voudrais à ce point particulier insister sur le leadership du président Oramah lorsque la COVID a frappé et que nos nations isolées n'avaient pas les capacités d'acheter des vaccins au moment où toutes les grandes nations s'arrachaient la production de vaccins. Il a fallu créer une centrale d'achat à l'échelle du continent sous la conduite d'Afreximbank et du professeur Oramah. When the war in Ukraine disrupted global markets, Afreximbank once again stepped in to support African trade. Despite global challenges, the bank achieved remarkable results. These achievements carry the mark of one man, Professor Benedict Oramah. Dear brother Benedict, we salute you. Your leadership has inspired us. Your vision has strengthened Africa's confidence in itself. Your legacy will live on in the story of Afreximbank. I wish you success and happiness in all your future paths. Now to our brother, Dr. George Elambi, I will say congratulations. You know this institution very well. You carry its spirit in your heart. We trust your leadership and your dedication. May you continue this mission with strength and wisdom. As Africa advances toward a future of prosperity, Afreximbank is a mirror of an Africa that believes, an Africa that stands tall, that looks ahead, that builds its own destiny. As we honor Professor Oramah and welcome Dr. Elambi, we renew our faith in Africa's promise and in the power of unity, trade, and shared ambition. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. That is His Excellency Macky Sall, the former president of Senegal. Now, there's a saying that goes, success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. And the AFCFTA is a big success. But when it was a baby, there was one gentleman who believed in it and used his position, power, and influence as the president of Niger in order to push through this idea, and he faced resistance, but together with Afreximbank, they made people see, and now the AFCFTA is the driving force and the hope for millions and billions of Africans. So I want you to give him a robust round of applause as I invite to the stage. We call him the AFCFTA champion. He is the former president of Niger. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mamadou Issoufou.
Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi de saluer le président Macky Sall. Permettez-moi de saluer également Monsieur et Madame Oramah, ainsi que Monsieur et Madame Elwambi, ainsi que toutes les personnalités présentes ici. Permettez-moi de me réjouir d'avoir l'occasion de témoigner des services rendus à Afreximbank et à l'Afrique par Benedict Oramah à travers son incroyable odyssée à la tête de notre banque panafricaine depuis 2015. Permettez-moi d'associer à ce témoignage son épouse, car, comme disait le poète, je cite le poète, sans la femme, l'homme serait rude, grossier, solitaire, et il ignorerait la grâce qui n'est que le sourire de l'amour. La femme suspend autour de lui les fleurs de la vie, comme ces lianes des forêts qui décorent le tronc des chênes de leur guirlande parfumée. Fin de citation. On peut dire la même chose de l'homme pour sa femme. Cela étant dit, fut un jour mémorable, le 13 juillet 2015, qui vit Benedict Oramah désigné troisième président de notre institution panafricaine. A priori, on ne pouvait pas savoir ce que ce jour serait mémorable, car le ciel fait rarement naître ensemble l'homme qui veut et l'homme qui peut. Parce que parfois, l'homme qui peut ne veut pas et l'homme qui veut ne peut pas. On ne pouvait pas le savoir, bien qu'il y ait eu déclaré aux actionnaires, à l'issue de sa nomination, je cite, « Je ne suis peut-être pas actionnaire de votre banque, mais mes intérêts dans la banque sont pleinement alignés sur les vôtres. » Aujourd'hui, on le sait. On le sait, ce jour était effectivement un jour mémorable. Au regard du bilan d'une décennie d'épopée bancaire. Le total des actifs et des garanties a été multiplié par plus de 8 entre 2015 et 2025. Celui des revenus a été multiplié par 7. Le bénéfice a augmenté de manière vertigineuse par rapport à son niveau de 2015. Les fonds propres ont été multipliés par plus de 7. Les liquidités sont restées fortes. Les sources de financement sont plus diversifiées. Ces excellents résultats ont été obtenus en dépit de la crise de la Covid et du soutien insuffisant des États qui auraient pu, pour citer un exemple, exiger des investisseurs institutionnels, notamment les fonds de pension, de contribuer à la capitalisation des banques nationales et panafricaines de développement. Mesdames et messieurs, le professeur Oramah a donc tenu les promesses faites aux actionnaires. Au-delà de ces derniers, il a été, durant ses 2 mandats, au service de l'Afrique mondiale. Cette Afrique qui comprend le continent et la 6e région, c'est-à-dire l'ensemble de la diaspora, notamment les Caraïbes. En effet, au-delà de ce qu'il a appelé avec une pointe d'ironie, l'alignement de ses intérêts sur ceux des actionnaires, le professeur Oramah a su aligner tous les intérêts sur ceux du continent. C'est là la marque de ce que nous appelions, dans notre jargon d'étudiants, un leader techniquement compétent et politiquement conscient. Le professeur Oramah a l'Afrique chevillée au cœur. Il s'était fixé l'objectif de contribuer à lui redonner sa grandeur. Il trouva, par un heureux hasard du calendrier, un cadre à la hauteur de ses ambitions continentales. L'agenda 2063, celui de l'Afrique que nous voulons, adopté en 2013, soit 2 ans avant sa désignation à la tête de notre banque panafricaine. L'homme fit de celle-ci un instrument pour promouvoir l'intégration économique africaine, un moyen d'enrichir l'Afrique mondiale par l'investissement et le commerce. Je peux en témoigner. Je peux en témoigner pour avoir travaillé avec lui sur le projet de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, le projet le plus avancé de l'agenda 2063. En rapport avec le secrétariat de la ZLECAf, il a su mobiliser des ressources financières pour la mise en place du fonds d'ajustement de la ZLECAf, du système de paiement panafricain, du système unique de garantie du transit, du Centre africain de recherche et d'innovation visant à stimuler le commerce intra-africain, dont le montant du financement passera à 40 milliards de dollars en 2026. L'industrialisation, notamment les chaînes de valeur régionales, avec la priorité donnée de plus en plus au financement et à la promotion des exportations à forte valeur ajoutée, sans oublier la promotion des contrats intra-africain d'ingénierie, d'approvisionnement et de construction, l'organisation de la foire commerciale intra-africaine, l'amélioration de la compétitivité des PME et le partage d'expériences et d'expertise, le développement des infrastructures de transport, des plateformes logistiques et énergétiques. Professeur Oramah a aussi joué un rôle essentiel dans la mutualisation des capacités des institutions financières panafricaines à travers des initiatives comme l'Alliance des institutions financières multilatérales africaines. Fervent militant de l'Afrique mondiale, professeur Oramah a œuvré au renforcement des relations entre l'Afrique et les Caraïbes sous son impulsion. Des actions et initiatives phares ont été conçues et mises en œuvre, notamment des stratégies pour augmenter le volume des échanges commerciaux entre l'Afrique et les Caraïbes, des programmes de financement et d'investissement visant à soutenir les entreprises africaines et caribéennes, notamment des crédits et des garanties pour encourager les investissements, des forums et conférences pour promouvoir les opportunités d'investissement en Afrique et dans les Caraïbes, des programmes de formation et d'éducation pour améliorer les compétences nécessaires dans le commerce et l'investissement. Professeur, j'ai noté, en écoutant vos discours, combien vous tenez chaque fois que vous en avez l'occasion à rendre hommage à vos prédécesseurs. C'est là une marque de votre sagesse, de votre humilité. C'est aussi une marque de reconnaissance et d'estime, caractéristique d'un grand leadership. Vous avez prouvé qu'on peut être grand sans rabaisser autrui, en l'occurrence sans accabler ses prédécesseurs. Vous avez prouvé l'importance que vous attachez à la solidarité entre les générations. Le passage du témoin à Georges Elombi, que je félicite, nous rassure. Je sais que cette tradition sera respectée. Dans la continuité, il va certainement consolider et amplifier les actions et initiatives en vue de promouvoir l'investissement et le commerce, conditions de l'émergence et du développement du continent. Professeur Oramah, vous avez accompli une carrière remarquable. Vous avez eu un parcours transformateur. Certains disent que vous avez les vertus des héros d'Homère, notamment le courage d'Achille et l'intelligence d'Ulysse. Tout Africain doit en être fier. Votre héritage perdurera. Je fonde l'espoir que l'histoire que vous avez écrite à la traite d'Afreximbank sera connue par la jeunesse africaine. Je fonde l'espoir que chaque Africain, vous prenant pour modèle, criera « Je veux être Oramah ou rien ». Je veux être Oramah ou rien. Je veux être Oramah ou rien. Professeur, Vous quittez Afreximbank après 32 ans de bons et loyaux services. Vous avez 64 ans. Âge de la décennie, de 60 à 70 ans. Et des études, notamment celles publiées par le New England Journal of Medicine, considèrent comme étant la plus productive en termes de réalisation puissante, de sagesse et d'impact. Quel que soit le plan que vous avez pour l'avenir, sachez que l'Afrique mondiale a encore besoin de votre expérience, de vos compétences, de votre sagesse. Je fonde l'espoir que vous continuerez à être à son service avec la même fermeté, la même conviction, la même constance, la même résilience, le même niveau de leadership. Je vous souhaite bon vent. Merci de votre attention.
The champion of the AFCFTA, the former president of Niger, welcome. We go from a former head of state, and quickly we move on to a current head of state. Prof, I would like to introduce to the stage, all the way from across the ocean, what the AU called the sixth region, our brother, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. Please welcome everybody. Warm round of applause for His Excellency, Dr. Terence Mitchell Drew.
Good evening to all. Let me, of course, stand on the protocol that has been established. But allow me to recognize, of course, President Oramah and his dear wife, and also to recognize our brother, the incoming president, and his wife, to recognize former head of states, head of governments, other institutions, leadership in the Afreximbank, presently, a good evening to all. Let me say that it is an esteemed pleasure for me to be here this evening, coming from the Caribbean, just for a couple of days, to really pay homage to a man whose legacy also has in it his meaningful connection to the Caribbean. And so, as the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and the incoming chairman of the Caribbean community, I bring, of course, our deep appreciation and gratitude for what President Oramah has done to connect Africa and the Caribbean. It is deep privilege. And before I continue, I see that they put the picture up. If you look at this picture, you wonder why it is here. This is one of our cabinet meeting room. And right behind, you can see a painting. That painting was gifted to me by President Oramah when he visited St. Kitts and Nevis. And I treasure it dearly. So that is my seat right there. And the painting is right behind me. And next to me is our national flag. That is how we consider president in our country. And so it is a deep privilege to stand here in Cairo, the cradle of so much of our shared civilization, to celebrate a man whose life's work has helped to redefine what global African leadership
looks like President Benedict Oramah. But I also bring greetings on behalf of my regional colleagues and CARICOM counterparts who remain steadfast in their commitment to deepening the bonds between Africa and the Caribbean. Together, we recognize that our progress is intertwined and our collaboration essential to building a stronger, more united global Africa. So for me, this moment is personal. A farewell, yes, but also a continuation. Because what Professor Oramah built through Afreximbank is not merely an institution. It is an idea. It is the belief that Africa and her diaspora, including the Caribbean, of course, must not simply participate in the global economy, but must help to shape it. He taught many that Panafricanism can no longer be confined to speeches and sentiment. It must be structured, financed, and lived. I still remember vividly our first meeting in Barbados in 2022. I had only taken office as Prime Minister just a month before. In that moment, Professor Oramah spoke not as a banker when I met him in Barbados, but as a builder of bridges, of futures, and of faith in ourselves as a people. His clarity of purpose was striking, and his humility disarming. And from that simple conversation, I knew that St. Kitts and Nevis and the wider Caribbean had found not just a partner, but a brother to uplift all of us. That encounter planted the seed of what has become a historic moment when our nations in the Caribbean became part and parcel of the Afreximbank family. But I must also point out that the first memorandum of understanding that was signed by any Caribbean nation with the Afreximbank was St. Kitts and Nevis. It was a bold step, but one rooted in trust. Trust mostly in Professor Oramah's vision. Trust in Africa's promise, and trust in the enduring ties that bind our peoples. From that decision flowed an entire movement, one that has seen the relationship between Africa and the Caribbean grow from an aspiration to a living, breathing partnership. So today, Afreximbank is no longer just an African institution. It is a global African institution. Its footprint in Bridgetown, Barbados, stands as a symbol of unity. And every time we gather, whether in Barbados, Guyana, the Bahamas, Grenada, in Africa, and now here in Cairo, we are witnessing the legacy of Benedict Oramah in action. He did not just finance trade, he financed trust. Very important. And managed transformation. Through his leadership, the bank has reimagined Pan-Africanism as something practical, measurable, and I dare say, unstoppable. He made it clear that when Africa and the Caribbean work together, we are not small, we are mighty, and a force to be reckoned with. Under his tenure, we have seen investment in education, culture, agriculture, renewable energy, and creative industries, all of which directly align with my government's own sustainable island state agenda in St. Kitts and Nevis. Our geothermal project, our agricultural cooperation agreements, our education partnerships, and even our seafood processing initiative, all these have been strengthened by bridges. Afreximbank, under his leadership, have helped to build. Professor Oramah's legacy is therefore not confined to balance sheets. It is written in the lives of young people who now see possibility where there was once distance. He has changed the narrative from separation to solidarity, from loss to legacy, from silence to shared voice. And for that, we, the people of the Caribbean, are eternally grateful. And while tonight we bid him farewell in one capacity, we know his mission continues because institutions outlive individuals, but only when those individuals give their soul. Professor Oramah, you gave Afreximbank soul. You humanized finance. You gave meaning to the numbers and heart to strategy. So on behalf of the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and indeed the entire Caribbean region, I thank you. We thank you. You have left an indelible mark not only on this continent, but across the Atlantic, on the nations of the Caribbean. And now, to Dr. George Ilombi, allow me to extend my warmest congratulations, and allow me to say that what you are inheriting today is beyond a presidency. You are inheriting a promise. The promise that this institution will continue to serve as a bridge between Africa and its sixth region, the Caribbean and the global diaspora. On behalf of my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, I express that we have every confidence in your leadership, your intellect, your integrity, and your capacity to lead. The torch has been passed on, and we trust you will carry it higher still, lighting paths across state lines, oceans, across economies, and across generations. You have our full support. And as we look forward, let us remember that the Atlantic is no longer a means to separate us. It now connects us. The Atlantic route that once carried our enslaved ancestors now serves as a bridge of limitless opportunities. Its waters carry not the memory of bondage, but the rhythm of belonging. So tonight, I want to finally say again, and also to extend salutations to Professor Oramah for his extraordinary service, and to welcome Dr. Ilombi to this new chapter. I once again reaffirm our commitment from St. Kitts and Nevis, from the Caribbean, and from the Caribbean community, and from the wider diaspora. Let us continue to keep that bridge going. For we know, as I've said before, that the distance between Africa and the Caribbean was never a divide. It was always a bridge. Let us finally finish the Atlantic bridge. And so today, we take another step together. Take another step to strengthen the relationship between the Caribbean community, Africa, and the Afreximbank. So I want to say thank you once again, and may our shared journey continue to power progress for generations to come. President Oramah, God bless you. May you continue to have a successful life. And I sat next to your wife, and I know that without your dear wife, what you accomplished would not have been possible. So she has shared that journey with you as well. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you so much. Now, your final speaker, before we hear from the man himself, is a steadfast pillar of support, embodying grace, strength, leadership, and unwavering encouragement, not to mention profound love that has helped shape the legacy of our outgoing president, Professor Benedict Oramah. So, I know it's late and we still have a party to go to, but please, I want you to give a very loud round of applause for Prof's Rock. Ladies and gentlemen, the matron of the Afreximbank Spouse Network, Mrs. Chinelo Oramah.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. About 31 years ago, at the height of my youth, I chose to follow my love to Cairo, to whom I had barely been married for a year. It wasn't the kind of movement many would expect at that time, a period of African pessimism. And when one spoke of greener pastures, they meant jobs in Europe or the USA. Our pursuit of greener pastures in the deserts of Cairo wasn't green enough and had risks. Yet, it was one that would turn out to be most fulfilling and continentally impactful. Today, I stand here fulfilled, filled with a cocktail of emotions, most especially gratitude and profound humility as we mark the end of our Afreximbank chapter that began over 3 decades ago. When I reflect on the journey that has brought us to this moment, I am overwhelmed by the kindness, support, and camaraderie that have defined our experience here. This farewell is not merely a goodbye to an institution. It is a heartfelt acknowledgement of the countless individuals who have made the last decade, and indeed our 32 years in Cairo, an extraordinary chapter in our lives. Over the past decade, and indeed throughout our 32 years in Cairo, this institution and this community have become far more than a workplace. They became my family. Afreximbank has not only supported my husband's vision, but has embraced our entire family with warmth, understanding, and unwavering solidarity. I have watched with admiration as Afreximbank has grown from strength to strength. But what has struck me the most profoundly is not just the institutional achievements, remarkable as they are, but the human fabric that holds this organization together. behind every milestone, every groundbreaking initiative, and every transformative project, there are dedicated people who believed in a vision, who sacrificed personal comfort for collective progress, and who never wavered in their commitment to Africa's prosperity. I must be honest with you, this journey has demanded sacrifices from us as a family. There were countless vacations canceled at the last minute because of urgent missions. There were birthdays, anniversaries, and family moments that had to be postponed or canceled completely or celebrated hurriedly between flights and sometimes in between meetings. There were times, many, many times, when we were not entirely happy about what we had to give up. But we understood. We understood. My daughters understood. We understood that the work being done here was bigger than any single family, any single weekend, any single celebration. We understood, I understood, that when my husband was called away, it was because somewhere on this continent, a deal needed to be closed that would create jobs, or a partnership needed to be forged that would unlock opportunities, or a crisis needed to be navigated that could impact thousands of livelihoods. And if it were not for this very bank, this same bank, Afreximbank, my husband would not be standing here today. Several years ago, he fell critically ill. He was very ill that he had to be flown abroad. It was Afreximbank that ensured that he received the best medical care available. The bank supports the concern showed by the board, the management, and staff, and the comprehensive care that was provided saved his life. I will never forget those difficult days, and I will never forget how this institution rallied around us as a family. That kind of support transcends employment. It is a family. It is love. It is humanity at its finest. I must say a very big thank you to President Edodu and President Ekra. We will never forget. And it does not stop there. If not for the bank, my children would not have attended the very best schools. They would not have had access to opportunities that allowed them to go on and build very promising future for themselves. The bank did not just employ my husband, it invested in our entire family's well-being, our growth, and our future. We often speak of Afreximbank's impact in terms of industrial parks, special economic zones, trade finance facilities, continental integration. These are monumental achievements that will define Africa's economic trajectory for generations. But beneath all those impressive numbers and projects are lives being changed. Real people, real families, whose futures have been transformed by this institution's work. The bank changed our lives profoundly and irrevocably, and for that, words of thanks seems insufficient. To every single member of Afreximbank family, from the entire executive board members, the executive management, to the support staff, from those in front offices to those working behind the scenes, I extend my deepest gratitude. You have not only supported my husband's leadership, you have supported our entire family. There have been countless times when your understanding, your flexibility, and your genuine care have made the difference between merely surviving the demands of this role and truly thriving on it. Thank you for the late nights, the shared dreams, and the collective determination to transform Africa's trade landscape. Your dedication has made every sacrifice worthwhile, and your support has been the foundation upon which my husband and your president could pursue his vision with confidence and determination. For that, I will be eternally grateful. I must also extend special gratitude to the Afreximbank Spouse Network, ASNET. Your sisterhood, your understanding, your unwavering support have been a lifeline for me throughout this journey. You understood the unique challenges we face as spouses of those dedicated to this mission, and you created a community where we could share our joys, navigate our challenges, and support one another. The strength you gave me enabled me to be the pillar my husband needed. In the moments when the demands of this role felt overwhelming, when yet another family plan had to change, you were there with understanding, encouragement, and solidarity. Thank you for walking this journey with me, for holding me up and being my family away from home. Our story with Cairo began 32 years ago when we arrived in this magnificent city with hopes and dreams, but also with uncertainties. Would we adapt? Would we be welcomed? What will I do? How long will it take me to speak Arabic? How would I communicate? How would I navigate the city without much support system? But today, I can say without hesitation that Egypt has been far more than a host country. It has been a sanctuary, a place of growth, and a true home. The Arab Republic of Egypt, its government, and its warm-hearted people have embraced us with a hospitality that is legendary, but which we have experienced firsthand in the most touching ways. And to the government of Egypt, thank you for creating an environment where Afreximbank could not just exist, but flourish. Your support for the bank's mandates, your commitment to Pan-African cooperation, and your facilitation of our works across the continent have been invaluable. The conducive atmosphere you've created, you created and provided has enabled this institution to become a beacon of hope for African trade and development. And to the people of Egypt, you have welcomed us into your neighborhoods, shared your rich culture with us, taught us your tradition, and treated us not as foreigners, but as family. The friendships we have built here, the lessons we have learned from your ancient civilization, and the warmth we have felt in your presence will remain with us forever. Cairo is not just where we lived, it is where we have loved, laughed, grown, and belonged. Thank you. I would be remiss if I did not specifically acknowledge the executive leadership of Afreximbank. You are the architecture of strategy, the drivers of innovation, and the pillars of institutional excellence. But more than that, you have been my husband's trusted partners, his sounding boards, and at times, his source of strength when challenges seemed insurmountable. Your brilliance in navigating complex financial landscape, your courage in championing bold initiatives, and your unwavering dedication to the bank's mission have been nothing short of exemplary. You have not just executed a mandate, you have helped shape the future of African trade. The legacy you are building extends far beyond balance sheets and project portfolios. It is a legacy of hope, opportunity, and empowerment for millions across our continent and the global Africa. And to the management and staff at every level, your professionalism, resilience, and your commitment to excellence have set standards that will endure long after we have moved on. You have created an institutional culture that values integrity, innovation, and impact. This is perhaps the greatest legacy of all. And to all business partners, friends from across the globe, your support is monumental. All these years, I have always said that a tree will never make a forest. No matter how brilliant, no matter how endowed my husband is, he would not have succeeded. We would not have recorded the progress we are celebrating today if not for your support, if not for your partnership, if not for your love, if not for your calls, your prayers, your well wishes. We will never forget. Thank you. Thank you. As we prepare to turn this page, we do so not with sadness, but with immense pride and gratitude. The gratitude for every person who has been part of this journey, and hope for the bright future that lies ahead for Afreximbank and for Africa and for global Africa. The relationships we have built, the memories we have created, and the bonds we have forged will not end with this tenure. They are permanent threads in the tapestry of our lives, and we will carry them with us wherever the next chapter takes us. It has been very, very touching and extremely humbling to hear all the tributes, the accolades, the well wishes poured out from the hearts from all the speakers today. It is really humbling. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us to serve. Thank you for your partnership, your friendship, and your faith. Thank you for making our time here meaningful and memorable and truly special. May God continue to bless the African Export-Import Bank. May He bless the Arab Republic of Egypt, and may He bless our beloved continent. With deepest appreciation and warmest regards from my 3 daughters who are here today, Adora, Barbara, and Isama. In my Igbo language, we say, Dalo, Shukran, Merci beaucoup, Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
The rock of Prof, the superwoman that is Mrs. Chinelo Oramah. Now, Afreximbank's vision for global Africa is to unite Africans and their diaspora into one powerful economic and cultural force. It's about connecting continents, fueling trade, and building shared prosperity. It's the rise of global Africa.
The economic rise.
Out soon, so look out for it on Netflix and it's at a cinema near you. Now, what an incredible day it's been, and tomorrow, of course, will be yet another momentous historic occasion. But tonight, we're going to celebrate in style with a fantastic concert to top off the day. There's lots of late nights and heavy lifting for the organizers to produce what you saw today and also what you'll see tomorrow. Stephen Tio Kamau is the chair of Afreximbank's organizing committee for these transition events. So I think he deserves the honor of introducing the man of the moment. Please welcome Stephen Tio Kamau.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocols that have been observed already. I was trying to find my 20-page speech, but it looks like the dog ate it this morning, so I think that you've survived my 20-page speech. However, what I'd like to say first and foremost is that I would like to thank you for your patience. It's been a long day. I thought I heard the cocks crowing, but I think it was my mind playing with me. However, we're almost getting there, and we truly thank you for, showing up and staying for this long. But it's been an amazing day, hasn't it? Poignant but celebratory, in honor of a giant, of a man, and that's literally and figuratively. Having had the honor of working with Professor Oramah for the last 17 years, it's particularly meaningful to me that I've been chairperson of the organizing committee of all the events related to the bank's presidential transition. The committee that I've worked with has been working actively on this since July of this year. And for that reason, I would like, in front of all of you, to say my sincere thanks to all the committee and subcommittee members that I've worked with to make today's event happen, and also for the event that we're going to celebrate tomorrow. The committee has worked very closely with other third-party service providers, including our dear MC, Mark Edo, Brandcoms, and all the others that I'm unable to list right now. So please allow me to ask you to give a round of applause to them for that as well. Finally, with the deepest humility that I can muster, it is my utmost pleasure to invite the man of the moment, Professor Benedict Oramah, aka Dikora, to come and address us. Please rise and welcome him to the stage with a round of applause. Please rise and welcome him to stage.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, dear brother Drew, Your Excellencies, former President, Excellencies, former Vice President, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union, Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Honorable Ministers, former Presidents of Afreximbank, members of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank and the subsidiaries of Afreximbank, the Chairperson of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, and other members of the AMFI, the executives of Afreximbank, incoming president of Afreximbank, distinguished my dear wife and my dear daughters, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It has been a long and reflective day all of us. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for taking the time from your busy schedules to participate in the historic events of this weekend. I must thank all those colleagues, friends, and partners who said very kind words about me today. So thank former and current Afreximbank board and staff members, shareholders, officials of partner institutions, clients, and others who made significant contributions to the success of this conference. In October 1993, I attended the first Afreximbank annual meeting in Abuja, Nigeria, as a member of staff of Nigerian Export-Import Bank. I listened with rapt attention as the late visionary African leader, Dr. Babakar Ndiaye, the former president of African Development Bank, articulated a compelling Pan-African vision, which he and his colleagues had converted to reality on that day in the form of Afreximbank. 2 months later, in December 1993, I accompanied the pioneer president of Afreximbank and our then managing director at Nexim Bank, Mr. Christopher Dodd, to Cairo, where he was inaugurated president in a simple ceremony in a small room in the Intercontinental Hotel in Garden City, not too far from here. The inaugural address brought the aspirations espoused in Dr. Ndiaye's visionary speech to an implementable plan that strengthened the already compelling case for an Afreximbank. It was little wonder then that almost a year later, in September 1994, I had the unique privilege of joining the bank as one of its pioneer staff members. In September 2015, after 21 years of service, I had the privilege of being appointed the president of the bank. And today, after 31 years, I stand before you to deliver remarks for the last time as president of the bank. You will agree with me, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that it has been a remarkable journey. When I joined the bank, I knew that I was not joining just another financial institution. I was becoming part of a movement aimed at turning decades-old aspirations of Africans into reality. Although I wasn't the most experienced when I came on board, I took up my responsibilities with great enthusiasm, eager to learn, in full belief that fate had placed me, the bank, and the continent on this path together. Upon assuming office as president of the bank in September 2015, I outlined an agenda for my presidency. At that time, it seemed quite ambitious, even an overreach for many. However, given the significant challenges facing our continent, including a resurgence of the commodity crisis reminiscent of the 1980s, a waning hope for industrial transformation, and regression in trade and economic integration, I thought that we could not afford to be lethargic. I was convinced that after 21 years of solid operations, it was time for the bank to more robustly take on the key purposes of its establishment. I thought that the bank had become of age to begin to ask important questions. This will require being bold and courageous in crafting a comprehensive trade development vision and strategy to constructively disrupt the status quo as a prerequisite to achieving Africa's development. We need that for structural transformation to occur, incumbents must fall. But you also knew that incumbents would not fall easily. So if we chose to engage, we must have the courage to fight. We must have the determination, skills, and patience to see that fight through. Our philosophy was born out of conviction that the only viable path forward for Africa's development and economic emancipation was one that would aggressively reverse engineer the colonial strategy of divide and rule and divide and conquer that had for decades pinned Africa and people of African descent down in the dustbin of despair and desperation. Accordingly, our philosophy was that Africa's development dynamo must be powered from within, as hundreds of years of history had shown us that external interests had been mostly predatory and parasitic, unless engaged from a position of strength and purpose. That was why we made the promotion of intra-African trade and investments the arrowhead of our strategy. When we announced that strategy in 2016, many who did not understand the nature and scope of what needed fixing accused us of taking on too many things. And some predicted colossal failure. But as good strategists who spent enormous amounts of time debating ideas, a culture that was handed over to us by the pioneer president, Mr. Dodu, we always knew that our choices were comprehensive and internally consistent. We knew that we had to fight on all fronts, as intra-African trade promotion was until then only a subject of nostalgia with no action. To those who argued that we should focus on trade finance only, I hope they now have their answers as to why that would have failed. And I ask, what trade would have been financed if there were no capacity to produce the goods that will enter the trade? Who would have traded in volumes to merit trade finance if we did not address the institutional failure caused by the absence of export trading companies, which drove the rampant informal intra-African trade? What trade would have been financed if there were no harmonized standards and if there were no testing and certification infrastructure that would reduce the very high non-tariff barriers that block intra-regional trade? Who will venture into intra-African trade if there was no trade information? No trader trades in the dark. Who have committed to deliver goods across African borders when there was very limited infrastructure to carry the goods? How could trade volumes rise to warrant trade financing when the poor intra-African and high extra-African trade compete for the same US dollars? Why would any trader bother to move goods across African borders when at each of Africa's 110 borders, transit guarantees have to be posted before the goods can cross? Which African supplier will have accepted a letter of credit opened by another African bank when there were no international banks to add confirmation to the letters of credit? How would intra-African trade in creative and cultural goods have occurred if there was no one promoting them? How would intra-African trade amongst Africans in Africa, the Caribbean, and the wider diaspora have occurred if there was no deliberate effort to push them? Need I explain any further why we had to fight on all fronts? Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted that because we fought on all fronts, we can point to tangible differences the bank has made. We can now point to those things that now exist, those new institutional arrangements and interventions that have now joined as formidable forces in Africa's armory in its fight towards true self-determination. Those things that we look up to today, many of which were mere hopes and aspirations 10 years ago. For instance, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement implementation is ahead of schedule, thanks, as you've heard from the Secretary General, to Afreximbank support. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is backed by Afreximbank $3 billion clearing and settlement facility, is today operational in 20 countries and counting. After more than 60 years of political independence, we are finally on the verge of integrating the continent's 42 payment systems into a single payment rail. And finally, we have made African currencies legal tenders across African borders. The FCFT Adjustment Fund, aimed at supporting FCFTA participating states to adjust in an orderly manner to the new trading regime, is today a reality, thanks to the partnership between the FCFTA Secretariat and Afreximbank, as well as the bank's $1 billion commitment to support the fund. We are addressing the lack of trade information by launching and implementing the Intra-African Trade Fair, which has held 4 times so far, attracting over $170 billion in trade and investment deals and 180,000 visitors. Our digital platform, the Africa Trade Gateway, uses digital technology to break down information barriers, while our Afreximbank Africa Trade Centers, which have sprung up across the continent, provide solid platforms for intra-African trade and investment information. About 700 standards for pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, agriculture, automobiles, textiles, and so on have been harmonized, enabling smoother intra-African trade. We are building testing and certification centers across Africa to ensure that there is infrastructure to implement the standards we have helped to harmonize. Working with the AFCFTA Secretariat and COMESA, we have launched the Africa Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, supported by $1 billion in guarantee limits from Afreximbank. So today, and one day, it will be possible for goods to move from Cape to Cairo with just one transit bond. With Afreximbank's support, industrial parks and special economic zones are springing up like mushrooms across Africa, creating manufactured exports where none existed. We have worked with Arise integrated industrial platforms to build out industrial parks, helping to process goods that used to leave Africa as mere commodities. We have supported the emergence of heavy industries, such as the Depository refinery and petrochemical plant, which are exporting not only within Africa, but internationally. Thanks to our work in the past few years, social, cultural, and economic ties with the CARICOM and the broader Africa diaspora have been ignited. Through our Africa Medical Center of Excellence, we have paved the way for quality healthcare to become accessible to many Africans. Getting proper healthcare will soon be a right and no longer a privilege on the continent. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when Africa was left to fend for itself, we rose to the challenge, disbursing over $10 billion in the COVID-19 containment intervention. We also put up $2 billion that enabled Africa and the Caribbean to procure the COVID-19 vaccines when nobody was there to support Africa. Sometimes I wonder what the African Union would have done if there was no Afreximbank. While doing all of this, we still kept a sharp focus on institutional strength and financial health, and grew the balance sheet and guarantees almost eightfold, from $6 billion in September 2015 to almost $44 billion in September 2025. We grew revenues and net income equally and paid out an aggregate of almost $1.4 billion to shareholders as dividends for the same period. So investing in the bank yields two types of dividends: the development dividend we all want, and the dividends that those who invest can put in their pockets. Notwithstanding the foregoing highlights, I do not need to reiterate the eloquent presentations made by my current and former colleagues and the esteemed guest speakers throughout today. Those presentations, along with the report card I presented at the 32nd annual meetings in Abuja last June, summarize our collective progress and achievements over the last 3 decades, particularly in the past 10 years. We could not have accomplished any of these without the extraordinary support from many of you gathered here today, and even those who are not here, who are from different places. Your support has been instrumental in elevating the bank to the current stature. The key purpose of my speech this evening is therefore to say thank you to you all for giving me immense opportunities, tolerating my weaknesses, giving me the benefit of the doubt, and helping me to rise to my full potential. While recognizing that the debt of gratitude I owe is immense, please permit me to cite a few examples. My postgraduate studies at Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, Nigeria, introduced me to a remarkable man who will have a profound impact on my life. I would like to pay special tribute to Professor Deniyi Osuntogu, who took me under his wings and instilled in me the values that have become the foundations and guiding principles of my life's journey. As we heard from President Dodu, he identified an opportunity at the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, deemed me worthy of the challenge, and introduced me to President Dodu, who was then the managing director. That single decision changed my life's trajectory. The future of a family, a community, an institution, and even a continent can often hinge on the simple acts of kindness and decisions made by those we encounter along our paths. Professor Shutogu, your choice in 1992 to introduce me to Mr. Dodu opened me to this opportunity, the fruits of which we celebrate today. So for everything you've done for me, for Afreximbank, I say thank you, Prof. Special thanks to Mr. Christopher Dodu, pioneer president of Afreximbank, who, despite having closed interviews for a position at Nexim, still gave me a chance to prove myself. He provided me with the opportunity to explore uncharted waters at the early stages of Afreximbank in Cairo, mentored and challenged me at an intense pace, for which I am particularly thankful, because those days prepared me for subsequent work in Afreximbank. I also had a unique opportunity of working under the insightful and solid banker, Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra. As his executive vice president for business development and corporate banking, I collaborated closely with him to define the strategic direction of the bank. During the shareholder crisis that shook the bank to its very foundations, he instilled confidence in all of us and entrusted me with responsibilities that I believe prepared me for the presidency of the bank later. Thank you very much, sir, for your trust and confidence. I would like to extend our utmost gratitude to the former and current leadership of the African Union Commission for the strong partnership we developed over the past decade. The partnership and support were instrumental in the delivery of many impactful Pan-African projects and initiatives we pursued. I would like to pay special tribute to His Excellency Ambassador Muchanga, the former Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining at the African Union Commission, for his pioneering work and steadfast advocacy for the bank within the African Union Commission. Special thanks to the current chairperson, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, and his deputy, dear sister who is here with us, Her Excellency Salma Malika Haddadi, as well as the preceding chair, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, and his able deputy also, Her Excellency Dr. Monique Zanzabagiwa, for being strong advocates for the bank. As an intra-African trade bank, Afreximbank naturally found a partner in the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat under the indefatigable leadership of our dear brother, His Excellency Mr. Wankele Mene. From its inception, the AFCFTA Secretariat has forged an unassailable bond with Afreximbank. Together, we formed an enduring partnership dedicated to building a resilient future for our people. Since 2019, we've collaborated to establish several institutional structures and programs that are just beginning to catalyze intra-African trade and the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Again, the success of that collaboration reflects the power of synergies between policy and development finance institutions. And thank His Excellency Wankele Mene for his unwavering commitment to our partnership and our shared vision for Africa. Afreximbank has retained and strengthened its partnership with other regional and international organizations towards the delivery of many of its flagship programs and initiatives. We are especially grateful to the International Trade Center under the able leadership of our sister, Mrs. Pamela Cook-Hamilton, which helped create and roll out new programs such as the How to Trade under the AFCFTA, designed to build the capacity of African SMEs to trade under the Free Trade Agreement. Our policy and research collaboration with the UN Economic Commission for Africa has been robust. The collaboration was particularly strong during the COVID-19 pandemic